All right, good morning and welcome to the Education Interim Committee meeting. And we are so glad that we have a room full of people. It's on. Well, I'll pause here. Good. All right. Well, we'll try this again. Good morning and welcome to the Education Interim Committee meeting. We have a room of senators and representatives that are going to be working together. Looks like we're still not hearing it online. How about that? Mm-hmm. They're on. Testing, testing. Now, you can hear? It's showing on now? Okay. Okay, there we go. Third. Yes, you do. All right. Third time is a charm. Great to have everyone here today at the Education Interim Committee. We are so thankful that staff is here. They've worked very hard to put together a great agenda. The goal of our meeting today is that we together look at ways to address achievement, and I'll speak more to that in just a moment. But first, again, thanks to our guests, our staff, our committee members, my vice chair, Senator Baumgartner, and my ranking member here, Representative Nguyen, and we're going to just do a quick introduction, and I'd like you to say your names, and if basically just say your names, and we're going to start over here with Representative Hoy.
Representative Joella Hoy.
Senator Michael Fagg.
Representative Adam Thomas.
Senator Dinah Sykes.
And I am Representative and Chair Christy Williams.
I'm Senator Molly Baumgartner.
Representative Kyle Hoffman.
Senator Renee Erickson.
And we have Representative Steve Huber, who has just stepped out. And online, we have Senator Alicia Straub. So we are really glad you're all here. And Representative,
Hello.
I didn't even.
Here.
Okay, awesome. I didn't know either, so, okay. All right, so committee, as we get started, I want to kind of address why we're here today and how this started. We're here to talk about student achievement because it is of pressing concern to our state, and I do believe education is the equalizer for all people. If we have a good, educated, well-educated society, then they can move forward and do the things that are important for them, important for their family, important for their community, important for the economy, and important for our state. So as we look at this topic, as legislators, we are directed by our state constitution that we shall provide for intellectual, educational, vocational, and scientific improvement by establishing and maintaining public schools. This idea of improvement, we're going to be really zeroing in on in the next 2 days. Further, the Kansas Supreme Court charged the legislature to fund schools at an adequate level that ensured all Kansas public school students met academic standards. In fact, in Gannon 4, the court opinion stated this. It said, plaintiffs have shown through evidence from trial and through updated results in standardized testing that not only is the state failing to provide approximately 1/4 of all its public school K-12 students with the basic skills of reading and math, but that it also is leaving behind significant groups of harder to educate students. In summary, the Kansas Supreme Court declared we were failing 1/4 of our students with an emphasis on that growing achievement gap between subgroups. The method by which this charge was measured was predominantly standardized testing, which, to be honest, it makes sense. It's the most accurate display of non-subjective quantitative data regarding student progress. That brings us to get to today, which is post-Gannon 7, in which the state has substantially complied with the court's mandate. Now, over 2 years later, and 11 years since the Gannon lawsuit was filed, and the addition of billions of new state dollars, not to mention the 1.5 billion of federal COVID dollars dedicated to 10% learning loss, it begs the question, how are we doing today? So with that, this committee will hopefully look at what does student achievement look like in 2021 in Kansas? What variables are impacting student achievement? What is hindering student achievement? What groups of students are falling more behind, and why? What can the legislature do to ensure improvement? What can schools do to improve achievement outcomes? Who is accountable for student achievement? And what does accountability look like? Every topic included in our 2-day agenda is intended to help us shine a light on student achievement. Because if you think of it this way, everything that we do in our schools and everything we do not do in our schools will impact learning. Through the next few days, I'd ask committee members to take notes, to write down questions, and be prepared tomorrow to discuss possible solutions to promote student achievement and to increase transparency, accountability with our stakeholders, including our students, our parents, our teachers, administrators, legislators, school board members, and the public. So it's a big task, committee, but I think that we are capable of doing that, and I hope we're all opening to learning a lot in the next 2 days. I'd like to now ask Senator Baumgartner, my vice chair, if she'd like to say a few introductory comments.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just want to say welcome to everyone. The weather's great, and we were all able to get here. How wonderful. You know, I can read a room, and when I walked in, I felt like it was test day back when I was teaching at the high school. Like it was freshman English test day because everyone seemed a little on edge. What I really am looking forward to and what I think is really important about these next 2 days is as you look through the documents that are provided by the committee, for the committee, also out there available for everyone, is there's a lot of data. And I think it's important that as legislators, we work to make decisions based on real information, not anecdotal stories, but real information. And so I appreciate the longitudinal information that's been gathered for us. We'll be looking at that. I think that there will be lots of questions today and tomorrow. And for those that are presenting, don't be concerned. You know, we might ask for more data. We might have more questions. Want that follow-up. We don't expect you to have everything on top of head, but we will ask that you will provide that to us, and I know our committee assistant will provide that. But I just ask that everyone focus today on why we're here, and it's the kids of Kansas. Our focus is what can we do to help the kids of Kansas be successful, to move forward in their educational journey, and how does that match up if they choose to move on for a community college, a technical college, a university, work in the armed forces. But we want to make sure that we are doing the best possible for our kids in Kansas, all corners of the state, every county, every school district. So our focus, I believe, Madam Chair, is going to be rightfully on what is best for our kids and how can we make improvements. For us to not want to make improvements just doesn't fit in with education. You're always wanting to grow and improve. So I think that this is going to be good foundation for what we work on this legislative session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Agreed. Thank you, Senator. And Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to staff especially, because we always ask you 1,000 questions and we always get 1,000 correct responses. And very good. And, well, we can start this again. Your worst nightmare, Adam. Good morning to the people online in our midst. I said thank you always to staff because we're constantly drilling down and unraveling that onion, asking for more and more and more data because we are data nerds, and that's what drives us. I appreciate your presence here, and I serve a couple hats. I've been in the legislature for 21 years, and I've always been on the education committee, and I've always been on special committees, so I've seen them come and I see them go. But at the end of the day, we are all concerned about the education of all of our children, whether those that I represent in the Kansas City, Kansas urban area with a majority minority district, or those out in Cheyenne County. I learned where Cheyenne County was, where maybe the population of the entire district is 200. But we're all concerned, and I've always made that a point, no matter what I've said, whether you've liked it or not. I've always said I'm concerned about all student achievement, and even those of my district, who I always at home criticize for not performing. So I'm happy about my consistency, and I will continue today. And I agree with Senator Baumgart. This is a great blueprint for what we will do moving forward, not only next session, because we're not going to get it right next session. We haven't gotten it right in my 21 years. We are not going to agree on everything, but we do know that we are headed in a direction. Two things I'd like to remind us, that some of us who did not have an opportunity to add to the agenda, perhaps it could have been more balanced. And so we will bring that to the attention of the committee members. So appreciate our honesty. And secondly, remember, as you read from Gannon, we're not constitutional until 2023, as they report. So we have a lot of things to add. We have a lot of things to question. We have a lot of data, and we look forward to it. And we're not going to stop today or tomorrow asking. So thank you very much for attending. Thank you again for staff, and look forward to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Representative Nguyen, for your comments. Committee members, just kind of some basic information about today. It is a working lunch. It shows on the agenda that you have about 15 minutes. That might be 15 minutes to stretch your legs, run to the restroom, whatever you need to do. Of course, as always, in any committee meeting, if you need to step out, please feel free to do so. We just have so much information. And Senator Baumgartner, who is providing lunch today?
I will announce that at lunch.
Okay,
I
sounds
need to
great.
pull,
I know.
I know.
I'm blanking
I'll
myself.
double check.
So, all right. I know who is tomorrow. So, and we appreciate that help as well. And committee members, as we move forward, if you have questions, I would ask that you stick to 2 or 3 questions initially, and we'll come back for a second pass if we have time to do that. If there are questions that you have that do not get addressed, please write those down. You might have an opportunity to share those questions tomorrow. You might be able to send it to staff later. It might be something that we have to address in the session. And as both of my colleagues to my right and to my left mentioned, this will help us define some of the things that we may want to pursue in the legislative session. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Nick Myers, our Assistant Revisor of Statutes, to present on Article 6, the education article. Thank you. And committee, please find your document behind the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of the special committee. Committee, yes, please look to the document that I will be speaking from, and I will try to cover the highlights and keep us on time and on schedule as best as possible. Committee, the education in Kansas, it all begins at the Constitution. The Constitution of the state of Kansas in Article 6 establishes certain roles for you, the legislature, the State Board of Education, and local boards of education. And in the memo, you can see those constitutional provisions and read what each one says, and we'll get into those as I go along. The thing that you need to remember when you're reading Article 6 is that the legislature itself also has the vested power to legislate. The Constitution in Article 2, Section 1 states that the legislative power of the state shall be vested in a House of Representatives and a Senate. So you as a legislature have the power to legislate, and that power, as the Supreme Court has referenced, must be read in conjunction with the provisions of Article 6. The legislature has certain obligations under Article 6, and the legislature is both empowered and, as I said, has certain duties and those obligations under Article 6. So the first thing that's mentioned in Article 6 regarding the legislature, it requires, Section 1 of Article 6 requires the legislature to exercise its legislative power to essentially provide for the public education system of the state. The first section states that the legislature, and as the chair stated in her opening statements, the legislature is required to provide for intellectual, educational, vocational, and scientific improvement by establishing and maintaining public schools, educational institutions, and related activities. This language has, similar language has existed in the Kansas Constitution since its statehood. And what this language means and what the court has held it to mean in certain regards is that it mandates that this education system, the state's education system, cannot be one that's static or regressive, but it must be one which addresses and moves to a better quality or a better state of education. The legislature also has certain obligations and duties regarding the State Board of Education and the membership thereof. The Constitution requires the legislature to provide for the State Board of Education. And in certain statutes, the legislature has provided for the powers and duties of the State Board of Education and the membership and the filling of vacancies on the State Board. One main obligation of the legislature is in Article 6, Section 6, which requires, and as the chair mentioned, requires the legislature to make suitable provision for finance for the public education system. And what this means, according to the Kansas Supreme Court in Gannon 1, is that suitable provision for finance requires both an adequate and equitable school finance system. And what the court said is to evaluate whether the school financing system is both adequate and equitable. The court will look at whether the system provides, let me back up. The court will look at two separate legal tests, adequacy and equity. With regard to the equity component, the school finance system must provide reasonably equal access to substantially similar educational opportunity through similar tax effort. And equity challenges and equity implications have often arisen through the Gannon litigation and prior school finance decisions through equalization formulas, changes to equalization formulas, state aid equalization formulas, specifically the supplemental state aid formula and the capital outlay state aid formula. Additionally, equity challenges have also arisen, and equity has been implicated when a school finance provision disproportionately benefits or impairs a district's ability to access state or local funding. The big component is adequacy, and the chair made some comments on this. And to comply with the adequacy component, the public education financing system, through both its structure and its implementation, must be reasonably calculated to have all Kansas public education students meet or exceed the Rose capacities. And we will have a little bit later on, we will kind of go more in detail in the Rose capacities in a later segment. But these capacities are codified in KSA 723218, and these provide the minimum student achievement goals of the public education system. So when the Kansas Supreme Court applied that adequacy test to evaluate whether the system was reasonably calculated to have all students meet or exceed the Rose capacities, the court looked at evidence regarding both the structure and the implementation of the school finance formula that was in place at the time. Under the implementation component, the court would consider evidence regarding both the inputs and the outputs of the school finance system. And in the memo, you can see a quick synopsis of Gannon 4. With regard to the structure, the court was looking at the Class Act, or the block grants bill. And the court found that the block grants, which was only in place for 2 years and sunsetted after 2 years, that type of formula violated the structure component of the adequacy test because, as the court said, it did not profess to be a long-term school finance formula, and it was not responsive to financially important changing conditions such as enrollment. Under the implementation component, as I said, the court will look at the consideration of inputs and also outputs. So when the court is looking at the inputs of the school finance system, it's looking at funding levels, the sources of the funding, and the impact that the funding is having. With regard to the impacts under Gannon 4, the court found evidence at both presented at trial and continuing into the Supreme Court case. It showed that the state's reductions in funding that began in 2009 resulted in reductions to educational programs, services, activities, classes, and all those reductions and the impact that it had affected the achievement of the Rose capacities. So separate from the input side, the court also considered and looked at outputs. What was the education finance system producing with regard to student achievement? The one main thing, as the chair mentioned, that the court looked at were state assessment results. And the court found ultimately that the evidence showed through updated state assessment results from between 2011 and 2016 that the state was failing to provide approximately 1/4 of all its public school education students with the basic skills of both reading and math, and that it was also leaving behind significant levels of harder to educate students or the certain subgroups. And you can see in the memo the data in a chart format that the court looked at. So they were looking at the percent of students that were scoring below proficient on state assessments between 2011 and 2015-16. And the court noticed that there was kind of a significant decline in state assessment results between those years, both in English language arts and math. The court also looked at the state board's percent college readiness measures, which are state assessments results based. And in those findings, in this chart, the court found that, as you can see, it looks at 2014 and 15, and then 15-16. Those numbers are pretty comparable across those 2 years, but what the court said is that the data shows that significant subgroups, significant gaps still remain among subgroups with the percent that are college ready. The Supreme Court also looked at some other outputs, including other standardized test results, the ACT and NAEP scores. And generally, the court found that there were achievement gaps among subgroups within those results. And the court also looked at graduation rates. And the court found that there were also gaps in certain student subgroups where higher percentages of those subgroups were unable to graduate in 4 years compared to all students. So ultimately in Gannon 4, remember this was looking at the Class Act back in 2017 and the evidence that was presented up to that time. The court held that evidence and their look at both the inputs and outputs of the school finance system showed that through its implementation, the Class Act was not reasonably calculated to meet the Rose capacities and therefore failed to meet the adequacy component of Article 6, Section 6. So quickly, the chair did a great job bringing us up to speed with Gannon. After that Gannon 4 decision, the legislature worked on bringing the system into constitutional compliance. And to do this, the legislature provided for and funded what is known as the Montoy State Safe Harbor Plan. And what this plan was is it factored in inflation from the last time that the school finance system was last deemed adequate by the court during the Montoy litigation. And so the Montoy Safe Harbor Plan factored in inflation, brought the spending levels up to that inflationary mark. And in Gannon 6, the court generally agreed with that Montoy Safe Harbor Plan, but it required the legislature to go back and account for a couple more years of inflation and do a few further financial adjustments, which brings us to today. The legislature is currently financing the 4th year of the Montoy Safe Harbor Plan. And then in school year 23-24, the legislature will have completed the 5 years of phased in funding increases under that plan. And that will bring the school finance system back to that level of funding that was last deemed constitutionally compliant under Montoy. One thing to note, as the ranking member said, the case has still not yet been dismissed, and the court made a statement in there that recognizing that there is a continuing inflationary adjustment within the statutes that will go on beyond the 5 years of phased-in funding increases, and the court recognized this inflationary adjustment and that saying that it would provide continued protection for the base aid amount going forward. And the court also stated that it continues to retain its jurisdiction to ensure continued implementation of the scheduled funding. So we are still under the Gannon litigation as of now. That kind of covers the legislative powers and duties and obligations. Moving to the powers and duties of the State Board of Education and local boards. Article 6 confers certain roles and duties to the State Board of Education and local boards. So under Article 6, Section 2, the State Board of Education has the power and shall have the general supervision of the K through 12 public education system. Article 6, Section 5 deals with local boards and provides that those local public schools shall be maintained, developed, and operated by local boards of education. So these entities, like the legislature, are created, empowered, and obligated by the Constitution, which is created by the people of Kansas. So, in effect, Article 6 requires a balancing of this legislative power against those constitutionally established roles of the state board and local boards. What the Kansas Supreme Court has said about the State Board of Education's role is that the state board's general supervisory authority is self-executing, which means that supplementary legislation is not required for the state board to exercise its authority. The court has held that the scope of this authority is related to the basic mission of the state board, which is to equalize and promote the quality of education through such things as statewide accreditation and certification of teachers and schools. In addition, there have been 2 attorney generals, I believe Robert Steffen and Attorney General Schmidt, that have opined that it would also be appropriate to include the establishment of minimum curriculum standards and graduation requirements within the scope of the state board's self-executing authority. So when you hear the term of self-executing authority and the state board does not need supplementary legislation to exercise that authority, that does not necessarily mean that legislation is barred within those areas that fall within the scope of that power. Instead, what the court has said is that the legislature may enact legislation to facilitate or assist in the operation of the self-executing provision so long as the legislation is in harmony with and not in derogation of the constitutional provision. With regard to local boards of education, the Supreme Court has said something a little different. The constitutional of local boards or the constitutional authority of local boards, I should say, is not self-executing, meaning the exercise of such authority is generally dependent upon statutory and regulatory oversight, both by the legislature and the State Board of Education. However, the court has also commented that the legislature likely does not possess complete authority over the duties and action of local school boards, and instead those constitutional duties and obligations of the legislature and local boards must be read together and harmonized. There's harmony again, that word. So both entities may carry out their respective obligations. And also, the court has said that legislation must not unduly interfere with or hamstring the local boards in performing their constitutional duty to maintain, develop, and operate local public schools. So with all these constitutional powers, duties, and functions of these various entities, there's been some legal intersections and legal challenges between these duties. So since Article 6 was ratified in 1966, both the Kansas Supreme Court and the Attorney General have been called upon to weigh in on whether certain legislative enactments conflict with the constitutional authority of the state board or local boards. So when the constitutionality of a statute is challenged, the enactment in court begins with the presumption that the statute is constitutional, and all doubts are resolved in favor of its validity. So to this date, we are aware of no legislative enactment that has yet been declared unconstitutional under Article 6, Section 2 or Section 5 grounds. And I'll just point to a few cases. The memo highlights and just summarizes some of the main cases in this, and I'll just point to a few cases to kind of make some points here. The first case, the Peabody case that's listed there, really deals with the state board's general supervisory authority over local boards. And in this case, what happened is the state board promulgated a regulation relating to school conduct policies, and it required local boards to create school conduct policies that applied to both employees and students. Local boards challenged this action, saying that the state board didn't have authority to tell them to do this under their Article 2 or Article 6, Section 2 authority. And the court said, well, no, the state board does have authority to generally supervise schools, local public schools. And what the court said is, with regard to local schools, the term supervision generally means something more to advise, but something less than to fully control. But the court kind of said, much depends on the context for which it is set out. And the court kind of said there's, made some comments that the need to educate our young persons is far too urgent a priority for the members of either the state or local boards to permit relations between them to deteriorate and become abrasive. So that was something the state board promulgated, a regulation the state board promulgated that was outside of those self-executing authorities. It wasn't accreditation, teacher certification, curriculum standards. That was just a regulation about school conduct policies, and the court upheld that, finding the state board could do that under its general supervisory powers over local school districts. The second case, NEA Fort Scott versus USD 234, the legislature amended some statutory procedures relating to collective negotiations between teachers and local boards. Again, collective negotiations are not within those four areas of self-executing authority. And the court here, this was challenged, the court here found that exactly that. The legislature can enact laws relating to collective negotiations and change up those procedures, and it won't violate necessarily the state board's general supervisory authority if it takes some power away from the state board to supervise and have a role in those negotiation procedures. The court kind of commented that that does not fall within those self-executing authorities of the state board, and so the legislature can constitutionally enact laws in that regard. And then the final case I will point to is Hainline v. Bond, and this is a case that we actually have where it's within the state board's self-executing authority. In this case, the state board suspended the teaching certificate of a teacher, Mr. Hainline, who had recently been arrested and charged for the commission of a burglary. And in suspending this teaching certificate, the state board relied upon a combined interpretation of both statute and its regulation. They didn't conform. The statute said something different than the regulation. The state board suspended his certificate under the statute under the grounds of immorality, whereas the regulation only permitted the state board to suspend or revoke a teaching certificate based upon a conviction of or a plea of guilty, which Mr. Hainline had later entered into a diversion agreement regarding the charges. So the statute was used by the state board rather than their regulation. Mr. Hainline argued that the state board's authority under Article 6, Section 2, which includes self-executing authority over teacher certification, therefore should mean that the regulation should be the only thing to control, not the statute. His teaching certificate should not have been suspended under the statute. And what the court found here is that, again, kind of harmonious analysis, the state board relied on the statute. The state board's reliance on the statute was constitutional because that statute was not in derogation of Article 6. And the statute and the regulation could be supplementary to each other. And the court commented that the statute does not necessarily reduce the board's supervisory authority by delegating any part thereof to another entity. And there's a few other cases in there on some items that are kind of interlocal agreements and one other in there, but I'll forego those for time. But I thought those three cases might be a little, provide a little bit of helpful analysis of the constitutional roles and what would happen in litigation between the legislature, the state board, local boards. And Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions right now.
Yes, thank you, Nick, for the overview. And before we take some questions, I did neglect to introduce Deborah Brimmer. She is our assistant today. And of course, our staff here on the inner table. I'll give you an opportunity after lunch break to introduce yourself. A question for staff, though, regarding materials. When will they be available online? Or are they online? They are online. Okay. And Norma or Deborah, would you just let people know that might be watching how they might find those documents?
Certainly, Madam Chair. So they should be on the committee's website. So if you go to the legislative website, the committees under the 2021 Special Education Committee, they should be either under committee testimony or if you click on the agendas and minutes, they might be there.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, committee, I'll open up for questions. Who has a question? Yes, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Nick, for that overview. Quick question. You mentioned the inflation rate is what will be adjusted for settlement of the finance decision. What is that inflation rate based on? You know, there's a lot of concern currently over inflation. So what is that rate based on?
So I know Kansas Legislative Research Department has a document that we could send out that in that first year of the Montoy Safe Harbor Plan, when it first went to the court, it detailed the inflation rate that they used in each year after 2010. And I believe the inflation rate was the CPIU for that given year up through 2017. And then moving ahead, I believe it was CPIU for 17, 18, just for those given years. But we could send out a document that KLRD produced on that to show you the inflation rate. Now, moving ahead, the statute requires an average of CPIU Midwest. So an average of the last 3 years. So it's not necessarily the prior year or anything like that. It's going to be that average. But the Montoy Safe Harbor Plan, I believe, was just that year's inflation rate applied to the school finance system.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, one more. Nick, there's been some confusion about how many branches of government there are in the state of Kansas. How many are there?
Well, in law school, I think I know where you're thinking on this. We learned that there's 3 branches of government for the checks and balances. There's the judiciary, the executive, and the legislative branch. Now, as my memo pointed out, Those are all provided for in the Constitution, in the Kansas Constitution. But as my memo pointed out as well, there's other entities under the Kansas Constitution that both have roles and duties under the Kansas Constitution as well.
No doubt. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Erickson's question brought up another one. So what is the basic meaning of the separation of powers doctrine?
There's a lot of case law on the separation of powers doctrine and arguments under that. And that's what you're getting, that's what these cases in here are kind of, I mean, they're kind of going that route. It's a little bit of a separation of powers arguments that you're seeing within Article 6, Section 2 versus legislative authority. Where does one entity's authority begin and one entity's authority end? You're seeing that play out within the Kansas Constitution with regard to Article 6 a little bit in those cases. Now, the premise is that each entity has its own role and its own check and balance on the other entities. But you're seeing some of those arguments play out as where those roles begin and end. Where does harmony occur between those roles type of thing?
And follow up. So thank you. And every time I get into this, I learn more. So thank you. So just to follow up on that, what do you think the best way to describe the balance of power between local school boards and the state board and the legislature?
Oh, I think they each have the Constitution sets out their roles. The Supreme Court, it seems like what they're saying in their case law is they're looking for a harmonious balance between those entities. They're looking for, and in the Peabody case, you saw a comment from the court when it was a dispute between the State Board of Ed and local boards, that kind of along the lines of the public education system is too important to get involved in the nitty-gritty arguments type of thing between yourselves and arguing who's got authority where. The focus should be on, the kids type of thing. And that was almost the rationale of the Peabody case. But I don't know if I've got a good statement to just say, or a thought on that, besides what my memo is kind of saying is each entity has its own roles under the Constitution, and which the people have provided. And
Thank you for that. And I think it's all in that definition of harmonious. I mean, I think that's everything that we do in this building, trying to balance our constituents and the good of all kids. But thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Representative Nguyen.
And I don't really want to continue to test you on this, but what in the court's opinions did they define harmonious? They had to have some criteria to come up with that result, that decision. Which page what?
And that's the tricky thing, because the cases that I've got here are basically what we have to show guidance between the power differentials of the entities. And there hasn't really been a standard attributed to exactly what harmonious means, or what does it mean to not be in derogation of a constitutional provision. What does it mean to not usurp the power of the state board, or something of that nature? There's what we have to go on is the cases, and
Was there one case better than the others that got close to a definition? I see you're looking at your memo. Can we reference a page that you're going to reference?
well, I think every time the court speaks, it's just you can read just a little something different, but the common theme was whether the argument's always whether the statute usurps the power of the state board or local board. Does it go too far into those powers? And what the court has said is it harmonious with each other? Same thing with the state board versus local boards. Did the state board usurp the power of local boards in promulgating a regulation? And the court has just kind of said it's not in derogation of the Constitution, and as long as it's harmonious with the Constitution and they act and they support each other, the statute and the regulation or something of that nature.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam.
All right, committee, I'm going to go ahead and move us on. If you have questions that did not get addressed, please write those down, and you can send those to Nick, or we can maybe come back at a later time. Thank you very much, Nick. This is always the first topic that we try to start the legislative session on, and so it gives us the correct foundation. Moving into examining the relationship between school finance and student achievement, committee, please take note that there are documents in your notebook, and welcome Norma. She's going to give us an overview. Thank you, Norma Volkmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the committee, you should have in front of you a packet of documents. At the top on the left hand, it should say Kansas School Finance and Assessment Data. You should see a very colorful chart. You'll see a number of very colorful charts in the coming minutes. So to start with, at the top there are the Kansas state totals broken down by state aid, federal aid, and local revenue, as well as total expenditures. This chart is available on the KSDE website, so this information is directly from the Department of Education's website. I have added that final column, which is the CPIU percent from prior year. So that just has the year-over-year change. So that's what that change from prior year for every column is. That's just the year-over-year change. The colorful chart should show you the breakdown of those different categories. So the state aid is in purple, the federal aid is in blue, the orange is that local revenue. The line across is that total expenditures. So if you added up all three of those columns for each year, it should hit where that line is in purple. And then the gold is the CPIU, so that does use that right-hand axis. And then below the chart, you'll note the total difference from the 2011-2012 school year to the 2020-2021 school year. And so that is, again, broken down by those same categories, but that is that total 10-year difference. Turning to page 2, you will see the major categories of state aid, and this is from fiscal year 2015 to fiscal year 2024. So this does include preliminary estimates for 2024, 2023, and a revised estimate for 2022 for just those major categories of state aid. So state foundation aid, local option budget state aid or supplemental state aid, special education, capital outlay, and capital improvement. And again, at the far right side, you'll see a difference from 2015 to 2024. I'll just note that a couple of those differences, for example, the Mineral Production Fund, the difference is from 2017 to 2024. And then you will see under the state foundation aid, that last line, State Highway Fund, there has not been funding from the State Highway Fund for state foundation aid for a number of years. So there is obviously a 100% decrease simply because that funding is no longer used in state foundation aid. And then again, you have the percent difference as well for each of those lines. The chart below is just state foundation aid and supplemental or local option budget state aid. This is what's generally referred to as those Gannon increases, is those two lines of the major categories of state aid. And that's just because the state foundation aid is what's reliant on that base increase. And so I will note that the fiscal year 2024 preliminary numbers in that top major categories, that is that first year where you're seeing that CPIU increase as the base increase. So the base aid was set in statute for everything through fiscal year 2023, and then the statute for fiscal year 2024 requires that the base aid increase by the 3-year average CPIU for the immediately preceding 3 school years. And so that is based on a new base estimate. And then turning to page 3, you'll again see those major categories of state aid, just in a slightly different chart. This has all 5 of them, just kind of broken down. the primary, excuse me, categories of course, that state foundation aid, which is that gold. Below that, we'll move into the assessment, beginning of the assessment data. So this is for the state of Kansas, and this is all students in all grades. So the 4 color columns are the 4 levels. So level 1, 2, 3, and 4. So those are those performance levels in the state assessment scores. I have then also included the graduation rates for the years 2015 through 2021 on the left side, and the state ACT scores for 2015 through 2021 on the right side. You will note there are numbers kind of between 2019 and 21 for graduation rates and ACT scores. That's 2020. There was not a state assessment in 2020, so you won't see any data for 2020 for the state assessment data. But we do have a graduation rate and an average ACT score. And the 21 average ACT score is an early estimate, so that hasn't been revised following the 2020 data. Below the chart, you'll see the performance level descriptors. So this is what the description for each of those levels is, as well as the previous definitions, so the definitions in 2017. And then below that, you'll see the cut scores. So these are the score that a student must have to fall into that level. I will note they're different between math and ELA, English Language Arts, which is why I provide both. There are differences, both in different grades, all have varying cut scores, and then as well between the 2 subjects. However, 300 is always the cutoff between level 2 and level 3. Levels 3 and 4 are what are considered career and college ready, or you might hear the term proficient. That's what the federal government typically uses, proficient versus not proficient. At KSDE, it might be referred to instead as career and college ready. So 3 and 4 would be considered career and college ready or proficient. 1 and 2 would be not. Turning to page 4, another assessment data that can be used is the NAEP scores. That's the National Assessment of Education Progress. This is a comparison. This can be used as a comparison to other states. However, it does not occur every year. So you have the data for 2015, 2017, and 2019 for math and reading. And again, it kind of provided below that the descriptions of what a student should be able to do in those different levels. And then, of course, what the cut score would be. And then turning to page 5, you'll see the state assessments for grades 3 and grade 4 for the state of Kansas. This is not following a single student, rather it's grade 3, grade 3, grade 3 from 2015 to 2021. Again, there will be no 2020 data. And it's broken down by certain subcategories, so all students and free and reduced lunch. Math is on the left, and the English Language Arts is on the right. And then moving to the next page, I've begun breaking it down by a certain number of school districts. So the first school district is Wichita, USD 259. So first, I provided, again, those major categories of state aid, federal aid, and local revenue, and then total expenditures, again, from the Department of Education. Below that, on that same page, again, a similar chart that you've seen. So it's just the different categories kind of shown in a chart. Turning to page 7, you'll begin to see their assessment data. So again, this should be USD 259 Wichita at the top. And it should say cohort grade 3 math on that first chart. So unlike the state charts, this is not the same, this is not third grade, third grade, third grade. This follows a single cohort of students. So it follows the students from 3rd grade to 7th grade. There's no data for 2020, and there's no data for 2021 because they would have been in 9th grade, and there's no state assessment data for 9th graders. So you're only able to follow them through 2019. I've included the year, the grade, and the enrollment data. And again, broken down by student subcategories. So you have all students, free and reduced lunch, African-American students, Hispanic students, and self-paid lunch only. On the right, again, I've provided those performance level descriptors, color-coded to match the chart. Career and college ready, not career and college ready. The cut scores. I will note that the assessment data according to the Kansas assessment program, is not designed for this. So it's not designed to compare a third grader from how they did in third grade to how they did in fourth grade. But I have prepared that as well as year over year data for you. So that's just because the average cut score can't necessarily show that the fourth grader may have done worse in fourth grade, but that doesn't mean that they've necessarily lost what they learned in third grade just because their cut score went down, to clarify. So that's kind of why the cut scores are not exactly perfectly designed to compare a student as they move along. So you'll get the cohort, and then you will also get comparisons for all third grade students in these years and all fourth grade students in these years. So the first two charts should be the cohorts for grades 3 and 4 with math. You will get 2021 data for the fourth graders because they would have been in 10th grade. That's the high school data that we have. So you can do, again, 2015 through 2021 for the fourth grade cohort. Turning the page, you'll see again those same cohorts, but for English language arts. So again, it should be third grade on top, fourth grade on the bottom. The cut scores should match the ELA cut scores rather than the math cut scores. So those should change each page. So you'll have the math and then the English language arts cut scores with each of those different charts. And then turning to page 9, you'll see the year over year. So again, starting with math, you have the grade 3 year over year and the grade 4 year over year. So this follows just, rather than following a group of students, this is simply all the third graders in 2015 compared to all the third graders in 2016, which is how the Kansas assessment program reviews school districts. So looking at school district assessment data, that's what the program says the scores are designed for, is comparing how one group of third graders did to the prior year's group of third graders, rather than following a set group of students. So that data is here. Again, grade 4 is below. Again, on the right, you got the performance level descriptions, the cut scores at the bottom. Then turning the page to page 10, you'll see the same for English language arts, grade 3 at the top, grade 4 below. And so that is one school district. There are another 3 school districts. You'll see the same kind of information for each school district though. So on page 11, you'll start with Hutchinson, so it's 308. Again, you'll see their total expenditures, state aid, local revenue, federal aid. Then you'll have the graph breaking it down by category. Then you'll have the cohort data, so math and then English language arts. And then the year over year data, again, math first and then English language arts. Page 16, you'll see the data for Dodge City. And again, just like everything else you've seen. So it'll have the total expenditures and then the breakdown by category. I will note for Hutchinson and Dodge City, you won't see those same subcategories for every single graph. That could be, one, they simply didn't have any African American students or Hispanic students or free and reduced lunch students taking tests that year, so there's just not data for that year. So what data there is for 2015 through 2021, you have. If there's not data, that means nobody took that test that year. They didn't report it at the very least. You might also see not applicables in some of the populations. That could either have been a lack of reporting population data, or it could be that the student population for that subgroup was less than 10, and therefore it can't be reported. So that would just be why you might not see the enrollment data, again, for every subgroup for all of the school districts. And the final school district starts on page 21, and that is Kansas City USD 500. Again, FT enrollment, state aid, federal aid, local revenue, total expenditures, chart breaking it down. And then you'll see the cohorts, grade 3 and 4 for math, 3 and 4 for English language arts, and 3 and 4 for year over year. This one you should have all of the subcategories, I believe, for data. And I can stop there for any questions. I know it's a lot of charts.
I'm going to actually ask that we pause, and I think it would be fair for the committee to take a couple minutes to look at the charts, and then we'll do questions. About 1 more minute, committee. Well, Norma, you did a great job. Thank you for all the time that you put in for those charts. I know we asked a lot of you. I definitely have questions, and this is a focus of our committee today, so I'm sure our committee will also have questions. If any of us don't get our numbers quite right, it might be that we couldn't quite see them, but you did an excellent job of providing them. So I'm going to open questions up for Norma regarding the data. Representative Wynn.
I just
Sure.
needed clarification. What distinction did you make between cohort and non-cohort data?
Certainly. So the cohort data is that student. So if they are in third grade and in 2015, it follows not exactly that student. I mean, I can't track an individual student's achievement, but it follows that third grade class to fourth grade to fifth grade to sixth grade to seventh grade. Versus the year over year is just that. It's a comparison of third grade students in 2015 to third grade students in 2016, 2017, et cetera. So the Kansas Assessment Program has stated in its information that that's how it's designed to be compared. But the cohort data has also been provided just so you can try to track a group of students. It's, again, not going to be exact. You'll see the enrollment data fluctuates.
And so what, I guess that is the follow-up to the question, how do they account for students who move, who are no longer in that cohort?
So it's not accounted for. So this is just data where I just pulled third grade student data for 2015. I've pulled the enrollment data. And then I've pulled the same school district's fourth grade data for 2016. So theoretically, it should include at least some of the same students unless they've had 100% overturn. But it may not include students who, yes, have left the school, who came in fourth grade, and therefore their third grade scores at some other school district. It's not tracked to that level. All of this is information that's reported in the longitudinal report card. But so it's an attempt to show how a group of students changes year over year, but it's not going to be exact.
Okay, so it's on the report card, because when you said you pulled the data, it sounded like you created the charts, but you did not do that.
No, I did not
Okay.
create the data. I've just compiled the data.
Right. So this is on a school district's report card as well as in the State Department of Education, that area.
Yeah, so if you go to the KSD Data Central report card, longitudinal reports, they also do 5-year charts. It won't go back to 2015, it'll only go back to 2016 with the most recent year. But so they do similar looking charts. So I've just compiled the data.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Norma, thank you. This is fantastic. My question is, how did you pick these 4 school districts?
So I was told to do the 4 districts that are part of the Gannon lawsuit. So they are the 4 districts that sued in the Gannon lawsuit, so that are named in the lawsuit. And so it seems.
Thank you.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Norma, I was wondering on the cut score levels, who decides the different levels? Is that somebody here in the state? And my second part of that is how many states use this type of analysis form?
So the cut score analysis may vary by state. So each state's going to have its own kind of assessment and how they assess their students. It could be 4 levels. Kansas actually used to have 5 levels for assessment data. So that is just going to be state dependent. The cut scores were adopted by the state board. So they were approved by the State Board of Education in 2015. So that is how we have the Kansas cut scores, as they were approved by the Department of Education. My understanding is the Department of Education works with educators to kind of determine how a student should be scored and where they should then fall on the proficiency levels or the college and career ready levels. So that's how they've determined the cut scores, and then they were approved by the State Board of Education in 2015. And I do not believe they have changed since then.
Any other questions, committee? Yes, Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'm just going to reflect on this because looking at the state of Kansas as a whole and seeing that grade 3 there and looking at 2021, it's a personal perspective because my son was a third grader last year and did his entire school year in third grade remotely in the Shawnee Mission School District. And so the students who were doing remote went back for the first time and went into their classroom for the first time for the whole year, saw their friends, saw their teacher for the first time, wearing masks and with a lot going on in the world. Some have experienced extreme trauma. Some have parents, grandparents experiencing symptoms from long COVID. Some have lost loved ones. And I just hope that we will keep that perspective when we're looking at this year. I'm not surprised by what we have seen. Students in third grade last year, our fourth graders this year, they haven't had a normal school year since first grade. So there is that perspective to keep in mind. And then going to the first page, looking at the 10-year 10 years of funding. Makes sense to go back and look at 10 years. But we have already heard this morning, we're still under litigation. We haven't recovered the funding that we are supposed to be restoring through Gannon, and there is a big cut that gets left off when looking at this 10 years, and that's in 2009. Norma, are you able to let us know how much funding went away after that cut, and if not, get that to me? Could you get that to me or the committee? Because that's another part of this is that we were already recovering from drastic cuts to our K through 12 education in that year.
I can certainly pull that information and provide it to the committee this afternoon.
And before Senator Erickson has a question, I am going to just make a quick comment on the funding piece. If you look at the first page that Norma provided off of KSDE website, it's a little bit different than the total expenditures funding that Department of Research provided us last year. But if you look at the column, it says that we increased in the last decade 47.4%. Norma, can you tell me what that CPIU change would have been for that decade, for that 9 years?
So are you looking for 2011 to 2011, 2012
Yes,
to 2020?
correct.
So the CPIU difference would be 11.8%. So that is underneath that chart if you look at those.
Couldn't read the letters.
You're fine.
Okay, so 11.8% was the CPIU change from if I'm buying groceries or whatever I'm doing, that's the change for that decade.
So that would have been the CPIU percentage difference from school year 2012, fiscal year 2012 to fiscal year 2021 for the Midwest region. So it is all Midwest region data.
So that means that we were by about 30 points, over 30 points exceeded the CPIU rate of inflation.
I'd have to check that, but.
Okay, and then from the total funding, if you take all sources of funding, I believe, and I don't have that document handy, but I believe that what we were provided last year was that we were between 118 and 138% increase in funding. So I just want to make sure that we have the numbers in there, and I think that started from the point of the lawsuit, which would have been 2010. So she can get that additional information and provide it. Senator Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Norma. Norma, you always do a fantastic job, so appreciate that. Kind of going back to what Nick's presentation and your presentation are, can you kind of tell us what was the purpose or the premise of the Montoy decision? Why were we to allocate more funding?
So I think I'd defer to Nick in the revisor's office on the Montoy case.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. when the chair was asking a question, it brought up another question. So we have increased that funding, but do we know how much of the funding from Gannon has actually gone to provide services to students? Because as I'm looking at the chart, and I apparently need reading glasses as I'm learning, but I know there's a sped increase, there's a lot of capital outlay and interest in bonds, and so those are not supports to direct student services. Do we have a percentage, or can you get for this afternoon those increase and what actually goes to direct student supports?
Certainly, so I can try to compile that information. I don't know off the top of my head, but I can try to pull out CAPERS, capital outlay, capital improvement, some of those other categories if you're looking for a specific.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And it's probably here, I just can't see.
I know, it's tough to see. On page 2, it does break it down a little bit, so you can look at the capital outlay, the local option budget, special education, state foundation, that'll help a little bit. But there is an awesome document that you provided our committee last year. You could possibly pull that out and bring it tomorrow. That would break it all down for you to get an even, better look at it. Other questions, committee? Yes, Representative Hoffman, and then we have Representative Huberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 5, is that cohort or is that year over year for the state, for the whole state?
That is year over year. So the state I did not break down by cohort, just by those subcategories.
So that's a different class every year?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm going to just interject here. We didn't get Representative Erickson's comment answered from Nick, so go ahead, Nick.
Representative Erickson, I understood your question kind of along the lines of what is the impetus for the state going back to that Montoy level, essentially. If I remember correctly, Montoy was dismissed by the court in 2006, or I believe 6, with the legislature providing through statute to increase funding through 2010, 2011, around that year. The legislature then started in 2009, made some cuts to the base aid, the statutory listed base aid amount. I believe it was around $4,400 for that year. The legislature made some reductions there, but I think the impetus for the Montoy Safe Harbor Plan was to get back the Gannon Supreme Court wanted this legislature to show its work.
And Nick, if I may, just so what would be the purpose of reinstating the funding? What is the goal of having that funding increased or restored in a nutshell?
I think the goal there was to come into constitutional compliance with the adequacy standard.
Okay, let me turn to Norma. Norma, so with your charts, if I may, Madam Chair, I want to look at the chart on your first page. And I'm a simple person, so simple answers, okay? So has funding and expenditures increased or decreased over this time period you've shown us?
Increased.
And has student achievement increased or decreased on the data, just in general? Has student achievement increased or decreased according to these measures over that same time period?
I don't think I could speak to whether or not student achievement has increased or decreased. I think I'd defer to the agency on how they would consider
okay, let me
student
ask,
achievement as a whole.
So let me ask you this, ACT scores, let's take that specifically. From 2015 to 2021, increased or decreased?
So it has decreased. Again, I will note that 21, though, was an early estimate pre-COVID, so they may have revised that estimate for 21 to jump up closer to 2019 and 2020, which you see are about the same.
And when I look at overall state assessment results for all students in all grades, let's look at English language arts. The top 2 tiers, which are basically saying proficient or college, ready for college or career, over that same time period, every single year, have they increased or decreased, the top 2 levels?
So it appears that they've decreased. I'd have to I haven't done the math on what's all in those top 2 levels.
I've done the math and they've decreased. And last question, if I may, Madam Chair, graduation rates that are listed there in that same chart, have they increased or decreased over that same time period?
So the graduation rate has increased from 2015 to 2021. It's gone from 85.7 to 88.1.
Thank you, Norma. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Representative Hubert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is for Nick. I've had some discussions, and you can just remind me, for the rest of the committee, in regards to what was the purpose and goal of the courts, even to increase funding. And I know in one of the Gannon decisions, it really focused on the bottom 25%. And my question is that still kind of the focus, even in the later rulings with Gannon, to say that the funding was adequate, except for those bottom 25% that continually are not meeting the mark?
I think, as I pointed out in the memo, the Gannon 4 decision was the decision that really looked at the adequacy standard and the new adequacy test for the first time at the Supreme Court level. And the Supreme Court was considering the evidence that was presented at trial, and then also updated evidence to that time regarding the inputs and outputs. Subsequent decisions after that Gannon 4 decision we're charging the legislature with showing its work as to how the school finance system would be reasonably calculated to have those students meet or exceed, all students meet or exceed the Rose capacities. And the legislature ended up showing its work through the Montoy Safe Harbor Plan. I don't believe there was any additional evidence presented on outputs evidence through those court cases, or any consideration of additional outputs evidence that the court really looked to.
In the latest ruling, was there any clarification on how new funding is spent in order to meet achievement goals for all students, and how at the local level that money is being spent, for them to document that money being spent in a way that's going to meet court goals and legislative goals to deal with the achievement gaps?
The court kind of throughout the legislation has recognized efforts of the legislature, including increasing at-risk weighting, all-day kindergarten, additional funding for certain programs. And like I said, in Gannon 4, the court was also looking at the inputs and what the system was providing, and what courses and what coursework, what additional educational opportunities the system was able to provide. So in a way, throughout the Gannon litigation, the court was recognizing efforts that were being made in those areas. But I don't think it was any hard and fast standard or decision on those areas.
Well, and I guess that gets to my final question. Does the legislature have any role, as funding is provided, to make sure that that money is being spent in a way that is driving achievement in a way that the courts have determined that is necessary?
I think like I said earlier, the legislature has roles and obligations under Article 6 to establish and maintain the public school system, and to provide for educational, vocational, scientific improvement. So, and the legislature has the power to legislate. So I think the legislature has a lot of options with regard to watching the system.
Thank you.
And thank you, Representative. I'm going to add on to that comment here. If you look at Gannon 7 and some of the opinion writing that was included, it tried to explain reasonably calculated, and it said to meet this burden, the state must convincingly show that the level of public school spending distributed in the manner set out by the new law and coupled with any other provisions supportable as valid educational or public policy, including incentives, accountability, efficiencies, reporting, et cetera, is reasonably part of that calculation. So we, as a legislature, should, in fact, based on the Kansas Constitution and based on the Supreme Court ruling and the opinion provided, make sure that the money is spent appropriately so that achievement can be attained, and that we look at incentives, accountability, efficiency, reporting, and other things that impact that. I'm going to take a, yes, I'm going to come back full circle, and Representative Nguyen, you'll go next. I haven't asked a couple questions yet, and then Representative Nguyen will ask a question, and anyone else that would like to ask a question. Or would you prefer just go ahead and go while your question's fresh?
Fresh.
Okay.
Thank you. And here's a funding question, but the context probably Nick needs to provide. The equity decision is the context of the question. Where in this chart on one would I find the property tax, the equalization aid? Or would I find it here?
So the state aid is going to include all of the state aid.
Okay.
So everything that comes from the state is going to be included in that, on page 1 in that state aid. If you're looking at the major categories of state aid, you're going to be looking for that LOB, the local option budget state aid, is that supplemental state aid.
Okay. And then I guess the question for Nick, what was the date of that equity decision, and when did the actual money be added to the base? Or when was the?
There were equity kind of decisions throughout the Gannon litigation into, I believe, Gannon 5 or 6. Initially, the court bifurcated the case to consider equity first. So Gannon 2 and 3 were solely equity decisions, and those were dealing with the supplemental state aid formula, LOB state aid, and the capital outlay state aid formula. So those would have been back in 2015, 2016. But then in Gannon 4, 5, and I have to look again, I believe in 6 as well, there were other equity arguments made and other equity rulings made by the court with regard to other kind of school finance
Okay.
things.
So you don't have a year where you actually saw it? Oh, we awarded it, we figured it into the state aid. Was it 15 and 16? Well, find the answer, bring it back to us.
Yeah, I can.
Because define equalization aid, wasn't it property tax relief primarily?
Those, when the court bifurcated the case in Gannon 2 and 3, those decisions are what brought the state back to the state aid formulas that it's currently using for supplemental general state aid and capital outlay state aid.
Okay, thank you.
And I can get you specifics on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're going to quickly close up. I am going to end with a couple questions here on achievement. Remember to write down your questions if we missed an opportunity to ask a question. There's so much here that you might want to spend some time on it. But Norma, this question is for you. However, if somebody from KSDE in the audience can answer it at a later time, you can look it up, because I don't think that I had you include this data in here. But per the testimony provided by Nick regarding the gaps in education achievement between free and reduced lunch students per the Gannon case, there was a 17.8%, 17.8% of our free and reduced lunch students were not proficient. I believe that was correct in one of the stats that you provided for all students. And now that number is 15%. So that gap is getting small. And if I look at just, since we don't have that total information for the state of Kansas in our data, I'm going to just use the first one that's in our set, and that's USD 259. If you look at page A on USD 259, one of the things the courts really did was look at the gaps between types of subgroups. So I'm going to take a look at the self-paid lunch, which is in the far right-hand corner, and the free and reduced lunch. And if you follow this cohort group, from USD 259, the free and reduced lunch students in third grade started out with only 3.6% of their students that were attaining the highest level of proficiency. That would be the top category. However, 74% were not proficient. And by the time you move over, and you look and you compare that gap with the self-paid, 40-some% are actually not proficient. So that is a gap of over 30%. And so we might need to have someone take a look, or I can at a later date, what that gap difference is in the Gannon decisions, because I think the gaps are what we're really interested in, is making sure that our free and reduced lunch students have the same access, the same opportunity to achieve as those that are self-paid lunch. And then if we also take one more look on page 17, it's Dodge City. And I just noticed this, and I wanted to key in on the free and reduced lunch students again. This is a cohort group, third grade. It started out that in the very top level of proficiency, that those third graders, there were 7.9% of those third graders that were in that top level. By the time they were 2019, pre-COVID, that was down to 0.3%. And if you look at these different school districts, or you look at the entire state, this is pivotal. When we lose our kids at third grade, then the trend is that more and more students collect in this category of not being proficient. And I was actually just highlighting the ones that were, but we want that group to go up and not down. So I know there's a lot of data here, and hopefully someone from KSC can speak to some of those points. But thank you, Norma. We appreciate it, and we're going to go ahead and cut off, but if you'll write your question down, Senator Sykes, then there might be another opportunity to insert your question. And I'm sure as we all spend more time on this, there will be more questions. So thank you very much for a very thorough report. Okay, next up we have Craig Neuenswander. He's the Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal Administrative Services for the Kansas Department of Education. And we appreciate you coming here and talking to us a little bit about your interpretation of the Kansas state standards and how we're doing with achievement. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. We're going to tag team this just a little bit. I'm Craig Neuenswander. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Fiscal and Administrative Services. So I'm going to discuss finances a little bit, and then I'll turn it over to Brad Neuenswander, who's the Deputy Commissioner for Learning and Instruction Services, and let him discuss student performance a bit with you. You should have a simple little one-page document. I feel like a slacker following Norma after that, but tried to condense things down a little bit. In terms of student achievement, the operating funds that school districts can use that impact that most is the general fund and the local option budget, or supplemental general fund. So I focused on those two funds and changes since the state moved out of the block grant in 16-17. So you have some language on the front of the page, and the second page has that chart. And I would highlight that the dollar amounts you see there are budget amounts, not state aid. So it's the full budget in general fund and LOB with all funding sources included. So just a few comments on the chart. You see the base in the second column. The base is the foundation for all the funding in the general fund and the LOB. All the weightings are attributed as a percentage of the base. So as the base changes, so do the funding amounts for the weightings. You'll see coming out of the block grant, the base was at 4,006, and we've moved to 4,706 this year. The fact that the Gannon decision is to be implemented for one more year next year. I'll point out that the base is scheduled to be $4,846 next year. And then the following year, we move to the 3-year consumer price index that was mentioned earlier. A question was asked earlier about changes since 2009. I can't tell you the dollar amounts, but I can tell you the base that year was $4,400 by the time the year ended. We started that year as $4,433, and so you'll note, well, let me back up. We started at $4,433 and changed to $4,400 because that's when the recession was hitting nationally, and revenues just did not support that funding. So the base had to be reduced that year from $4,433 that it had been scheduled to be, and you'll see we didn't get back to that number until 2019-20 when the base was $4,436. A few other items. So since moving out of the block grant, you can see the increases in budget in the right-hand columns. School districts have used that to a large extent, certainly not entirely, to add back staff that had been reduced earlier. Since 2016-17, school districts have added just short of 1,200 teachers, 1,171, and 392 counselors and social workers to increase staff. And somebody's going to ask, so I'll tell you they've added 112 administrators as well during that time. Stop there on the chart and provide a little more information other than to mention I put special education in. That's state aid, and that is a state aid number in that column. That's a function of the general fund. Money goes into the general fund first and then is transferred to special education. And you can see that it has been increasing every year. The issue with special education is that costs are increasing faster. And so as a result, the state's not been able to hit the 92% of excess costs that's in statute. This year, they'd be about $105 million short, according to consensus revenue estimates, being at 92%. The issue with that for school districts is special education services are required by federal and state statutes. So the school district can't say, well, we'll reduce that program this year, or we won't fund that program. They have to fund the program. That means that $105 million comes out of the general fund or the supplemental general fund. So when you see increases to the general fund and the LOB over the years, you need to bear in mind that some of those increases are going to offset special education shortfalls either from the federal or the state level. And then finally, somebody mentioned earlier, ESSER funds. School districts are receiving federal ESSER funds through September of 2024. So they have several years to implement the money. They are drawing down ESSER 2 funds now. ESSER 1 funds have been drawn down early in the pandemic. You'll hear more about those later, but just a couple of numbers that may be of interest. In ESSER 2, so far, school districts have targeted $84.9 million towards learning loss and $33 million towards summer and supplemental learning programs. And since it's ESSER 2, they will be spending those funds from now until September of 23. So 2 more years yet to spread out those expenditures that they're drawing down. And they're beginning to apply for ESSER 3 funds, which they have until September of 24 to spend. And Madam Chair, I would let Brad discuss student performance, or I would answer questions, whatever you would deem appropriate.
We'll do questions with you both right after, if that sounds good. Thank you very much, Craig. And now Brad Neuenswander.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's okay if you switch up the Neuenswander, Neinswander thing. Everyone else does, so.
I have a real hard time with that. Do you spell it the same? I thought you did.
We are related, so yes, it's spelled the same.
So why do you pronounce yours Neuenswander and you pronounce it Neuenswander?
That's a battle, a generation ahead of us, so.
Craig has always been so polite. You really haven't corrected me all these years. So, but I'm glad you brought that up because I noticed that.
He's Neinswander, I'm Neuenswander, and it's our
and it's a difficult name on top of that.
generation that messed that up, so.
Okay.
I have to add, we don't always admit in public we're related, so you got that right.
Yes. So again, as Craig said, we've sent some testimony, and I just want to follow off some of the comments that a lot was asked, because I think it goes back a lot further than just 2015. So if you go back, you know, this is my 15th year at the State Department, so I got to live this when the Great Recession hit. And budgets were cut. It was school districts, general fund, and LOB that at that time had been cut. Now, millions have been added back to it, but we talked about, you know, the grocery account. You know, if you cut my grocery account in 2009, and then 10 years later, I'm still with the same grocery account, which is the general fund budget. The money was going into capers, bond, and interest, but what school districts had to spend. So we, for a decade, performance went up. It was 2 years after the recession, proficiency started to level out and we first saw gaps. And since 2010, we've been on a decline since then. And it doesn't matter if you use the old assessment or the new assessment, whatever you determine proficiency, we've been going down since 2010. As soon as Craig mentioned, in 2017, the legislature started putting that money back into instruction. Schools started hiring staff back. Started before school, after school, counselors, social workers, all of that. In 2019, we finally saw a leveling. And as Representative Williams, you brought up, for the first time, we started seeing subgroups, free lunch and African American students actually starting to go back up. When you look go back as many years as you want, and continuing today, our paid white students are actually the ones that are still going down just a little bit. It's the subgroups where they've really been trying to invest. And then 2019, we were leveling out. 2020, the pandemic hits. 21, we don't even, you can look at anything, they'll say, don't even compare it. We had 15,000 fewer students in 21. We had 12,000 additional students that were still remote, so they couldn't take I mean, you had kids in and out. You had teachers in and out quarantining. Nationally, graduation rates, our chronic absenteeism went from 13% to 17%. That's the percent of kids missing 10% or more of the year. Our truancy doubled, so it's just what went on, and ACT will even tell you in 50 years it was the largest disturbance to academic performance. So what we're looking at is how we invest our new funds, especially our ESSER funds, where we have obligated close to $70 million in early literacy, math literacy, assessment literacy, partnering with Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCAs, 4-H's, and that has all happened in less than 10 months. When we first found out ESSER 2 was available about a year ago, ESSER 3 last spring. So our focus right now is how to turn that ship around. While we were starting to see a leveling and in subgroups starting to come up, 21 was unlike no assessment. Even other states are looking at the same thing. I do want to mention, because it was brought up, I want to remind the committee, ACT was staying level, if not going up a little bit, until this legislature funded for all kids to take it. And the class of 2020 was the first cohort. We went from 72% to 82%, so we knew the composite was going to drop, because we had another 10% more of kids taking it, and it's typically not your top 10%. We won't level out until we get to about 95%. Last year, we kind of stayed about the same percent, but as ACT even showed nationwide, it was the largest hit to academic performance in 50 years of ACT. But the biggest result of ours is we have more kids, and that was the goal of the legislature, is to fund more kids. So with that, graduation rates continue to go up. We did see for the first time in 5 years, it dropped maybe 0.2%. But with that, I think Craig and I could stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Brad. So Brad and Craig, are there questions from the committee? And just please state which one you would like to direct your question. Representative Nguyen.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So you've mentioned, well, we have documentation for the amount of money that we're spending, so no one can deny, as well as the federal dollars. But what part of those funds can't you correlate to the assessment? Yet those families, whether they're free and reduced lunch, self-pay, those funds still impact those students. What type of, you can't use funds as you choose, although people think you do, but you can't use funds as you choose. I don't care who answers. You're closer to the mic.
Just about everything, whether it's at-risk, vocational, special ed, flows through the general fund and then gets transferred because it's based off weightings.
But you can really see the correlation between certain funds that you do with reading to your assessment tests. But there are still millions of other dollars that you have there that you know are also impactful.
Your general and your supplemental general are the two funds that drive student success. I mean, yes, you need to have safe facilities, so you need capital outlay. You need every now and then to do a bond issue for other, but to drive instruction, it's the general and the LOB because that's where your teachers, your paras, your instructional supplies, all of that is within those two. And I hope that's answering your question, or maybe I'm missing it.
Where do you put full-day kindergarten? Where do you put those kind of programs that you know impact student learning, but they're not reflected in the student assessment scores? Those are type of funds that you're using specifically, but they're not reflected in the third grade ELA scores.
Right, but they all go through the general fund, and it's from early childhood all the way through the social emotional, the individual plans of study, all of those that you're not going to see unless you have 4-year-old at risk, you have something targeted, but school districts are going to spend out of their general fund to supplement all of those programs.
Thank you. You want to add? You're welcome to, please. Get in on the game.
I just have to make one comment, or our director of early childhood will shoot us when we get back. Full-day kindergarten doesn't directly impact the year you implement it, your assessment scores, but it certainly does by the time those students get to third grade. So there's not much that school districts do with their general fund or supplemental general fund that's not going to impact state assessments or achievement scores or performance in some other level. You could make an argument about career and tech ed because a lot of those students are in 11th and 12th grade, so they're not taking a state assessment anymore. But certainly that's impacting their post-secondary success, graduation rates, even ACT scores.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. All right, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was wondering, this would be for Craig probably, special education. Is the gifted program part of the special education, and what kind of costs are in that?
In Kansas, the answer is yes. A student must have an individual education plan to be part of the gifted program. And I don't know that cost, but I can certainly get it for you.
Okay.
And I say in Kansas, not every state treats it that way, but in Kansas, it is a part of the special education program.
So when you look at a child, he has a base cost. If you're in a special program, that's kind of an added cost that goes with that.
Yes, special education is a little different from the other weighting factors. So for instance, an at-risk student, you add a weighting of 0.486 and so forth. Special education is funded based on the number of teachers, paras, and the transportation costs. So it's not actually funded based on the students, number of students, it's funded based on the services that are provided.
Okay, so you're saying a student that's decided they're in the gifted program, they go from one to another?
They still receive the base funding like any other student would, and then there's funding provided for the teacher that's providing that gifted program service.
Yeah, okay.
Senator Sykes and then Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for Craig or Brad. Thank you. And Craig, thank you for that comment on early childhood. It's a passion of mine, and when the Federal Reserve is doing studies on what early childhood investment pays off. So thank you. So I
Strictly
digress.
self-preservation on my part.
So I digress. My question is, how do Kansas assessments compare in rigor to other states? And kind of my question that I didn't get asked, the performance levels, you know, on ours, the 1, 2, 3, and 4, is there, I always want more data, but I see this big group of in 2, but I want to know kind of, are we moving in those spirits? Because it's my understanding that even on our state assessments, a level 2, a high achiever, is hitting that ACT college readiness. But can you speak to Kansas assessments and how they compare to other states?
Yes, and I think this goes back maybe to some questions earlier. So the performance levels are required by Elementary and Secondary Education Act. And they give you options, but you have to have at least 3, so Kansas chose 4. We used to have 5, but it was easier, we went with 4. And then each level, we bring teachers in, and they go through the tests, and they actually look at if a student, where would a child have to perform at for us to say they're on track or doing the type of work that would prepare them for rigorous college level. And that's hard at 3rd, 4th grade. But they back it down, move it back up, back it down. So we bring teachers in at every grade level. We bring in college professors, we bring in parents, business, and we go through that process back and forth. The difference between the old No Child Left Behind, which what was the minimum a child needed to know at 4th grade, the question then was, what is the highest that you feel confident that they need to know in order to be successful in college algebra, in college, you know, English language arts? When we set that, our teachers, not knowing, because every state was doing it at the same time, we set those and we knew we were basically raising opening height and high jump from 5'5" to 5'11". So even though kids could still jump 5'6", 5'7", they weren't meeting the new height because we went from the minimum at a grade level to a maximum to be ready. Think about, you know, high jump. You might be a good high jumper in high school, but you may not get a scholarship because it's such a higher bar. NAEP, Institute for Educational Sciences, and a couple of, they got together and they looked at, after a few years, where did states set theirs relative to where NAEP sets theirs. In Kansas, in math and English language arts, they compared it to the 8th grade in NAEP. We even set it higher, our level 3, higher than where NAEP sets their proficiency. So we reached out and said, had we set it where Florida set theirs and Missouri as a neighbor, we'd have gone from 25% to 57% in Florida or 62% in Missouri. It's just It's wherever you set that bar. And Missouri's at like 47%. But that's just where Kansas teachers set it. And that's what so when you look at such a small percent, now the state board has talked, do we readjust it? Well, what we chose to do is we then took kids that at the 8th grade and 10th grade that took the state assessment, those same kids when they took the ACT as a junior, how did they score? This goes back to the English language arts. Students scoring, for example, in English language arts at a mid-level 2 were hitting the college ready mark the next year when they took the ACT. So on the student reports, we didn't lower the 3 down. We just now make sure on the student level reports, the parents know that while on the assessment, we say you're here, but other students like you in Kansas, students that scored there, next year hit the college. So don't base it all off one test. But that's kind of how we set, and our teachers set it pretty high.
Thank you. It's not surprising that we would set high standards in Kansas, but thank you for clarifying.
And they didn't want to lower it either.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, 9 and noon Swanders, for being here. I'll try to remember that. This is for Brad, just a couple of, I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. And did you say that the gap is closing on subgroups?
If you look at English language arts, math, it's a subtle, I mean, it was getting wider from 2010 to probably 2000, I'm just going off top of my head, 15. But in 17, 18, 19, we're seeing, especially our African American and our free, starting to come up a little. So when you talk about the gap, you typically say white versus other or paid versus other. And yes, we are starting to see, just for the first time, even though it might be a couple tenths. Now, 21, everything fell off. I mean, everything, public, private, everybody saw the same with data going haywire. But up to 2019, we finally started seeing in math, English language arts with our subgroups leveling out and actually coming up 1% or 2%.
So I'm looking at the data that Norma gave us, and I'm just taking, for example, Wichita 259, and I'm looking at their African American scores in ELA over that cohort group on page 7, and they went from 17.4% in the top 2 levels on the state assessment. In 3rd grade to 7th grade, they were 4.4%. For all students, it was 32.6% in 3rd grade to 14.4%. And you're right, the gap is narrowing from 15 points at 3rd grade to 10 points in 7th grade, but it's not because we're helping those groups come up, it's everybody's going lower. So that's just one example in 259. So I don't have the state data. My question to you is that the reason for the narrowing of the gap overall?
So you will see gaps widening in some districts and gaps narrowing. What I'm sharing with you is statewide, all students. Now, I'd be happy to get you grade level, more specific, but, you know, we saw this year quite a few, even in 21, close to 100 of our school districts saw an increase in student performance academically. So it wasn't every district. While some still saw widening, and statewide we saw a huge drop in 21. But going up to 2019 statewide, we started to see finally some subgroups turning and coming up. Overall, it was going leveling out but we had subgroups coming up at a faster rate than all students. Even though it may have just been a percent or two, it's the first time we've seen that since 2010.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, very quickly, just to clarify on the ACT, I think we all know when we have more students taking the ACT and we know the impact of the pandemic, and I only go back to 2015 on the charts that Norma gave us, but since 2015, every year our ACT has gone down small, but gone down every year since then. So it's not necessarily pandemic or more students taking the test. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate. And that's why I said I'd even go back earlier to 2015. Anything academic, ACT, NAEP, state assessments, has been going down or has been affected until, as Craig or as we talked about, once we started putting money back into the grocery account, we could start eating healthier and start hiring more teachers because we couldn't do that out of the other funds that were getting the significant increases. But yes, I would say that would be, there was a time we were in the top 10% in every indicator in NAEP. And then over the last decade, we've dropped to the late teens, early 20s.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're going to take one more question, and then I'll end with, yes, Representative Hoy, I have you. We're going to take Representative Hoy's question, and then I'll end with my questions for Mr. Nieuwenswander and Mr. Nieuwenswander. So, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2017, Kansas lost more Title I funding than any other state. And that impact for the school district I represent, Shawnee Mission School District, was about $1 million. So we did 5 of our 13 title schools were not able to remain title schools. And those resources go to help students with special needs, special education, English poverty, English language learners. And now, this year, one of those schools has gotten Title I funding again, and it was reinstated. We have a higher number of McKinney-Vento students experiencing homelessness, and those challenges have increased over the pandemic. So I'm wondering, statewide, as student enrollment increases, is this a trend where we're seeing a greater number of students with greater needs, poverty, special education, and if so, is this a challenge, and how have funding impacts there made that a challenge?
Thank you, Representative. And we'll touch on this a little more in the next section with at-risk. The number of students that qualify for at-risk funding because they qualify for free meals has been declining recently. So we're not seeing it there in terms of funding. And Title I is based in part on, it's a federal formula, but it's based in part, a large part, on poverty. So when those numbers reduce, Title I funds reduce as well. The number of students who are actually at risk and eligible to receive at-risk students that we'll talk about in a little bit, or at-risk services, I'm sorry, is increasing. But those that are generating the funding is not. That's maybe as clear as mud. And if I might add, Madam Chair, since we live in a technological age, I can tell you the gifted FTE is about $22.5 million out of the total special education expenditures.
All right, so I'll go ahead and wrap us up with a couple of questions, and Brad, I'll start with you. So when we're talking about the learning loss in your testimony, I'm going to follow up on Senator Erickson's comments. You have that overall increase for all students is up from 2015 to 2019 by 1.2%. And the only thing that we have in front of us today is from Norma, page 5, from the state of Kansas, grades 3 and grade 4. If I look at grade 3 and grade 4, and I look at all students, which is what you're referencing, and of course I don't have K through 12 or 3 through 10, it shows that those individuals that were achieving proficiency went from 54% in 2015 to 49% approximately in 2021. So it's showing that that proficient gap is getting less, which is a little bit different than what you're sharing. So I know that this is only a snapshot and you're looking at the entire group. So to follow up with Senator Erickson's question about are all students falling together and the gap is getting narrow, or what is the proficiency difference between these years? If you wouldn't mind kind of doing a little Norma white paper and maybe provide that to us. You could bring it tomorrow, you could send it digitally, and help us understand how you did your work to say that overall increase for all students is up from 2015 to 2019 by 1.2%. Would that be okay?
I can answer that real quickly.
Okay.
In my testimony, that section, I'm talking about post-secondary success. The percent of kids that go on to post-secondary and re-enroll 2 years out. So you can see the very start of that sentence, or that, I'm talking about the percent of kids going on after high school. I broke it down to academic, graduation, post-secondary, and that's post-secondary.
I get it now. I needed to read a lot quicker on that, and we're going to be touching base on that particular topic with how much time is spent in remedial classes in post-secondary, so we'll hit that later. But, and we can actually do the other part, which is looking at the achievement gaps and see how we're doing. But that is something that we would love to have a KSDE report back to us and give us like an annual briefing on that. Craig, my next question is for you, and then we'll wrap this section up, and then we'll go to Dave Traubert. But my question is, you said that in your testimony that $84 million of COVID money or ESSER money or CARES money, what combination of those monies was used for learning loss, which was 10%, and you said $33 million for summer school programs. So approximately how many school districts took advantage of or decided to use their learning loss monies for summer school programs out of 286?
I'll have to get that information for you, and I certainly can.
Okay, and we can also find from Representative Thomas whether or not that was something that was recommended for schools to try to cut that summer slide, that COVID slide. And so would love to know just a little bit more on that. Okay, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll be seeing you shortly again. And at this time, I believe in the agenda. And by the way, committee, we are definitely off track and going slow. Two parts to that. Number one, we probably are not going to be getting out at 3:10. But good news is we'll still get you out of here, you know, before dinner. So that's great. And we'll speed up as we can. But Dave Traubert, if you will go ahead and come on up from the Kansas Policy Institute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. We appreciate this opportunity to testify and share information with you. And I have to say, we also appreciate your focus on achievement. Discussions of education shouldn't be based mostly on power and authority and money. It should be on whether our achievement levels are acceptable, or if not, whether they soon will be. Many people in Kansas, especially parents, believe that achievement levels are unacceptably low. And I dare say that won't change until we have the courage, all of us, to be honest about where we are in student achievement. If you look at my testimony, which is a series of PowerPoint slides, if you look at slide number 2, this is showing you, this is for all students tested in all grades, so 3 through 8 plus 10. What you're seeing is you can't really blame all of this decline on COVID. You're seeing a general trend down in the percentage of students who are below grade level. For example, and I started with 2016 because, as Norma said, 2015 is not on the state site any longer. But from 2016, we had 27% of students below grade level in math. Now it's 34. It was 28% before the COVID. On track for college and career has fallen from 34% to 28%. You see similar slides over time on English language arts. And I would mention, while this is for all students statewide, in your packets you also have a handout for your individual districts. Slide 3 is the same information, but just looking at high school. And this is really important because what we see is that high school, when kids get to the 12th grade or 10th grade or 11th grade in science, their achievement is much lower than it was earlier. There is a progressive slide downward. We'll get to that in a second. But look at, for example, we have high school in math. We now have 47% below grade level in math, 35% below grade level in ELA. Even before COVID, we had more high school students in Kansas below grade level than were on track for college and career. And yet we have an 88% graduation rate. I was talking with a group of folks at an Overland Park Chamber of Commerce meeting not too long ago about these data points. And I said, based on this data, we know that right there in Johnson County and all across Kansas, we're giving high school diplomas to kids with school boards knowing that a lot of those kids are below grade level. And sitting right across from me were the superintendents of Shawnee Mission and Olathe. And you know what they said in reaction to that? Not a word. Not a word. These graduation rates aren't very meaningful when we have more kids below grade level and on track for college and career. Next, I want to point out something to you, and it's not in your packet because I just got this information yesterday. I will send a supplemental to you, but we're looking at the college readiness on ACT, and it did decline in Kansas, but it didn't decline in some states from 2020, which is really interesting. Nebraska went up, North Dakota went up, Montana went up. There are states that did better in 21 than they did in 2020. Now, if we'll go to slide 4, I want to walk you through the information in English language arts on the right-hand side. And this indicates what I mentioned earlier, that achievement declines. And again, so we start in the 5th grade. In 2016, the kids in 5th grade, 23% were below grade level. And then when they were in the 6th grade, next year it was 33% below grade level. Then 35% in 2018. Then 30%, and now 35%. Those kids are in 10th grade in 2021. A third of them are below grade level when only a quarter were below when they were in the 5th grade. On track for college and career, 45%, 39, 34, 26, 27. This is really common. Pre-COVID, post-COVID, we see, and frankly, we see this across the nation. This isn't a Kansas phenomenon. A lot of education experts think this indicates that students aren't getting the basics in the early years. You know, it's like in the 3rd grade, you transition from reading how to learn to learning to read. And if you aren't getting those basics, you just aren't going to be able to keep up as that information, the academics get progressively more challenging. On slide 5, I want to emphasize that this is not an urban phenomenon. Obviously, we have some pretty low numbers in Wichita and Kansas City, for example, but in Blue Valley, which is like they like to pretend that they are like one of the best in the state, if not the nation, a quarter of their high school kids are below grade level in math, and less than half are on track for college and career. Shawnee Mission, 41% below grade level in math, 29% on track for college and career. Andover is another one that is considered a high performer. They have a quarter below grade level in math. And Augusta, 40% below grade level. Many districts have more high school students below grade level than on track for college and career. It's not just in the urban areas. It is pretty widespread across the state. Now, if we go on to slide 6, it was mentioned earlier that the Gannon Court referenced that having a quarter of students below grade level in 2016 somehow indicated to them that schools didn't have enough money. Now we have a third of students below grade level. And there's been some significant funding increases in the meanwhile. A third of students, this, by the way, is all students and all grades tested. On slide 7, there was some discussion earlier about the different levels and what they mean. We had unfortunately found a few school board members around the state that were trying to say that kids scoring in level 2 were on track for college and career. And as you heard this morning, that's not true. But just in case you do, there's a slide here. This is what was presented to you on the left-hand side, the performance levels in 2015. The Department of Education presented that. It very clearly says level 2 is not on track for college and career, and level 1 is below grade level. There's some other indications on slide 8 that reinforce this. The academic preparedness awards that the Department of Education gave to school districts was based only on level 3 and 4. The U.S. Department of Education is told that only level 3 and 4 are proficient. There's some other information on here. I'm not going to read this all off onto you, but there is no question that students in level 2 are considered not on track for college and career. We've also had some questioning about, you notice the label we have on level 2 is at grade level, but still needing some remedial training. And that goes back to, again, a KSDE definition that's on slide 9 that says a successful high school graduate has academic preparation without the need for remediation. So again, we have to be honest about where we are. On slide 10, and now I want to switch over to comparing achievement with spending. On slide 10, you're comparing the spending per pupil with inflation and the percentage of kids who are considered on track for college and career, the Kansas graduates who took the ACT test. And I want to remind you that that's a relatively low bar. ACT says college readiness, a student has a 75% chance of getting a C on an entry-level course or a 50% chance of getting a B. And what you see is that our percentage of college and career readiness is down to 21%. And it's been on a steady decline. Now, some of that, as you were told earlier, certainly has to do with more kids taking the test. But still, whether it was the highest it was a third. And it becomes a question, is it acceptable that only a third of students in Kansas are on track for college and career? I did have the ability to jot down a few numbers. There were some questions about spending drop-offs in 2010. On a per pupil basis, that was 2.6%. It did go down. It was not a horrendous decline as media has portrayed that. Another question on how the money gets allocated, the dollars have increased that go to instruction, but the percentage of total spend that goes to instruction has gone down also. It's barely half. On slide 11, same kind of data, but comparing the NAEP scores for reading proficiency against spending. And you see that we're spending now about $5,000 or more above long-term inflation, but reading proficiency has fallen from 33%, averaging 4th and 8th grade, to 32% over time. The NAEP standards are the NAEP standards. These are the national standards. We have a third of our kids reading proficiently. Another thing on comparing spending and achievement, on slide 12, we did some comparisons of 50 state comparisons, and we adjusted spending for cost of living because obviously a dollar that we spend in Kansas is going to buy more than a dollar we spend in New York City. So adjusted for cost of living, using a national standard, Kansas had the 13th highest per pupil spending. This is census data in 2019. That's the most recent available. Our state aid per student adjusted for cost of living was the 6th highest in the nation. But our NAEP composite score of reading and math comparing low-income and not low-income kids was the 27th best. And so when you do a bang for the buck, the productivity, we came in 38th in the nation. And there's a handout also in your packet that provides more information on that. Slide 13, there are 8 states here that that got the same NAEP composite score, exact same, in 2019. But there's an $8,000 per student difference. North Carolina spent a little over $11,000. Kansas was in there, cost of living adjusted at 16.7, and Illinois spent $19,000, and yet they all got the same result. You know, money has never, ever been proven to have caused achievement to increase. There are countless examples like the ones I've shown you that shows that it just doesn't, it's how the money is spent can make a difference certainly, but just spending more doesn't improve. Fortunately, there is an example of Florida that while Kansas has been going backward, on slide 14 you see that Florida went from about the worst in the nation to one of the best in the nation. Their low-income kids, 4th graders, went from 12% proficient to 28% proficient. At the same time in Kansas, we went backwards from 22 to 20%. The 4th grade low-income kids in Florida are the best in the nation now. And they didn't do it with money. They spent about $5,000 per student less than we do here in Kansas. And finally, I'll close with this. We sent a film crew to Florida to document how they did it, because I know this committee is laser focused on improving achievement. It's about 35 minutes. I'll send you a link to it so you can watch it online. It explains from the perspective of superintendents and principals and parents how they did it. And I'll close with this comment. There's been a lot of good questions and back and forth this morning on what we're achieving and whether we're achieving enough and if it's getting better. Here's a question that you might ask education officials in your districts. I've done this with state school board members and I've done this with local school board members. How many years is it going to take you to get these kids to grade level? I've never had anyone be willing to answer that question. And that's really what it comes down to. How long do we leave students, a quarter, a third below grade level? How long do we let them flounder? How many more generations of students need to get left behind? The numbers when you look at low income or you look at students of color are horrendously worse. How many years will it take? See if you can get someone to answer that question. I'll be happy to stand for questions myself now.
Thank you, Dave. Questions? Yes, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just actually a comment, and then I actually have a question for Brad in response to something you said. But on your slide number 9, it says a successful high school graduate has the academic preparation, and I would think these would be numbered. 1, to be successful in post-secondary education. 2, or an attainment of an industry-recognized certification. Or 3, in the workforce without the need for remediation. I think those are 3 separate things that, depending on which track you choose, and you have the liberty to choose in high school, answers those questions. But my question for Brad is...
If I could answer that, though, please?
Absolutely.
I would say absolutely that without the need for remediation applies to all 3. Whether you go to college, whether you do a certification, or whether you go directly into the workforce, you should be prepared without the need for remediation.
And I will respectfully disagree because we have choices, and you can take a plan for college preparedness in school. My children have done that, and my son, who's a freshman in college, started his career with over 30 credit hours because of the classes that he took preparing for.
Okay, but now, and this is where we have to be honest about what we're doing. If your position is, and there's no right or wrong on this, but if you're saying without the need for remediation doesn't apply to all three, then which one or two are we not requiring kids to go without remediation? Are we saying, for example, it's okay if you go into the workforce needing remediation? It's okay if you go to get an industry certification without remediation? It applies to all three. And if it doesn't, then we have to be honest and say, well, they don't really need to prepared to do this.
And that's open to interpretation. I'm
Yes.
just saying, we have choices in what you take in school, and you can take a very rigorous high school achievement, and you can be well prepared for college, but you can also choose to take the minimum, and that does not, in statute, say that you are career or college ready. There is a different line for statute.
college
And
and
my
career.
question for Brad is, on our state assessments, it is my understanding that those do not look at your grade level achievement. Is that correct?
Brad, if it's a yes or no, you can just shake your head, or if
I guess-
if it's a more thorough question, then I'll let you take that offline and ask him at break.
Yeah, it's my understanding that grade level is not what our Kansas assessments test, but that is correct. Thank you.
If I could, again, comment on that, because as you said, there are multiple perspectives. The court used grade level on the state assessment as a proxy for the Rose standards. That's where they arrived at a quarter of students were below grade level, a quarter of students not achieving the Rose capacities. So we can go back and forth on the nuances of what something means or not. What we cannot get away from is that achievement is going down. And then we have to say, is it acceptable? Will it soon be acceptable? And if it's not, what are we going to do different? And not tinker, but what are we going to do substantially different to change that?
All right, great job. We're going to go ahead and high speed ahead. Representative, I'm going to ask you to hold your question and write it down and provide that to Mr. Traubert or to myself or Norma, and we will share that question and then get you back an answer that you need. We're going to move on to understanding the needs of at-risk students and committee. Yes, I realize it's lunchtime, so Deborah is checking on our lunch, but we're going to go ahead and move ahead while she's checking on the lunch. Lunch is here? Okay. And who is that? Senate Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair. Dan Murray with Devine, Donnelly, and Murray provided the lunch today. He serves as lobbyist for our 19 community colleges, KACCT.
Okay, so with that in mind, committee, I'd like us to go ahead and at least understand the needs of at-risk students. Let's hear from Nick and Norma. Then we'll pause, grab our lunch, and come back to get Craig, unless we go very fast, and in that case, we'll do Craig as well. Understanding the needs of at-risk students. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee, another memo from the revisor's office on, and what this is going to cover is, it's just an overview of the recently enacted legislation regarding both at-risk education funding and then requirements for school districts with regard to at-risk education fund expenditures. So first we'll start out with at-risk education funding. The school finance formula, the KESA, the Kansas School Equity and Enhancement Act, it provides, as you all know, additional state funding for school districts to provide students who are at risk of academic failure with additional educational opportunities, interventions, and services. So at-risk funding for those students is calculated based upon a proxy, and this is based upon the number of students who are enrolled in the district who are eligible for free lunches under the National School Lunch Program. The state provides this additional at-risk funding through two formula weightings, the at-risk student weighting and also the high-density at-risk student weighting. Again, at-risk funding is not determinative of the students who are receiving at-risk education services. In House Bill 2021, HB 2134, and now current law, the legislature provided that the purpose of the at-risk education weighting and the high-density at-risk education weighting is to provide those students who are identified as eligible for services with evidence-based instructional services in addition to their regular instructional services. Briefly, the at-risk student weighting, as was mentioned previously, provides an additional 0.484 formula weighting for each full-time student who is eligible for free lunches. So enrollment multiplied by the base state aid multiplied by that formula weighting would provide your at-risk funding. In 2017, Senate Bill 19, the legislature, so in 2017, the legislature increased the at-risk student weighting essentially from 0.456 to this current weighted amount. The high-density at-risk student weighting, again, is based on that free lunch count of districts, but it's also, this weighting is based upon whether a school district has a higher percentage of free lunch eligible students within the district or within individual buildings of the district. So to simplify this weighting, if a district or an individual school building of a district has 35% or more of the students enrolled in that district or building, that district will receive high-density at-risk weighting. And again, in 2017, the legislature allowed this high-density at-risk weighting to be calculated based upon the individual school building level and not just at the district level. The high-density weighting generally increases for districts that have at-risk percentages between 35 to 50%, and then it caps out for those districts at 50% or more students who are eligible for free lunches at a weighting factor of 0.105. And just to note, since the passage of the current school finance formula, the KESA, in 2017, Senate Bill 19, the legislature has provided for a statutory expiration date for the high-density at-risk student weighting, and the legislature has extended this expiration date multiple times, and then last year, and now current law, the legislature has extended such weighting through July 1 of 2024. So that is when the high-density at-risk weighting is currently set to expire under the formula. Now, that was the funding piece. The second piece to at-risk, the provision of at-risk services is identification of students who are eligible for at-risk services. So the bill last year and now current law provides that the purpose of at-risk educational programs in school districts is to provide students who are identified as eligible to receive at-risk programs and services with those additional educational opportunities, interventions, and instructional services that are above and beyond regular educational services. Students under current law are identified as eligible for at-risk programs and services based on academic needs criteria. Again, free lunch eligibility has no bearing upon that identification. Under the bill last year, a student is deemed eligible for at-risk programs and services if, and you can read on page 3 of the memo, those 11 criteria. What the legislature did last year in House Bill 2134 is it codified the criteria that the state board used for at-risk identification of students, and it also added the 11th criteria to include students who are identified as a student with dyslexia or having characteristics of dyslexia within that criteria and now eligible for at-risk program services. So to track and account for district expenditures of at-risk educational programs and services, state law established an at-risk education fund in each school district, and all expenses that are attributable to the provision of at-risk student assistance programs have to be paid from that fund. School districts are required to transfer certain monies into the at-risk education fund. And last year's bill and now current law, the legislature required school districts to transfer all monies that are generated by those two weightings, the at-risk student weighting and the high-density at-risk student weighting, to the at-risk fund of the district. Pursuant to an amendment in 2018, another transfer has to occur to that at-risk education fund. School districts have to transfer a proportional amount of the local option budget that is raised due to that district's at-risk weighting to the district's at-risk education fund. School districts can only expend funds from their at-risk education funds in accordance with what the law says. So upon the passage of the KISA, and the legislature's been kind of working on this for the past 4 years or more, upon the passage of the KISA in 2017, and then through additional revisions made in 2019, and then finally in 2021, House Bill 2134 last year, or last session, the legislature has required that at-risk education funds may only be used for at-risk and provisional at-risk programs, the personnel providing educational services in conjunction with those programs, supports to provide training to those personnel, and then contracted services that provide at-risk and provisional at-risk programs. And the law says that expenditures from the at-risk education fund can only be used for programs and services that are approved by the state board as program or service that provides an evidence-based best practice for providing at-risk educational services and instruction of those students. And the state law requires the state board to provide a list of those approved at-risk educational programs that school districts may use through their at-risk expenditures and publish that list on the website. Generally, school districts are prohibited from making expenditures on programs and services that are not on that list, though last session's bill, House Bill 2134, authorizes school districts to expend their at-risk education funds on programs that are deemed provisional at-risk programs. So it provides some leeway for districts to be a little innovative here and go off the list for programs that are evidence-based programs or services that are producing or likely to produce measurable success with their at-risk students. If a school district does make these expenditures on a provisional program, the school district can only fund that program for 3 years and must also submit that program to the State Board of Education for review. And then if the State Board of Education finds that the program provides an evidence-based best practice, the State Board would then be required to place that program onto their list, and then the school district would be able to continue using that program along with any other districts. The bill last year additionally provided that any school districts that receive the high-density at-risk weighting have to expend that amount of monies that are attributable to that weighting on the at-risk best practices that are developed by the state board on that list. And if they don't, the school districts are required to repay that amount to the district's at-risk education fund. So put it back into the at-risk education fund and then expend the money in accordance with the law. The state board is required to notify the education committees of the legislature of any school districts that are forced to repay into their at-risk education fund under that provision. The bill also contemplated that the delivery of at-risk programs and services may generally include, but is not limited to, things like an extended school year, before school programs, after school programs, summer school, extra supports within a class, tutors, and then class within a class. Then kind of two final items. School districts are required to submit annual reports to the State Board of Education on the at-risk programs that are provided by the school district. And the report must include the number of students who are identified as eligible for those programs, the types of programs and services provided to such students, and the data and research upon which the school district used to determine what programs and services were needed. And those came through in the last 4 years through state law revisions. The bill in last session, 2134, also requires districts to track and report the longitudinal performance of students who are continuously receiving at-risk programs and services in the district, and then report on that performance and include any and all data regarding those students, including assessment scores, graduation rates, progress monitoring, and other test results. And then finally, one final change that recently occurred last year is the Legislative Post-Audit Committee is directed and has been directed to direct the Division of Legislative Post-Audit to conduct a performance audit of the at-risk education expenditures in 2023. This audit would be submitted to the Legislature before the session of 2024. And what the purpose of the audit is to evaluate how school districts are expending their at-risk education monies and whether those expenditures comply with the law, and then also whether the state board and KSDE are acting in accordance with the law as it relates to at-risk education expenditures and programs. And that's a quick overview of some recent legislative changes regarding at-risk funding and expenditures, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Right, because of time, we'll take a maximum of 2 questions. If you do not get your questions answered, then you can write those down, and please let me know or Nick. Representative Nguyen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I may, if you agree, can I have a 2-part question?
Oh, of course.
Okay, good. All right, so here's the first part. I've been here over 20 years, and to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've had about 4 cost studies, starting with Augenblick and Myers and maybe an LPA audit. How has, in view of those studies, how has at-risk weightings changed in relationship to them recommending funding? Part 1.
So those cost studies are very extensive, and I don't want to speak upon the cost studies. I think what there were...
I didn't ask you how much they cost. I asked you what was their recommendation about at-risk weighting. Did they recommend it to, did Augenblick and Myers say it was at one point and somebody else said it was at another point? That's why I want to know how did it change?
I'd have to look and get you the Dr. Taylor. The most recent one was the one conducted by Dr. Taylor in the West Ed cost study, and then we had those couple of cost studies, Augenblick and Meyer A&M and LPA studies back in 2005-ish, and I'd have to look at that. I believe Norma will speak after me on a chart of increases that have been made to the at-risk weighting, and you'll be able to see that through from 92-ish. Of the SDF QPA. So you'll be able to see what increases the legislature has made to the weighting. But I'd have to look at those cost studies to see what their discussion was on at-risk funding and get back to you.
I appreciate that. So the second part of the question may not even be for Nick, it may be for Norma in the future. And Norma, you can make note of this if it does apply to your data. The correlation between the at-risk weighting and the base aid per student amount. So that may be, we may find that out when we look at the data that she presents. But that's the 2 questions. But thank you for your honesty.
All right, if there are no further questions for Nick, we'll move on to Norma. And then we'll go ahead and move on to Brad, and then we'll take a 15-minute lunch break. And you can grab your lunch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Norma Volkmer, you should have a salmon-colored KLRD at the top. It should say at-risk and high-density at-risk weightings. So I will note, in that first paragraph, it kind of discusses the changes from the School District Finance and Quality Performance Act, which was enacted by the 1992 legislature, which originally set the at-risk weighting at 0.05. It is currently 0.484. So I don't have the 20-year difference, but I can certainly provide the chart where it's changed over time to the committee as well. I'll do this pretty quickly. At the bottom of the chart, or at the bottom of the page, there's a chart. It has the funding from 2015 to the 2022 estimate. It includes the base aid, so you can see how that's changed, the free lunch head count, then the at-risk weighted FTE, the total at-risk funding, which I'll note does include the high-density at-risk funding, so it's not just at-risk funding. However, I have separated the high-density weighted FTE and the high-density at-risk funding. And the 2022 estimate is what's currently in the 2022 legal max, so that's a preliminary estimate. Turning the page, there's just a little bit more detail on the actual weighting, so what's in statute, the definition of at-risk students, and then, yeah, for the weighting, you take the number of at-risk students times 0.484 to get the at-risk weighting, and then the high-density at-risk weighting can be calculated a few different ways, including at the school level rather than at the school district level. So I wanted to do just a quick high-level overview of the at-risk funding. So if there are no questions, I can pause, or we can move on to Craig.
Go ahead and move. Well, hold. Representative Nguyen, did you get your question answered?
No, I would say, we know it's at 0.484 now. So where was it? And what I would imagine the study directed, or let's say provided the avenue, provided the reasoning, provided the data to increase. Because 0.484 is an increase over where we've been, correct?
In the first paragraph, it has 1992 legislature set the at-risk weighting at 0.05.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I can provide, we do have a chart already made in the school finance memo on the KLRD education page that does have the change from 1992 to now, but I can certainly provide that to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, looks like we're going to go ahead. Thank you, Norma. We're going to go ahead and move on to Brad. If there was a question that you think of, remember, just write that question down and we'll pass that along to Norma. Craig Nyanswander, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be brief. Nick and Norma briefed you on most of the information I would provide and did it very well. So I would just highlight a couple of things. Again, qualifications to spend at-risk funds on at-risk students are based on 11 criteria that are now in statute. And I might highlight a couple in addition to what you would normally see as academic, strictly academic concerns. Social emotional needs are also called out as reasons for students to perhaps be at risk. And then just this past spring, the legislature added in House Bill 2134 identification of a student who has characteristics of dyslexia. So for the students that you provide the services, you have those 11 reasons. The students that generate the funding is based on the National School Lunch Program at risk, or free lunch criteria, I'm sorry. So if you look on the second page of my testimony, there's a table that shows you the at-risk weighted FTE, again, since we left the block grant, and the at-risk expenditures in state aid. So a couple of things to note. At-risk weighted FTE has been declining, and that includes high-density at-risk numbers. The past 2 years, part of that decline, school districts will tell you, is because the federal government has chosen to provide free meals for every student. So with that being the case, you can imagine there are a number of parents that don't fill out the free lunch application and therefore don't meet the criteria for at-risk students. The other thing to note, historically, in each of the years that you see there, school districts spend more on at-risk services than they receive in state aid. And with that, I'll be quiet because I'm standing between you and lunch, and let Brad make any comments.
Now Brad's standing between.
Thank you. Questions?
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess my question would be, when we are looking at that expenditure list, would that include when districts were, let's say that we had a classroom of 30 students, or let's just take a school building, and 30% of the students were identified as being at risk, and so 30% of salaries were being paid out of the at-risk fund?
It would include that, but what we've done for the past decade, longer, I can't remember how far back, districts send us each summer what's called a local consolidated plan. And you can see in my testimony what we ask them to report to us. The number of students that they've identified, how they go about identifying them, what evidence-based practices they're using, how did they come about that, what results they're getting. So if I'm a teacher that has 30% of my kids meet the at-risk criteria, we tell them that you can't spend more than 30% of their salary out of the at-risk fund, but it's what is that teacher doing that's evidence-based, that's above and beyond what they would do for just a regular non-at-risk student. So they submit to us the types of programs, practices. So if they're doing nothing evidence-based, then you can't pay a teacher's salary just because they have at-risk kids in there. They've got to tell us what is it, and they do that once a year in their local consolidated plan. But that's an example. The other thing that we've done in the last 2 years is we did create the list. We now have it on there. We used to rely solely on the local consolidated plan because we reach out to them every year if we see things that are not evidence-based or we don't believe is appropriate, like just paying for someone's salary because they have percentage, then we call them and we make sure that they change that. But we've done that for several years. But we do now have a list I think we created 2 years ago.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look on your second page. So we see a pretty big increase in at-risk expenditures between 2021 and 21-22. I would assume that a large percentage of that is because of all the federal funds that are coming in, and that you're spending more of that money for some of these at-risk programs.
That will be true, but that's not what's reflected here. This is just out of the at-risk fund, and the federal money that's coming in through ESSER is running through the federal funds. So I did not pull those dollars in here. It's strictly what runs through the general fund and the at-risk. But you will see a good deal of the federal money being spent for at-risk students as well as others.
Okay, but I would still say they're probably anticipating that in those increased expenditures, even if they're using the at-risk funding or at-risk money in their funds, they're still anticipating that they're probably going to get a sizable amount coming back from the feds to help pay a lot of that back.
Yes, they are. So in addition to the state money, they will be spending, like you said, a sizable amount of federal money on that for that purpose also.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, as I look through this information, so if I missed it, I apologize. I see that Nick did tell us that there is a requirement from 2021 that we do have to look at the impact of these dollars on student outcomes. Prior to this legislation, do we know how these dollars impacted those at-risk students? And follow-up question real quick, how do teachers know that their students are at risk as defined in this section?
So I would say predominantly, I'm not going to say 100%, but predominantly buildings, so take elementaries. They have teams that look at kids academically, behaviorally, socio-emotionally. They look at all those categories, teams of teachers, the principal, committees that look at what students need certain at-risk type services. So that's all done locally. How they identify what students receive services are done by teams locally, probably including school psychologists, counselors, but that's done at each building level. Statewide, like I shared with you, we can see statewide numbers, but school districts still on their local consolidated plans each year report to us what types of effects. Sometimes they will say it did not have any effect, so we're going to try something different. But they do report to us the types of effects locally that they're getting out of these programs with the students that they are serving. So it's not only on a local consolidated plan, but we can look more 30,000 foot view at because At the state level, we don't know individual kids receiving at-risk services. If a kid has socio-emotional behavioral needs, we don't know that at a state. That's a local thing, and they don't report to us that. We can just look at subgroup data, but they do report how those kids in aggregate are doing on their local consolidated plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's circle back on that. So, since the change in law, what changes is the Department of Education making on reporting? Because I can remember a couple years ago when we looked at, during an interim session, we looked at reporting, and even during some Senate hearings, this would be 3 years ago, we looked at reporting that school districts made as far as how funds for at-risk were being applied. And it was very vague, very broad. And I'll use the example of, I remember distinctly that it was the Wichita School District. It was just a few pages. It didn't identify by school. It didn't identify the number of students, how any of that. There was nothing other than it would be a 10,000 foot view of how that funding was being utilized. And it really wasn't tethered to funding. It was just, we have X number of students, and I'll use the example of high rate of absenteeism. And then it had a couple of different measures, not tethered to high rate of absenteeism, but just a couple of measures that were being used for at-risk kids. So I know that there's a desire. We wouldn't have incorporated this checklist of 11 different by adding the 11th. We wouldn't have incorporated that if we weren't really wanting to tether. Here's the funding going to the district. The district identifies X number of students, and these are the programs that those students are receiving, because quite frankly, some of them, we'll just use number one, is not working on academic grade level. That should not be an ongoing issue. There should be, in juvenile corrections, we talk about the quick dip. There should be intense addressing of the needs of that child to move them forward. And yet we know, we've heard it from testimony from school teachers, from school counselors, from social workers, that as the child moves from grade school to middle to high school, the likelihood that the teacher is going to know that the child is eligible, is in a category of being at risk, diminishes significantly. Significantly. Elementary, they tend to know, and there's a commonality to that. They might only have one homeroom teacher that's with them a majority of the time, and then some specials. But by the time they get to middle school, and especially high school, I can say myself, as a high school teacher, there's no way that I knew academically how that student was achieving other than in my course, my classroom. So I guess this is a long question, but so how did you change the documentation that the school districts are going to need to provide so that we have some assurances that those funds really are being tethered to needs of kids?
So I'm getting a lot of noise behind me. So
Oh, they're laughing or something. I don't know why.
well, it's just kind of hard to.
Audience, if we would keep our comments to ourselves so that we can hear. Did you get the question?
So two things. One, we continue to provide professional development to school districts. I will say a lot of that had to go online the last couple of years because we didn't have in-person, but I will say there's also an advantage to that. because we were able to reach thousands more educators online than we could in person. So there was actually a benefit to the pandemic. Secondly, our consultants continually, especially our districts that have the largest percent of at-risk students, working personally with them on the exact things, how to report better. We have seen a significant increase in just the specificity. The challenge is, at the state level, we don't collect student-level data to at-risk. We know who qualified for free lunch so we can calculate, but school districts, because of identification issues, do not report to us. They report to us the number of kids they've identified, but we don't know what kids are receiving speech language services. We don't know by the student. So there's no way for us to track that. So we have to monitor it at program level, not at student level. So when we look at performance, they report to us, we had this many students identified, this many of those students that were identified either showed gains, so they have to report to us at a program level. And we've spent a lot of time over the last 2-3 years trying to get them to do a better job of, again, it's more reporting, but that's what the legislature's asked for. So it's trying to get them to improve their reporting, but again, we don't have access to that level of data, behavioral students, so they have to report to us at program level.
Just as a follow-up, Madam Chair, I think it's important for anyone that's listening. I think it's important for the Department of Education and any of those folks that are working in our school districts to understand why this is such an important issue. It's an important issue because dyslexia hasn't been addressed. Years and years and years went by before it was addressed. The Department of Ed, the State Board of Education, none of them put dyslexia on the checklist. And yet we know that to learn, once you get past 4th and 5th grade, you have to have a strong foundation in reading. The legislature put this on the list because parents, teachers, administrators were so frustrated that it wasn't being addressed. And that's how we formed the task force. And finally, we codified this on the list as far as being children at risk. But I have to tell you, had it not been for the legislative post-audit on how funds were being spent for at-risk kids, our most vulnerable, I would say second only to our foster kids, but our at-risk kids, we learned only through legislative post-audit that in some districts, a majority of that money simply went for teacher salaries. I'm not saying we don't want to fund teacher salaries. Heck, with the funding that's been going to public education, teacher salaries should be among the highest in the nation, and they are not. But the reason we were concerned about funds being used for at-risk kids to pay teacher salaries is every kid in the public school is supposed to have a teacher. That's taken for granted. They're going to have a classroom, they're going to have a teacher. The funds are set aside so that they would receive additional services. So I have to say, Madam Chair, we are going to have to revisit this issue of documentation from school districts to Department of Education, because there does have to be transparency and accountability. So I see that. I appreciate your candid address of this issue, because that to me is a very crucial area that we're going to need to continue to take steps forward. If it means that we have to pass a piece of legislation that says this report needs to be turned in and it needs to include this data, then the Department of Education and the State Board of Education are going to need to tell us that. But I can tell you that there is a reason that we are spending so much focus on at-risk kids. The courts say we have to. The parents tell us our kids aren't receiving these services, so we're going to have to do something about it. And if reporting mechanism is what, you take the pencil to the paper and you have to document, we'll work with the school districts, we'll work with the Department of Education, we'll work with the State Board of Education, but there does have to be some accountability, again, for this growing list of kids with these needs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm just going to sum up here. The Legislative Post Audit, if you haven't listened to the Legislative Post Audit, there is a podcast. You can find it. It was 2019, December 2019, where it addressed or it looked at school districts, and it found that the majority of those districts that it sampled use the majority of their money for at-risk funding for regular school teachers and regular programs that all students receive services for. And then the other finding that it provided, and again, you can listen to the podcast. That might be easier for you if you're driving somewhere to listen to the podcast. A good plug for LPA is that it found that at-risk practices are provided that KSDE did not provide districts with good guidance on at-risk spending. So that was 2019. Move fast forward to 2021 and following up on Senator Baumgartner's questions about the reporting aspect that was included in our education bill. So I'm not sure if I'm clear. Have you updated the reporting requirements, the forms, the guidance post the 2019 LPA study and post our legislation that requires some longitudinal information to be provided back to us, that requires us to some more specific data?
So it wasn't the form that was inadequate, it was filling out the form. So creating a new form was not going to provide the legislature what you wanted. It's the professional development to the school districts to give clarity about what it is we want to see on the form. So if you have, the form we have is appropriate. It's giving them the professional development on what specifically are we wanting, what do we want to see. You can see in my testimony what we've asked for them, from them, and we've been giving better trainings and more clarity about what specifically it is that we want to see. We don't want to see a 1 or 2 pager. We need to see specific. So it's not the form, it's the local consolidated plan is a good form. And there are some, so I don't know if that's answering your question.
It's somewhat helpful, but to note that there are some new items that passed in 2021, including the longitudinal performance of students who are continually receiving at-risk programs. Is that on the form? Do they, how are they?
Again, that's the only thing that we can show are ones in subgroups, because we don't have access at a state level to we know who was identified as free lunch. We don't know kids that are identified as receiving services as a state. So they have to report to us how those kids are doing, because we don't collect performance data on kids that actually receive
Totally
it.
understand, but just making sure, a lot of times what we hear from our constituents, our superintendents, our educators, is they don't know what legislation we passed, and they may not know to include that. So that's why I was asking, is that a question now on your form? Has that been updated?
But we asked that question before. We
so
are
it's
now getting more specific about what it is when we ask you, how are those students performing and achieving, and what are the results of those practices that you're using? And back to the teachers, the vast majority of evidence-based best practices are provided by the classroom teacher. That's
Sure. So one thing that might be helpful for us is if we get lost in this discussion is maybe seeing what that form looks like. It might be online. If not, maybe you could provide that to Norma. She could provide it back to the committee. You could also potentially redact some school district names and give us some samples of what some districts, maybe some good examples of what districts are providing and maybe some not so good examples of what districts are providing, so we can take a look at that. Representative Hoy, you get the last question.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. HB 2134 also addressed tax credit scholarships for at-risk students. We expanded that definition to include free and reduced, and that could have an impact on the state general fund up to $10 million. And so I'm wondering then, since we're talking about this transparency and outcomes and taking a look at how these at-risk kids are using this, how does this compare to the at-risk students in the private schools? Are we able to get find out those same outcomes? Because really that legislation was that money, no strings attached, and we don't know how those tax credits could be used in those schools. So do we have any information then on how those students compare?
I do not believe we at the state know what student goes from a public school to a private school. So we would have no way to know how they performed at a private school. I don't believe.
We know, excuse me, we know who qualified for scholarship. We don't necessarily know which school, if any, they chose to attend.
But we do know that the private schools that are accredited by the state, they do take the state assessment and they do provide that information. They are accredited, so they are required to be accredited, so they go through the accreditation process. So those kind of things we do know. Nick, did you want to add anything on that? I don't know, you were making a motion, so I didn't know if you were trying to say something or.
The only thing I would note with that is that the tax credit for low-income student scholarship program, the term low income is the key there. And as you said, yes, it is correct that students are eligible for that program if they qualify for free or reduced lunch now, according to the change last session. But that doesn't necessarily, it's almost like the proxy thing, where it doesn't necessarily correlate to students who are receiving at-risk services. That is it's solely based on the income of the student.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you providing us testimony. Thank you all for your patience here. So it's about a 1:12. So let's say at 1:20 we will reconvene. Feel free to bring your food in here and to eat. And if you're eating while we meet, that's fine too. So we will take a break until 1:20. Thank you.
Apologies, we had to check, make sure the WebEx was unmuted. All right, so I will be doing a quick high-level look at just what goes into a school board budget, so hopefully we can start moving back on track. So I don't have a document that goes with this, so it'll be just a real quick few minutes, and then we'll move on to Nick. Much like the Department of Education's budget, so school board budgets do have to be approved. So the Kansas State Department of Education provides budget software, and they do budget workshops during the summer, so usually June and July, for school boards to start looking at their budgets. Budgets must be published by early August, and then they have to be approved by the end of August. They do include a number of things, including enrollment data, estimated taxes levied, revenue, weighting information, free lunch numbers, local option budget, school nutrition programs. And a lot of the budget information is required to be, certain budget documents are required to be published online, so that's from KSA 72-1167. And just a couple other notes for the budget. So the enrollment count date isn't until September 20th, so you do get preliminary general fund estimates later after the budgets have been approved by the school boards. So the preliminary legal max is usually published online in about mid-November. So that's just a quick high-level look at the budget process. So local boards are approving their budgets usually in August, following some training in the summer. And I can stand for any quick questions on that. Otherwise, we can move on.
Norma, did you provide us a needs assessment list?
No, Madam Chair, I did not. With a needs assessment list, what information were you?
So I believe that the Kansas Department of Education provides a list for the needs assessment. It may be in somebody else's testimony. So that's what, so when we passed legislation this year, it was that they were to use that needs assessment in order to evaluate how to appropriate.
I can certainly, if somebody else does not provide that in their testimony, I can pull that information for you.
Okay, yes, we definitely want to look at that needs assessment. I don't have it in front of me. Is it in your, okay. It looks like it is in Mr. O'Neill's and for, yes, needs assessment. It's in his, and so I want to note that we have that so you can reference to that. Okay, any questions for Norma? Okay, great. Nick, you are up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So committee, this is just kind of a statutory overview of this school district needs assessment for their budgets. So beginning in the 06-07 school year, the KSA 72-1163 required each Board of Education of a school district to conduct this needs assessment to determine the educational needs of each attendance center in the district and to use that information they're obtaining from that assessment when preparing their annual budgets. So last session in House Bill 2134, the legislature revised this statute to require each Board of Education of a school district to use the needs assessment to prepare budgets that ensure improvement in student academic performance. And the bill requires that the school districts adopt budgets that allocate sufficient monies in a manner that is reasonably calculated such that all students in the district may achieve the legislative goal of providing each and every student with the ROSE capacities. And in this memo, I've provided what the ROSE capacities are. It is those 7 capacities that the court in Gannon has discussed and tied to the adequacy standard, and then provided a quick history of the ROSE capacities. So they were officially codified into law in 2014 after the Kansas Supreme Court's Gannon 1 decision, when they set that as the constitutional standard to determine adequacy. They originally originate from a 1989 Kentucky school finance decision rendered by the Kentucky Supreme Court. And in adopting the Rose capacities as the minimum standard for constitutional adequacy, the Kansas Supreme Court recognized that similar educational goals had been expressed in Kansas statutes in the past. So first, the court noted that similar goals were codified in 1992 in a statute and then later removed in a 1995 amendment. But then the court noted that similar goals had been codified into law in 2005, and they continued to exist in statute when the court was evaluating the Gannon litigation. And when it reviewed those goals that were currently in statute, it found that the legislature had made an attempt and it appeared to the court that the legislature signaled a deliberate decision to adopt the Rose capacities as the goal for public education students to achieve in Kansas. And then following that Gannon 1 decision, the legislature slightly amended that statute to officially adopt what is known as the Rose capacities. But that was a quick overview of the Rose capacities, and then also that change with regard to the student needs assessment at the district level that has to be based on those achievement of the Rose capacities. And I'd be happy to stand for questions.
All right, committee, what questions do you have for Nick? One question, Representative Hubert.
And you might have covered this, but is there pretty much a strong similarity to the QPA standards that went into effect in the early 90s to the Rose standards? Don't they line up pretty closely as far as what they say in the intent?
The quality performance accreditation standards, I think those are a little different within the accreditation system of what those standards were set at in the accreditation system. They weren't necessarily, I don't remember them necessarily being directly tied to Rose, but they were probably the point.
Developed at the same time, but it might be good just as a reminder, even just I think we used to have a comparison of both the QPA and then the Rose, so that might be a good refresher as far as some of that background.
Any other questions, committee? All right, thank you, Nick. We are going to move on to our next individual, and that is Mark Tallman from the Kansas Association of School Boards. Welcome, Mark.
That better? I'm sorry. Apologize. Testimony, I was asked to respond to a couple of questions specifically. That's what I do in the first part of my response. We were asked to share what information KASB had provided to our members about the bill that was referenced, and on page 3 of my testimony, I've given you a list of articles and links of information that we provided, some of the trainings that we did around this. We usually, as an association, do not do specific training around adopting the budget. Most of our members appear to prefer to get that from the Department of Education, since it's the one that prepares the forms and has to do that. We have repeatedly tried to share with our members information about the Rose capacities, educational improvement data, and the other things to guide them in making those decisions. Bottom of my first page, I would simply note that you heard earlier about school districts' constitutional responsibilities for their districts, including budgeting. Districts have been doing needs assessment to adopt budget for, I'm sure, for decades before this particular law was passed. It is always informed both on what board members hear from their constituents, what they hear from their staff, what they hear from building leaders, what they do in going through the negotiations process, and all the data they bring to bear. On the top of page 2, I go into noting that we would argue that the result of this process on achieving the Rose standards and student achievement has been, over time, an improvement in long-term educational outcomes across the decades. Would just note over the past 20 years, school boards have really dealt with, I would say, about 4 major periods of budgeting. Real higher than inflation growth through 2009, particularly following the Montoy case. 8 years of declining funding in real terms. They are now in a 6-year phase-in of increased funding under Gannon, and they are dealing with the most significant public health emergency in all of our memories. I've included for you, because I wanted to get in on some of the charts, some information which shows kind of that relationship between funding and multiple measures, showing improvement by most measures over that period of time, followed by a declining period when boards were managing funding declines, and the impact of COVID that we're seeing now. And the last part of my testimony is to talk about how districts have collectively, through the needs assessment process they use those additional dollars. We've got pretty good financial records back to 1999, which show you broadly where new dollars have gone. And then I've also provided our best collection of data of how districts have broadly used dollars since the Gannon funding has come into place. We do not have access to actual budget funding for last year yet, at least if it's on the State Department of Education. I haven't found that, but it gives you a sense of how collectively districts have targeted dollars to areas like instruction or at-risk services or special education or some of those other areas. I hope that's answered the questions we were directed to do, and I'll take any other questions at your direction, Madam Chair.
Okay, there will be a question from Senator Fagg, so while he is eating, I'll go ahead and ask a question. So let's go back to the needs assessment. So in your testimony, you do not provide training for it. Is it something that has been included in your newsletters? I'm just trying to listen and read at the same time.
I'm sorry. I think I've listed articles and some links that would take you to reporting we have done. Certainly in the bill that passed, we've referenced, included specifically what that new requirement was on a number of occasions, and then on some other trainings we've done, we've also referenced that as a change in law that districts need to be aware of and follow.
And this may be a question that we can direct to the Kansas Department of Education at a later time, but do you think that if the school districts, those individual local boards reviewed the assessment, the needs assessment, that they would be able to have a better informed decision-making process in creating the budget?
I obviously do not sit down with local boards and know what every one of them is doing. I can tell you my sense from talking to our members is that they are, number one, they share the commitment to trying to achieve improvement in the Rose standards. Their budgeting process, which goes on over a several-month period, is collecting data to do that. My guess is they use different methods of doing that. I have no idea to what extent how many use either the State Department sample or any other method or how that has changed, but what I'm trying to do is give you some indication of what the results of the different process that boards have using has been.
Okay, so basically in summary, KASB does not take a particular strong interest in helping, that's not your role, helping the school boards to budget and use a needs assessment. That's not your lane, is what I'm kind of hearing you say.
I would say our lane is helping them have the information to make good decisions about their budget priorities and goals, but not the mechanics and the specific provisions of adopting the budget.
Okay, and then the last question, because I can't quite let you off the hook, on this bullet that says 8 years of declining resources from 2009 through 2017, including actual cuts and frozen spending. Now, we've had discussions back and forth in our committee before, but making that statement, and then we look at what was provided to us by legislative research that showed since 2011, 2012, not 2009, but you did say 8 years of declining resources. That, if I read that, that makes it seem like in real terms that we have 8 consecutive years of reductions in funding, and clearly that's not the case. So can you just speak to that briefly?
Madam Chair, if you would, probably the best place, for example, is to look on page 5 of my testimony and the top chart. What that shows is the per pupil inflation adjusted to 2020 Consumer Price Index. The top line is total funding per pupil. The bottom line is just the general fund, local option budget, and special education state aid. So what I'm referring to is that peak in 2009, remaining below that through 2016, and really into 2017, and then, as you can see, an uptick at that point on both of those measures as a result of the Gannon funding beginning to be implemented. So it's really always going to try to be a question of what are the parameters, what year do you start, what year do you finish, how do you adjust it. This provides a per pupil amount adjusted for inflation on that chart back to 2000. I've got a chart that even goes further back than that. So when I'm making that reference, I tried to show you graphically how we would see the dollar amount per pupil available.
And it's just interesting, and it makes it very confusing for legislators, educators to look at your numbers, and they are different from the Department of Education's numbers if you add it up. And so I'm not sure, and we don't have time to get into that right now, but there is a disconnect in how you're reporting information compared to what we're getting from research that is coming directly from the Department of Education. So I would like to put that as a side item that I would like to resolve, because we keep coming back to that. And I think it's important. You're going from 2009, we're going from 2011, but there still shouldn't be 8 years. But I guess if you're looking at the peak, you find yourself there. So we'll talk about that later. Senator Fagg was next, and then Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. I went, you guys had a state tour that you went around, and the thing started off, and if I wrote this down right, it says, Kansas leads the world in success of each student. So my question is, how did we ever come up with that kind of statement?
I should clarify, that was not our tour. That was the State Department of Education and the State Board of Education.
Okay.
We were at many of them, but that was, we did not organize that. That goal, I guess that statement as a goal was adopted by the State Board of Education.
That was a goal, but that's, the way it read was kind of like that's where we're at. So
correct.
That hit me. And it also mentioned, if you can address this, skills needed for business, and what they were lacking was professional, teamwork, verbal, creativity. And I looked at that list and said, well, where's reading, writing, and arithmetic in that? So I just wondered if you could comment on that part. It seemed like we're getting off into some other issues other than the basics of what we need.
I don't at all want to speak for the State Department, but having sat through a lot of those meetings, I think they would say that reading, writing, those skills are part of cognitive skills, which are recognized as clearly skills that are important. I think the results of an earlier tour and this tour were participants saying they think that while those academic skills are important, there are other, if you want, non-academic skills that are also important for student success, and that's part of what we need to be imparting to our students as well.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mark. I know you said you just advise your school boards on budgeting process. As I am looking at this, and I could be wrong, but I see from 2015 to 2021, it looks like the legislature has made budget requirement changes each year. So my question to you is, how does this affect the school boards? I'm assuming that, enacting long-range planning strategy, that's difficult with some of our changes as last minute as June. But are you hearing that, or what, I don't know, what effect do what we do in this building have on our school boards and planning?
I don't, and I apologize not having necessarily the list you were looking at. I have not heard from our members a concern over things like the needs assessment as a problem. I think sometimes there may be a concern that the legislature sometimes is late in deciding on school funding, and that can be a budgeting process. I often remind them that part of the reason is people like me are usually in here saying, you know, keep at it, and so that's part of it as well. But I don't know as those issues have necessarily been presented to us as a problem. It's not something I've heard of in that sense.
Thank you.
And I would note, and you would know this better than myself, there is a large number of new members because of the local elections, so they're not even aware of a needs assessment at all because they haven't been part of the budgetary process yet. And so they'll come in January.
They will. And I guess in fairness, I should note that the law that passed this year, which I think the governor signed in May, would have been fairly along in the budgeting process. But on the other hand, I think many districts start the process in some fashion well before that as well. So again, as you probably, well, when we've testified on that particular bill, I think our point is we don't see that as really directing anything other than boards are doing and have been doing. It's simply a question of how specifically formal do you want that process to be. And in a very diverse state as we have now, right now it's done in a lot of different ways. You can make it more specific if you want.
Okay, Representative Hubert.
As a follow-up, could you provide to the committee, you know, the information that you provide to new members, not just on budgeting, but on coming up to speed, training opportunities, on just, you know, as new members get overwhelmed, and just, I know you're trying to help school boards help new members to come up to speed. So I think it'd be beneficial for us just to see what you're providing and how you're helping them to come up to speed.
Representative, I'll try to do that. I would also note that as long as we have your right email and you don't block us, almost everything that we send to our members, we also send to you. I know you got other things to read, but if you look at our emails and all of that, it will take you to links to almost everything that we provide our members, except in-person trainings, and I may not have access to that.
Senator Erickson, and then Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to Representative Hubert's point, thank you for being here. Mark, good to see you. So as on the training of new school boards, that's what KASB does, Kansas Association of School Boards. Can you tell me how many of your staff are current or former school board members?
Well, me, I know well, I know at least two. I apologize for not remembering everyone's bio that quickly. We most of the time in the 31 years I've been there, we've had one or two members who are, well, I can specifically now, another member I can think of has been a local school board member. So we almost always have several who either are or have been local board members in different roles in the association.
Perfect. As compared to, what's the background of the majority of your staff?
Well, it kind of depends on the area. So in folks who may work in our more leadership areas tend to be former superintendents or former principals. In our legal services, they tend to be lawyers. In our risk management services, they may be people with an insurance background. So they're going to usually be chosen because something in their background reflects the job they'd be expected to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going back off of the comments about reading, writing, and arithmetic, and then looking back 2134 and the Rose standards that are codified, those are not reading, writing, arithmetic. We in Kansas are expecting more. We're talking about economic, social, political system, having an understanding there, communication skills, understanding your cultural and historical heritage. And so I'm wondering, as that is codified, are our local school boards hearing from parents and students that they want just a basic education, or do they want more out of their education?
Well, the answer is probably yes. I mean, that is to say, we probably have some parents, some board members where the issue is, you know, well, we want a more basic. That's what we're concerned about. We have other parents, we have other community members saying we're relatively satisfied, at least, with that. We think our students may be missing a certain other set of issues. So we may have others who their biggest concern may be those social emotional things that you're talking about, whatever it may be. So again, local school boards, just like very small versions of the legislature, hear from a lot of different opinions, and their job has to be to bring all those together and try to respond. So I think it would be very hard to generalize. Different boards are probably hearing different things, and how they respond is part of their responsibility.
All right, committee, any further questions? And Mark, I will just say publicly what I've said to you and to others. Anytime you would like to invite us to a Q&A with your members, we would love to attend one of those meetings, especially those new school board meetings. So
Absolutely.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Mike O'Neill of O'Neill Consulting, LLC. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. And in full disclosure, I am here representing Kansas Policy Institute, a client of mine. And before I know the segment here that we're talking about has to do with the needs assessment, but I want to preface it somewhat and somewhat supplement Nick's excellent background on the Constitution, particularly the education article. And just a reminder in terms of not only what's in statute, but what the expectation is of the public who enacted this constitutional provision. It's the legislature shall provide for intellectual, educational, vocational, and scientific improvement, whatever that involves, by establishing and maintaining public schools, educational institutions, and related activities, which may be organized and changed in such manner as may be provided by law. And everybody in the room, legislator, staff, know that as provided by law means as the legislature directs. That's a legislative function, as Article 1, as Nick pointed out. With regard to the State Board of Education, that was read to you. The legislature shall provide for a State Board of Education which shall have general supervision of the public schools. And that has been subject to some interpretation over the years, and I will tell you it's fact specific. The court will determine those issues on a case-by-case basis based upon the facts presented to them. Often overlooked is the second sentence of that article dealing with the State Board. The State Board of Education shall perform such other duties as may be provided by law. Again, an indication that in the final analysis, it's you, the legislature, that makes primary determinations in the educational field. And so with that, I appreciate very much you having this interim committee. Those of you that have been around me a long time know that I've been around a long time, and education has been a passion of mine, particularly the legal side of education. Went through the Montoy and Gannon decisions over the years. And over the past several years, we've talked about Article 6, Section 6. That was the emphasis in Gannon and Montoy, and that is the legislature shall make suitable provision for the finance of the educational interests of the state. The court interpreted that to include adequacy. Adequacy is a two-part test. And the court, and it's somewhat simplistic, I don't mean that pejoratively, but somewhat simplistically, says that in the structure and implementation, the funding must be reasonably calculated to get all the students to the ROSE capacities. Well, the first prong is pretty easy. The structure is something that you have traditionally done year in and year out, and that's the school finance formula. Implementation is a little bit different in that the legislature has never taken over the role of allocating the funds. That has been left up to local school boards. But make no mistake, the Gannon decision actually says it's the legislature's responsibility for both prongs of that test, the structure and implementation. To summarize, the court would actually put the legislature in charge of allocation if you wanted to take charge of allocation. I don't think anybody in this room really wants to take over the job of allocation, but you have a substantial role in allocating the funds, in an expectation that it's not how much is spent, but it's how it's spent that's going to make a difference in the lives of these children. Kansas Policy Institute has done a great job of showing you and demonstrating with the data what the history of increased funding and lower performance has gotten us. And we're at a point where it's critical that we look at the issue of allocation. And that gets us to another education article, Article 6, Section 5. Local public schools under the general supervision of the State Board of Education shall be maintained, developed, and operated by local elected boards. It's the boards that are responsible for these budget decisions, not the school, not the State Board of Education, not the Department of Education, not KSAB, not KNEA. It's the local school boards have the constitutional duty to control and maintain these schools. So in getting to the legislation that was passed last year, since at least 2006, I put 2003 in my testimony because I thought I saw a prior section of the education article law that actually included this language, but whether it's 2006 or 2003, for a very long time, we have had a law that has required that each year the Board of Education shall conduct an assessment of the educational needs of each attendance center in the district. Information obtained from such needs assessment shall be used by the board when preparing the budget of the school district. I don't know how that can be read any other way, that a needs assessment shall be performed and that the results of that needs assessment shall be included and used in the development of a school budget. What guidance do we get as to the importance of instruction? We get that from the accounting handbook that's put out by the Department of Education. And I'm sorry, you've heard this many times before, but I'm going to say it again, quoting directly from that accounting handbook with regard to Account Code 1000 instruction. Quote, although all other functions are important, this function acts as the most important part of the education program, the very foundation on which everything else is built. If this function fails to perform at the needed level, the whole educational program is doomed to failure, regardless of how well the other functions perform. Instruction not only includes the regular face-to-face classroom teaching, but also such things as lab sessions, independent work, and educational field trips. If that's not an indication that a budget should be built from the classroom up and not the administration building down, I don't know what could be any clearer. And yet, sadly, I don't think we see that. But getting to the statute that was amended last year, and in conformity with the expectation of the Gannon Court, we put in simple additional language that each year the Board of Education, the school district shall conduct an assessment of the educational needs of each attendance center in the district. Information obtained from such needs assessment shall be used by the board when preparing the budget of the school district. Current language, been around for years. The additional language to ensure improvement in student academic performance. Two things. Improvement is the expectation of Article 6, Section 1, and student academic performance is the expectation of the Gannon Court. The budget, additional language from last year, the budget of the school district shall allocate sufficient monies in a manner reasonably calculated such that all students may achieve the goals set forth in the Rose capacities. Virtually directly from the Gannon decision. Their expectation is the funding and the allocation of those funds must be reasonably calculated to get to the Rose standards. That's something the legislature could take over on its own. I think it's appropriate that remain the duty and obligation of the school boards, and it needs to be an informed decision. And so what we have is a law that says you have to have these assessments, and we're hearing some suggestions that, oh yeah, we've been doing that all along. Well, Kansas Policy Institute surveyed 25 large school districts, and the summary of that, pretty shocking results, finds that a fair summary of that is most school board members don't even know that needs assessment requirement exists. And if they do, it is not followed. We had a couple of districts Coffeyville, I think, and it was Kansas City that actually used the needs assessment that is on the website. I've attached that to my testimony. I know the chairwoman had questions about what that contains. Frankly, that needs assessment is somewhat dated because, as you'll see, it goes back by the district needs assessment required by No Child Left Behind. Well, let's not make any mistake. No Child Left Behind is not around anymore, but the statute, the Kansas statute that requires a needs assessment has been around since at least 2006. And you can look it over at your leisure, 33 questions. They beg answers, and they beg that the answers inform the decisions on the school budget. And we suggest that it would beg allocating sufficient funds at the classroom level, and I don't mean bricks and mortar, but at the instruction level, that needs to be your highest priority. The Kansas Association of School Boards, I'm sorry, the department's accounting handbook makes that point very clear. Unfortunately, if you look at the newest version of the handbook, it was omitted. I don't know whether it was by oversight or by intent. Through communications over the last few days when we pointed that out to them, we now believe Craig can correct me if I'm wrong, that after giving it some additional thought, they felt like it was important to put that back in. So the next edition or the revision within the next week or two of the handbook will include that statement on instruction. Again, indicating the importance of instruction in terms of having it be the very foundation. So I'm not going to go into detail about all the results of the survey of the 25 school districts. You have the summary. There's a whole bunch of data to support that, about 100 documents, too lengthy for us to provide this particular committee in this setting. But anybody who wants to dive into the details of district by district, just let us know, and Kansas Policy Institute can provide that. On the last page of my testimony, I won't go through each bullet point, but at a minimum, we have some recommendations on what ought to happen. I know we talk about reporting, but not only do they need to do the needs assessment, but they need to actually act on these needs assessments. It needs to be a real good faith dive into what is needed. If you just look at the questions on student needs, how many students do not meet proficiency? What are your targets and goals regarding percentage of students in advanced and exemplary categories? Do you have disparities in student achievement among ethnic groups? For instance, the answer to that last question is probably yes, but that's not really the point. You don't answer the question yes and then just move on. What are you going to do about it? How is the answer to that question going to inform the budget decision? Not after the budget is approved, but before the budget is approved. I think I made my point with that, Madam Chairman. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Committee questions. Yes, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. When I look at this building needs assessment, which I've seen before, and actually I'm glad that it mentions No Child Left Behind, because when we stopped No Child Left Behind is when the grades or the assessment scores in math and reading started to go down. Because No Child Left Behind, though it had its flaws, was absolutely focused on those basics of math and reading. But when I look through this, so are you telling me none of the 25 districts that you surveyed had a document that said, this is how many students are attending Eisenhower Elementary, this is how many students are attending Truman Middle, this is how many are attending, and did not go through the student needs or the staff needs, didn't identify from a curriculum standpoint? I taught theater, and what was really interesting, my second year that I was teaching, is one of the students opened up the textbook and said, this was printed before I was born. So for some reason, that course just never got a new textbook ever. But in curriculum needs, so you did not get any type of printout, any document from any district that said, we know in this in this building, we need to replace our human biology textbooks, and we need to replace freshman English textbooks. None of that?
There were a couple of districts that at least tried, and that was Coffeyville and Kansas City, Kansas. They did it by building, which is the requirement. It's building-based needs assessment, and they used the form. Now, you can look at the data yourself, which is only a summary. If you look at the first page of the summary, in the first box, it has the 25, those numbers will add up to 25. Each attendance center is identified, only 2 did that. It literally is a hodgepodge of responses. It really begs for some level of uniformity, whether that's something that you require or whether that's something that the department feels is important to require some uniformity in these needs assessments. But they got results that were all over the map in terms of, some, the only information that was given was who was at risk. What the at-risk numbers were. Nothing that approaches what the legislative intent behind the needs assessment to inform the budget was intended to do.
Well, I just think it is important for us to recognize, I read through, scanned through, and it said, this is a quote, "Your request seems to assume that there is a legal requirement for a specific written form to be prepared and retained by USD 231. So obviously, it's the Gardner-Edgerton School District. So in getting that type of feedback, are we to assume that unless it is codified into law, there will not be a response like that? Or unless there's an agreement that we as legislators can make with the State Board of Education, that will start to be the process?
I'm going to editorialize with that because having sat where you are sitting and now being where I am, that seems to be almost an annual theme. If you don't require it, it's not going to get done. And sometimes even if you do require it, it'll be ignored. So at best, we have school districts and boards that don't understand that this is a requirement. And part of that, and again, I love Mark Tallman and the organization, but to me, a fundamental responsibility of a school board association is to literally train, not just inform, but train on this. But I'll leave that up to them. I mean, that's maybe above Mark's pay grade and responsibilities, and I appreciate his candor. But I don't think this is a responsibility of the department, or it's a co-responsibility, but this is important. That's the only really constitutional duty of the school board is to run that school. And the statutory requirement, only statutory requirement that I really know of is to fashion the budget and pass it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to talk real slowly because I want you to understand that first I'd like to know the date and the response that KCK gave whoever submitted this questionnaire, because I know for a fact, as you and I both take our responsibility seriously, I sit on the school board of KCK. Mm-hmm. And during the budgetary process, I emphasize the new bill. So I have a stack of every school building's needs assessment. So now I'm prepared to bring them if whoever compiled this would like to revise their report. Now, whether or not your assessment is your assessment. Whatever they put down on that form, you have the right to assess how you want. But I know each of those buildings filled out a needs assessment, and we considered it during the budget process. So we took the letter of that law seriously. Now, I will stand here to correct you as far as saying, and again, your assessment bad, call it whatever you want to call it. Good, bad, and ugly. You can call it all three. But you did say Coffeyville was one and Kansas City was the other.
Right.
But we did follow the letter of the law, and I'm not sure what, let's say, you did say complete an assessment for each attendance center,
Yes?
but each amounts to nothing more than going through the motions in terms of improving student achievement. Now, again, your assessment is your right. I don't agree with the sentence. I don't know how you came to that conclusion. But as far as looking at the needs assessment as the law required, KCK did. I don't know about any of the other 286 districts, and I will stand to correct the record today.
Right. There is no indication in the information that was obtained as to how that informed the decision of the board. That's a fact.
No.
You have
No,
indicated,
that's not a
no,
fact.
that's
The
a
fact
fact.
is, did you
The
listen to-
information that was provided did not provide an indication of how it was used.
Deliberation of building the budget? Were you present? Did you listen to the reporting to use?
That's not my point.
No, my point is, the law says you use the needs assessment to build the budget, to deal with Rose capacities. Am I correct? Is that what the law says?
I just read it to you.
I asked you a question. Is that what the law says?
I just read it to you, and that's
Is
what.
that a yes? You know,
Okay.
we've been around.
Each year, the Board of Education, you and I have gone around for
We
this
sure
on
have.
years, so I'll do it real slow.
Good.
Each year, the Board of Education of a school district shall conduct an assessment of the educational needs of each attendance center in the district. Information obtained from such needs assessment shall be used by the board when preparing the budget of the school district. That's the law. To ensure, now that we have a new law, to ensure improvement in student academic performance. So if you, as a board member, use that information and it informed your decision on the budget, I couldn't be more happier. The information, however, that was received in the open records gave no indication of how that information was used. So we'd have to speculate not only as to your district, subject to what you've just told us anecdotally, but we would have to make assumptions about how other boards use that information. Our suggestion is that the legislature get a little bit more information about how that information, not only what the information was, but how that information informed the decision. We were actually trying to compliment Kansas City, Kansas for making what we thought was a pretty good faith effort to use the form that was used that was suggested by the Department of Education. So I'm sorry if you were offended by that result.
All right, so we have Senator Sykes and then Representative White.
Thank you. As I'm looking at this, the Sentinel report, I'm a little confused. So this was a request from KPI or Department of Education asking for this information?
Yeah, it was an open records request by Kansas Policy Institute of 25 of the largest school districts.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
And Representative Hoy.
And just to follow up on that, all you have here is the summary, but information like what Representative Nguyen just indicated, that's contained in over 100 documents. The Dropbox version was too much for the, you really couldn't handle that much information. So that's why we put in the testimony, if you want access to that, see what exactly those school districts sent in, that is available. We'll make that available to you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We put the needs assessment into statute last year, and I guess clarification maybe from the revisor. Do we require any sort of written documentation or specifications on what that needs assessment needs to look like or how it should be presented?
One correction, the needs assessment has been state law since at least 2006. So all we did was add that the needs assessment is to inform the decision such that you can ensure improvement in student performance.
Correct.
But yes.
I am so sorry. Senator Erickson.
Wait,
I
would
think
like
you had
that.
a question pending.
Yeah, and I do have a follow-up if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, please, Representative.
So the law says that each school district shall conduct an assessment of the educational needs of each attendance center in the district. And then information obtained from such needs assessment shall be used by the board when preparing the budget of the district to ensure improvement and to reach those ROSE capacities.
Okay, so the suggestion before us here in the testimony seems to indicate that we need to further require more formal documentation throughout the needs assessment process, or else it says, predictably, education officials will strenuously resist the legislature's enhanced transparency and accountability actions. So the legislature should also expand options for students and parents to choose alternative educational venues. So I'm going to assume that's not attending public schools. And my question is then, why would we encourage people to go somewhere that students to attend schools where they don't have to conduct the needs assessment and follow the same transparency and accountability guidelines that you're suggesting that we put into state statute?
The point here is in line with one of the additional questions we want to ask on the needs assessment, and that is, how many years do you estimate it'll take to get all students to grade level if the above budgetary actions are taken? How many years are we going to have legislative sessions where we deal with lack of student improvement before we start giving parents and students an opportunity to choose for themselves where they get their education? Whether it's in an institution that requires a needs assessment or not is sort of beside the point. What we'd like to do is get public education to a point where we can start being proud of the improvement that we are seeing through the extra funding that we've had, through legislative initiatives and reforms. That's why I kind of like the word, what can the legislature and the education community do together to make sure that we accomplish what I think is a common goal, and that is improvement in student performance.
And I would just caution on suggesting that performance would improve with, should alternatives go. And I've been looking into some of the states that have more aggressive tax credit scholarship programs or education savings accounts. And when you don't require needs assessment or to use public dollars that would have otherwise gone to the state general fund, what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, their charter schools have spent millions in advertising to try to attract students. Florida puts $1 billion of their public tax dollars diverted into private schools with no accountability measures. Those schools can be private, for-profit schools, virtual schools. It looks very different under those types of programming. So I'm just not sure that I agree with that recommendation, or I do not agree with the recommendation that we should be using the needs assessment as a reason to provide public dollars for other alternatives.
And one of those alternatives is another public school. I mean, we can actually accomplish this by actually not having a student wedded to a zip code, having their educational future depend on what zip code they live in, for crying out loud. I mean, that's insane. If you can get a better education in the adjoining school district or someplace else, it's a public school, so be it. That's one of the alternative educational venues that ought to be made available.
And while that's one of many of our favorite conversations about allowing kids to succeed wherever they might succeed, allowing money to follow the child, it's not on the agenda. So yes, feel free to ask questions, but if we try to tighten it a little bit to the most relevant discussions, we'll move much quicker. Senator Sykes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that last comment. And, you know, as we're looking at these other factors that are causing achievement issues, you know, I think as a legislature, we should be digging into some of those other things that would help stabilize things for our students at home, expanding access to health care, mental health, restrictions on TANF. I think those are also issues that would help with achievement. Thank you.
And I'm just going to comment on that. Thank you. I mean, I think that there are some root issues that kids come into our schools. And I remember President Obama in 2007 making a speech on Father's Day. And he said that, you know, the problem with our kids is that you're 5 times, if you don't have a dad at home, President Obama said you're 5 times more likely not to graduate high school. If you don't have a dad at home, you're 9 times more likely to live in poverty. Might have flipped those. And if you don't have a dad at home, you're 20 times more likely to go to prison. So I don't think that always funneling money into the educational system is the answer for the hurts of this world. So I take note of your comment. It's not a back and forth debate on that topic. I just wanted to share that there are a lot of needs out there, but they don't necessarily need to be funneled through the public school. My last comment on that is that the public school needs to first and foremost teach our children. That is what we have spent $5 billion to allocating for that purpose. So I do have a question, and then we're going to wrap this session up. If you have further questions, you can add those to a list, and again, you can share them with me, Norma, or send them directly to the person that you'd like to ask that question. But my question is, when you talked about the survey, you sent it out to the schools, did you pick a particular person or point of contact? Was it the same for each of the districts? Or was it the superintendent, the clerk? Or was it to school board members?
I'm going to use a lifeline.
It was, most school districts have a open records.
Madam Chair, can we please have that in the mic?
Yeah, come on up, Dave.
So it looks like he said that most school districts have an open records, a Cora person contact.
There's an open records person, usually identified. Some district, it varies by district, but you have to go through the open records process.
Okay. So that's good to know. For some of us, we might go right to the superintendent, but it sounds like that each district is a little bit different depending on its size. Okay, and the only last comment I would like to make would be for Mr. Tallman in the back. This would be a great, you don't have to come up or anything, but this would be a great survey question for your membership, because actually we're talking about local school board elected officials and whether or not they even know that the need assessment exists. And so that would be a huge advantage to the legislature if we knew whether or not those members even knew anything about it. So that, just a little friendly suggestion if possible. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Madam Chairman.
All right. All right. Thank you, committee. We are going to be moving on to our next topic of discussion is examining skills for student success post-graduation. We would like to welcome Dr. Randy Watson, Commissioner of Education. There he is. All right. Welcome. And he's going to be addressing key takeaways of the 50 Stop Success Tour.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. You've had a full day already, so I appreciate your attentiveness. As an old history teacher, if you've been lectured to this long, right, or you'd want a little bit of break. But thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for being here. Good to see all of you. I just want to give you a little bit of background to the 50 city tour that we just completed this fall. It started in 2015 when I was hired, and the state board said, will you go out and ask Kansans what they like in their educational system? So we set up two questions for open-ended questions and just said, think of a young 24-year-old, nothing magical about the age. We could have picked 30, but a young 24-year-old that's successful in Kansas, get that person in your mind and then describe that person in vivid detail. Tells the skill sets, the attributes, the characteristics of that person. Second question was, what should schools do to develop that person, if anything? Maybe it should be done at home. And that formed the basis of that 2015. We did 20 cities at that time, came back, noticed, because we asked people to sign in, that not a lot of business participation, at least as they identified themselves. So Mr. O'Neill was at the Kansas Chamber at the time. I went over and visited with him. We kind of developed a plan to go to 7 different locations, different than the original 20. And we asked business, this time with local chambers and the state chamber help, we asked the same questions. What was interesting out of that is the 2 sets of questions were all open-ended. It took us a while to crunch that data. But they said there's this skill set that's academic in nature, and it's non-academic in nature, and those skills in combination make up success. And the business sector even said that even stronger. There's this combination of skills. So The state board put together a vision, and I'll talk about in a second, and a definition of a successful high school graduate, some outcomes, and started to implement a plan. They asked, should we go back out, this was a year ago, should we go back out and see if there's been any change in what people want or what the research says about this? A whole thing called COVID happened. Many people weren't traveling, so we delayed that till this fall and went back out. Many of you were there, so thank you for your participation. It was good to see you there. This time we went to 50 communities because we were a little smarter. We contacted Alan Cobb at the Kansas Chamber and local chambers and coordinated that before we went out. I say a little smarter because we went from 27 to 50, and I'm older, and that was 14 a week. And we were doing 3 a day, so that was a lot. But we asked, of those things, those multiple skills that Kansans said were important, and you can see that on the wheel that you have. We call that the competency wheel. It's a combination of academic, cognitive, interpersonal, and intrapersonal. Do you think those are still the skills we should be doing, or do you think we ought to go in a different direction, rank that on a scale of 1 to 5? And the second was Kansans had told us what they want then in their system is a personalized system around those student success skills with a deeper engagement of parents, community, business community, and the community in general. And when possible, apply that knowledge in real work situations, or if you're a 4th grader and you can't go to work, applied in simulated situations. And we have 3 people or groups of people who are analyzing that data and haven't gotten that back to us. But they are the Kansas State University, our own researchers in-house, and then our comprehensive center out of the REL, the Regional Educational Lab out of Denver, Colorado. They're independently looking at that, and we'll get that back. But what I can tell you is there was overwhelming support about the skill sets that were needed for success, and there was overwhelming support about the generalization of how schools should go about doing that. And so, and there was an open-ended at the end about what do schools need then to reach these high levels and be successful. And we don't have that data back, but Madam Chair, I'd be happy to share that just as soon as we get that and share that with the state board. So what the state board did with the data in 15 and was validated then in our 21 tour was, as you know, very clearly, they established a vision that really has 3 parts to it. Lead the world into success. So the first thing that the state board had to do was set a standard high enough, and standard I'm using in a general sense, not in the curricular standard, but a standard high enough in the outcomes that led to success that a student could apply that to his or her own pathway. So 95% graduation as an example. Because there's no country that hits a 95% graduation rate, and there's no state in the country that can do that. And in fact, we know economically, if you do not graduate from high school, your odds of moving into the middle class diminish greatly. So that was an example, that 70 to 75% of kids would need some education past high school. What had happened for too long is that we basically said, graduate high school and go to work, or go to college. And go to college meant 4-year degree, which is certainly a viable path, but it's not the only path. And in fact, half of our workforce that needs something after high school does not need a baccalaureate degree or a master's or PhD. But they do need an associate or multiple certificates. And so the state board set that high standard, set academic standards, and cut scores at the highest in the country, and set social emotional to be measured locally at the highest. And then about the success of each child. The success. What was success? State board defined that in a definition that said a successful high school graduate has 5 big skill sets. Academic. They have to have the academic skills to do what they want to do. They have to have the cognitive skills. Those are the critical thinking and putting those academic skills together. They have to have employability skills, like I show up, I pass a drug test, I actually give you a good effort for being there. And there's a whole host of them. I'm courteous, I give good customer service. civic engagement, which was interesting that Kansas said that we want our young people to give back to their community and be in service. It's like all of you here today, right? That you ran for office, you're in service with others. And so those skill sets and the technical skills, so that I can do things and put things together. And in fact, Representative Hubert, as you know, that's even taken on a bigger role as we think about computer science and the technical skills that we weren't even thinking at the time, that would expand like it is. So that they have those 5 skill sets in general, that they can go on to pursue their passion, their interest in a post-secondary education or the workforce without the need for remediation. That's the definition. And that's the measurement then through our accreditation process of how we're trying to get there on all those areas. So is it about soft skills? Is it about hard skills? Mike's going to talk about hard skills, and we like to think it's about both. It's the combination about those skills in a unique environment that none of us have in equal proportions. As I still work with my children, who aren't children, they're always your children, but one's a teacher, middle school teacher, and one's an animator, but constantly trying to reinforce, maybe you need some additional hard skills, right, to do their work, and what makes you a good employee? What are the things that you want to do to go above and beyond to be that a good employee that makes business want to hire you within your profession? And we talk about that. In fact, we talked about that over Thanksgiving as I have 2 very, very different children in my household and the path that they took. So when we got all that research, which is what Kansas said they wanted in their schools, we wanted to make sure there was other true research, not just the qualitative that we gathered. Is there any truth to this? So we took a look at a survey that the U.S. Chamber did with corporate America, and they looked at the skill set deficits. Like when we hire people that are high school graduates, what are they lacking? When we hire people with an associate degree, what are they lacking? And when we hire people that have a baccalaureate or a master's or a professional degree, what are they lacking? And interesting enough, and I can get you all of those, the top 5 in different orders, but they were still the top 5. Professionalism and work ethic. Mike and I were just having a conversation in the hallway, if you wondered where were we, about when did that happen, right? You're saying, Randy, what happened? Where did that happen? I don't know. I don't know. But that's what they said. I don't care what level of education, they're lacking a professionalism work ethic. They're lacking the ability to collaborate and work in teams. They're lacking critical thinking and problem solving. And interesting enough, they said they're lacking the ability to verbally communicate well. Right off the roast capacities, right, Senator Baumgartner? That's what they said. So then we said, well, how about the Kansas Chamber? Is there any difference? So I talked to Alan just a few weeks ago, and they just completed their survey. They do every year, and they just asked this question. What's the greatest concern with your workforce as they survey their members? 57% said these employability skills. That's our greatest concern. 25% were technical skills. Now, doesn't mean we ought to shift everything to these employability skills. It's the combination thereof. And in fact, then, just as another piece of reference for you, ACT, which as you know, for the last 60-some years, has sold a college preparatory exam that many states in the Midwest use for college admission and scholarships and to acknowledge college and career readiness. ACT said, a couple of quotes that I want to give you. It said, the growing body of research suggests that other non-cognitive characteristics can improve college success predictions beyond those based on academic measures alone. They go on to say, current gauges of college and career readiness tend to only focus on academic preparation and achievement, but a mounting body of evidence shows that success in college and in the workplace is multidimensional. Academics alone can't prepare students for college. So I think Kansas got it right. I think what we're trying to do is say academic skills, hard skills are important. They're very important. But if you don't show up and you cannot pass a drug test, and as happened to me just recently when I went to get something to eat in a fast food, the front person was cussing out the manager and being shown the door. Those skills have got to be intertwined with the ability to do whatever the technical skills are of the work. I stress that to my son, who is an animator that is precise. He's paid by the second. Every second he does of 2D animation, he's compensated for that. But he also has to work with a team. That's not only in the United States, it's across the world, and they meet at various times in order to coordinate the sequence, because he's not the only one doing a figure. There are other people doing those figures, and he has to coordinate that. So he needs the technical skill to be a good animator, no doubt. He also needs the ability to collaborate so that the other people and that work comes together, and then you see that on maybe you don't, because I don't watch it either, Teen Titans Go. But if you have a kid, I understand it's really popular, and he's the lead animator for that TV show. So, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I know this is a long day for you, but I'd stand for any questions that you have.
Thank you, Commissioner. It is, but it's an important topic, so we appreciate your time and your patience with us, especially for the delay. Committee, what questions? We'll start with Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, I appreciate what you're saying. I think that it does have to be a, overall for the student. I think that the problem that we continually have here, and the reason why we continually ask for more data, which, then is like, well, all you guys care about is the curriculum and the data. But we continually see, I don't care how much soft skills, how great they are showing up, if they can't read, if they can't do math, they're not going to be successful either. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the disconnect that we see, is that too many times we see from the Department of Education or from the school board, well, we want to focus on these, on these social emotional, on these other issues, and we've got to focus on the reading and the math also. Mm-hmm. And we can't let that go, because it doesn't matter the rest of it if we do not focus on it. And the numbers that we're seeing certainly do not show that a majority of the kids that are getting that. And so I think that's where the frustration for us is. I agree, if you don't have a work ethic, if you don't show up, if you can't pass a drug test, you're not going to be able to get a job. But if you can't do math, if you can't write, you're not going to be able to either. So,
Representative Hoffman, I couldn't agree with you more. It's the interwoven of these skills that really make a difference. And we never left the academic skills as a priority. It's the number one thing we list in what is a successful student, academic. But what Kansan said is we need to practice those in an applied setting, because we're not getting that, so that they see the relevance to it and that we can focus on all those together. That's part of what we've been doing with Redesign Schools, is trying to enhance that. So I couldn't agree with you more. It is the combination. And just remember, when we set all of those standards, including the academic, we set those highest in the nation. So because we want to make sure that when we say that a student is at a certain level, that we can back that up and that they do truly have those skills. So I don't disagree with you at all, sir.
Commissioner.
Yes.
One moment. I'm going to ask a quick question. I didn't see your hand. We'll get to you next, Representative. Do you think there's a correlation between Kansas students declining academic achievement and the soft skills that are lacking, according to surveys at the workforce?
No, I don't. I think that's multi-dimensional. If you talk about why someone doesn't show up to work, if you're saying, is it because they lack the reading skills? I don't know that you can make that decision. I don't see any research that points to that.
Could you perhaps draw the connectivity or the connection if students aren't required to have high levels of rigor, if they are socially promoted from one grade to the other without having to meet some basic standards, without being able to read at grade level? Do you think that those students potentially over a, year after year start to feel like they don't have a reason for being in school? It's not really applicable, it's not really relevant, and then therefore they're not getting the soft skills either because they're not turning in their assignments. They don't care what the result is. They may be tardy, they may be late. I guess my question is, do you see that there's a correlation between lack of achievement and the things that you need to do in order to achieve, which include soft skills? You can't do well academically if you don't have soft skills. That means you would miss deadlines. That means that you wouldn't communicate well. That means you couldn't write.
Right.
So that's probably what I'm getting at. Do you see that there's possibly a correlation with what is happening in our schools and what our businesses are asking and seeing?
I think I think the correlation would be the word relevance. I think if kids are dropping out or not engaged, let's use the word engaged before they drop out, they don't see a relevance to the work that they're doing that leads into something else. And when you don't see relevance, then you tend not to do the effort that it's going to take. For many of us, probably your kids, mine, and for us, we saw delayed gratification. Okay, I got to take this college algebra. I'm going to be a history teacher. Today, I hear more of, why do I have to do this? Now, I don't know. When I would come home and say that, it's because you wanted to get a degree in history, and this is what's required. So there was a delayed gratification that I don't see as much today because they want the relevance to be seen clearly to them, and that's where I would see that. Now, that doesn't diminish. You and I both agree that academic performance needs to increase. I don't disagree with that. But so does graduation, so does the amount of students go on to post-secondary. So, but I don't know that I see any correlation directly with that. Madam
Okay,
Chair.
I'm just going to throw this out there. We'll just, we might agree, maybe it's semantics, but I do see a definite correlation between kids that are not succeeding, that are not doing well in school. As a former teacher who has had kids in middle school, and they could barely read, they couldn't form sentences, and they had made it through the system all the way up to 8th grade where I was. There was not much we could do to keep them behaviorally in line, interested. They didn't feel useful, important. I mean, that created a whole, just a cycle of negative soft skills that are not being built because they didn't have the foundation, which is the achievement. So I think that they are very much linked, and that when kids succeed and they know that they can learn, that will excite them, that will impassion them, that will help them build their soft skills so that then they can go to the workforce and get the job that really, really interests them. That's just my thinking. And that as we build achievement, we build soft skills. So we don't have to elevate one. When we elevate our mission of achievement, we get the other with it. That's just a side note on that.
Except that we know if we go back to just focusing on the hard academic skills, we won't get the desired outcome at the end for every student. So I don't disagree that there is some tie there, and I think especially when you're talking about young and elementary, we all ought to have benchmarks that we're trying to hit, and we try to do that within the
Well, I would say
CSEP
good
process.
teachers, good educators are never just purely academic. I mean, it actually has that end result. It is academic attainment. For example, 20 years ago, the collaborative learning was the thing that we were doing probably 25 years ago. And it's now on the list. And we've been doing it 25 years in our schools, and yet it's on the top 5 list for things that our kids are not bringing with them to the workforce. That blows my mind, considering that was 25 years ago that I was teaching, and that was the highlight thing that we were supposed to be doing, as well as problem solving in the classroom and the critical thinking. So somewhere there is a disconnect in what we're doing, and I don't have the answers, and I know you're trying to get to them. So I do appreciate that. I would only add one more thing on this topic is that I am a firm believer, and I bet you are too, in the extracurricular activities. They build soft skills. Those sports, those clubs, those activities, if we're going to help our kids, they need to get off their phones and off their couches and into an activity, and that will go a long way to build the soft skills outside of the classroom. Just a little bit. Just a thought on that.
Got a little passionate about that.
Yeah.
I would be passionate about that too. I agree that the phone, while terrific advantages, has done something that you only get with interpersonal interaction. And I use FFA as my example all the time. If we all went to the state FFA conference that takes place in Manhattan, you would watch high academic skills being delivered along with all these other skill sets. When we hear from kids, they tell us exactly that. In debate or in theater or on a football team, we're learning those skills. When I say, do you learn those in English? Not so much, which is part of what we're trying to say when we talk about work-based learning, or where we incorporate those skills. So I don't know that we're too far off. It's just that we've got to make sure that those happen together, because I'm working with some kids right now that are academically exactly where we want, that are not going to get where they need to go, and they're juniors right now because they don't have anyone that helps formulate that plan for them. So it's that combination.
Okay, great. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more questions. You're popular today, and I do want to give everybody an opportunity. 5 is it. We're going to end with that. We're going to end with Representative Thomas. We're going to start with Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did attend the tour in Kansas City, Kansas, and we had a discussion about the extracurriculars and how those are so important. So definitely agree with the chair on that one. And then it strikes me, as we've been talking about K through 12 budget over the years, that the seniors in that room, when the Great Recession hit and the funding cuts really became severe, were 4 or 5 years old at that time. So have today's high school seniors ever attended school when K through 12 budget was constitutional?
I'm not a constitutional lawyer, so, but the answer would be no. There would be times that wasn't constitutional. They also lived through a pandemic too that severely disrupted our learning for 2 years. So there's a lot of things that happened during that time. Representative Hoy.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, we talked about to get to those constitutional levels, we're almost there. We're going to be using average 3 years of the CPIU. And so my question related to that is, do school costs and providing the needs that improve our achievement, do they change at the same inflation as the standard that we're using to increase the CPI?
Some costs do and some costs don't. So certainly if you look at heating costs, those are, have gone up in the last 2 years faster than inflation. If you look at food costs, those are going up faster than general inflation. Gasoline, diesel is going up faster. Others would be more in line with the consumer price index. So there's a variety within a school budget.
All right, you're good. All right, next we have Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Commissioner. So many questions, so little time, so I'll try to prioritize it. But I agree. I attended one of the tours in Andover, found it very informative. And I agree with you. I think it's all of those things. I think maybe where Representative Hoffman and some of the others have intimated is, my question would be, whose responsibility are each of those? Of course, all of those play into the success of a student, but I would dare say that we expect our educational institutions to not ignore all of the other things, but focus primarily on academic attainment. And whose responsibility is primarily the social emotional learning of a child. So I don't know that we disagree. I disagree maybe with the focus and emphasis on whose responsibility that is. I would venture to say that it's the parents' primary responsibility for social emotional learning, especially for those like myself that are a Christian, and where some of my beliefs and how I want to raise my child to develop their social and emotional capabilities come from the Bible. That's something that a school cannot do. So I think I agree with you, but would you speak to what you think your primary responsibility is? And then I have a follow-up, Madam Chair. Thank you.
The success of each student. And that involves looking at a student and ascertaining what are the deficiencies and what are the things that they have that are strong. It's always been the job of public education to produce students that could go become eventually gainfully employed. In a different era, we had one-room schoolhouses that went through 8th grade because that was the format that most people needed to be gainfully employed. My grandparents are an example of that, and they were well gainfully employed. And the only people then that wanted to go to college wanted a job that required a college teacher or a lawyer, a doctor, et cetera. So our job, I think, is success. Academics are a major part of that success. But I want to get to the other part of your question, I think, Representative Erickson. This system, our public school system, is a collaboration between parents, the broader community, business community, schools. And when any of that falls apart, it doesn't work. They all have to be having a discussion and moving in the same direction, or it falls apart. So academics are certainly a part of that, but I don't think it's our only mission in terms of making sure that a student is successful.
I would agree. I would just follow up on that, Madam Chair, that I think different institutions have different focal points, and I would venture to say that schools, their main, not that the others are ignored, should be the academic, the home, maybe some other. There's a different emphasis depending on the role, and I think we need to keep those straight. Madam Chair, if I may, just a quick follow-up. Since you did bring up the involvement of parents, care to comment about the National School Board Association's characterization of parents and their involvement in the schools?
Well, I certainly, the state board is not a member of the National School Boards Association. So what I would say to this, and we said clearly in the vision and what Kansan said, we have to engage parents in a much different way than we have been doing. Engage, not communicate, as to what is going to help their family be successful. And so I would say that that is a huge challenge, just like we have to engage businesses to a different level than historically, go back 25 years, that we were doing. So I don't have any comment over something that was produced of which we have no membership in, but I would say that we do have to engage our families at a different level.
And one more, if I may, very quickly. So graduation rates, we've seen that throughout today's testimony, and are touted as being increasing.
Until this year, yes.
We've seen Norma's data show on objective measures that test scores are decreasing while graduation rates are increasing. So my question to you is, what does that say about the preparedness of our students if objective academic measures are decreasing while our graduation rate is increasing?
So the ultimate goal of success is that a student has the skills to go on. So we would think, if you say, well, they don't have these academic skills, they can't be successful then in community college or technical school or four-year college. But during the same time we measured the increase in graduation rate, our rates of post-secondary attainment actually went up faster than the graduation rates, while academic scores did go down. So what I like to say is, you can't look at one measure and draw broad conclusions about that. You have to look at all the measures and then say, academic achievement going down is not acceptable. Don't disagree. But at the same time, we were increasing the number of certificates, associate degrees, and the kids going on to the 4-year that graduate from high school. Now, every one of those data sets in 2021 fell off. Every data set. Graduation, post-secondary collapsed, almost every data set. So I'm looking at multiple data and then trying to say, what is the way in which we formulate policy going forward? So I agree, we want to raise academic achievement, but if more kids are going on to post-secondary during the same time we raise graduation, there's got to be some skills if they go to Washburn Tech in order for them to achieve that.
All right, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Randy. And I just want to say thank you for engaging Kansans on your tour. I know Representative Hoy and I and others in my Senate district do monthly town halls, and being engaged with constituents and hearing their concerns are vital to passing good policy. But my question is, on those, did you hear anything about early intervention, pre-K, or anything like that, and how Kansas would adapt that moving forward?
Yes. So this ties in, Madam Chair, to your comment. So we think, I'm going to give you a big perspective, then I want to talk about early childhood. We think there are these benchmarks, these ages that we're trying to hit certain benchmarks. Age 5 is one of those. When they arrive at age 5 for kindergarten. Age 9 is another, which is 3rd grade, what we typically call 3rd grade. Age 16 is another, because at 16 you're starting to make the decisions to what Mike and I would call this transition to young adulthood. And the argument may be maybe there's one at 12 or so, but certainly if you've had a middle school student, you may argue that. Early childhood, Kansas said in 15, we want early childhood to be funded. It was not at that time. This legislature did that in the school finance formula. But we want it to be a community-based. So what that meant was they didn't say schools go out and do it. They said, figure out, should that be faith-based? Should that be at home? Should it be at school? Let the community decide. And we've got a variety of systems out there at age 3 and 4. And the legislature has funded a great deal more of at risk. So I just was looking this morning. We use a product called Ages and Stages, which is a developmental. And 58% last year of students arrived at age 5 social, emotionally, and academically ready for kindergarten. Now, we know that now we're playing catch up from right there. So the question then back to a local board or community, I use my hometown Coffeyville that has a very robust system. What are you going to do about that? Right? What are you going to do about that? Because the next mark is going to be at age 9, and we know if we're not there at age 5, what are the odds we're going to be at 9 or 12 or 16? And so Coffeyville's response was, we're going to run this 3- and 4-year-old in school, where another response is, we have a faith-based that does this really well. We're going to run it in faith-based. But what we're holding them accountable through the accreditation is we need to see that 58% overall state average grow toward 90, 95% so that we have to do less remediation even going to age 9. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
All right, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that you mentioned that schools are going to need to work on engaging parents. And I know that you talk with superintendents on a weekly basis.
Sometimes more, Senator.
Well, when we talk about engagement, so when school districts have special board meetings to vote 2 weeks before the week of Thanksgiving that will take the whole week off, that isn't engaging parents. In fact, it puts many parents and families on their head trying to decide. So engagement is, I think if there's one thing that we saw this last election cycle is a whole lot of communities were feeling not so satisfied with, as parents, even being listened to by their school boards, by their school administration. So can you share with us what you're doing specifically, other than those weekly conversations with superintendents, to really promote more global engagement, which includes listening to and responding to, not locking people out.
Thank you, Senator. I've never met a parent that didn't have a deep concern for their children. They may not know what to do at the time, or they may be incapable. So I'm going to give you some formal things, but I want to talk about things that you just don't check a box. So I think advisory groups that are somewhat fluid, I have those, from parents to superintendents and people that I somewhat know and I know will tell me what they're thinking, very diverse. So I think you need to have those, but we've had those for a long time, site councils, et cetera. But what you have to do at each school level and then at a district level, whether you're small or large, is actually listen to what people are asking to be done, right? Not sometimes you have to get beyond the I'm upset, right? Because that happens. But what am I asking to do? And then form a partnership of how can we solve that problem collectively. And here may be the challenges, right? This may impact some other family. I think that since we moved out of the one-room schoolhouse, so over a long time, we've gotten away a little bit from the deep engagement that Kansas said we ought to do again. And the two cases I cited, parents and business. Business would tell you the same thing a few years ago. Speaker O'Neill would tell you when I came to him, he said, business, you haven't been listening to business. Well, we need to listen to business. What do you need? We need to listen to parents. We need to listen to parents. And so that's part of our structure of what we're trying to accomplish also with schools. And we say that every opportunity that we get.
And I see that you're trying to do that at that state level, when you go on the tour, when you came up with, the feedback and the survey. But at the local level, when we're talking about our local school districts, that is what we're hearing. That's what I hear from constituents. I went to my school board. They wouldn't even let me talk. I called the school district office. They won't even give us information. So it is, when we talk about, you mentioned earlier in your presentation about, students have tablets, students have cell phones, but they're not talking. We're finding that with our administrators. And so I know you have a direct contact with them. I think that we are not going to be able to legislate them communicating and engaging parents. But I think that that's something that you very much can take the lead on. If there are some things that they should have learned over this last year and a half, is parents want to know, community members want to know that they are planning, they want to be able to participate in that planning process, and they sure don't want to find out a week and a half or 2 weeks before suddenly we've decided we're going to take the whole week off because some of those days need to be mental health days. I guess my other question is, you indicated that students are really a little less motivated, so you did initiate the IPS program. Is that just not working? Is that really not a tool that's being utilized in middle school that's carrying through in a meaningful way in which you intended?
So I wouldn't say it's not working. It's working, and we need to accelerate the progress we're making with that. So doing an online program, such as Career Cruising or Zello, is like going to your physician and running a cholesterol test or blood test, right? Then the physician sits down with you and they map out a plan based upon your past health, age, et cetera. That's set down and how we're going to have to plan out. That's actually, I get calls from parents that I know, and I say, if you buy me dinner, I'll come talk to your sophomore or your freshman. And we do a little IPS. That we're going to have to make more time. And how do we do that in a school of 2,200? We're going to have to figure that out, because that planning process with families, not just the student, then leads to them making good decisions. And if they say, I want to be a veterinarian, then we have to say, you're going to love science, and you're going to have to take a lot of science, and if that becomes a disconnect, we regroup. So it is working, it's on progress, but you'll hear me say this a lot about it. We have to accelerate that progress faster. academic, we have to accelerate the progress. We have to get better and deeper in our engagement of that.
All right, we have one final question, Commissioner, and that is from Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chairman. So a couple of things. I had my question earlier. Now I got to bounce around a few things. So I agree. Let me first off tell you this story. I think engagement is incredibly important, as we've all talked about. I have a good relationship with my superintendents, both in Olathe and Spring Hill. They're very receptive. We don't always agree on things, but I found that somehow our approach is always respectful, and I have a good relationship also with the school board members. So I think engagement, as you said, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I want to go back to what Chairman Williams talked about and what several of us have discussed regarding our children. And I think also it's a mental health issue. I think the reason they're not prepared, I can tell you, I have a 3-year-old all the way up to a 17-year-old who's a senior. So I can tell you when it comes to asking questions, I'll give you direct feedback from my children. They get A's. They get graded on all of their assignments. They all get 100% because it's all about completion versus what they know. And then they get to a test and then they fail it. So I have a daughter who's literally sort of feeling beat down because she'll complete all of her assignments. If you look at her homework, her grades are A's and B's all the way across the board, other than when she's sick and doesn't turn in her assignments. But that's a whole nother argument that we have at home. But then she gets to her tests and she doesn't know the material. So when you combine that with a school year where I know Representative Hoy mentioned earlier, you know, getting back into school and seeing their friends and their teachers, they're not seeing their friends and their teachers. They're covered in masks and they don't see their faces at all. So I think all of those are contributing factors. You know, you don't really see their faces. You don't see a smile. You don't get the help you need. And you're graded on participation, and then all of a sudden you get to a test and you don't know what you're doing. So that just, for me, is direct feedback that I'm getting from, in my opinion, the best source possible, which is my 5 children. My 3-year-old son, he is just turned 3. He's slowly developing speaking stuff, and he's getting a lot better. But we thought, you know what, we'll try the early childhood learning thing, see if they can help. We take him in there and they walked us through, you know, he's going to read lips, he's going to learn things, and they're going to work with him, and he's already getting better. But we walk in on day 1 and teacher puts a mask on and says he has to wear one at all times. I'm like, no, never mind. So we pulled him out of that, because how is he going to watch and read lips and all that with a mask on? So I personally think the problems that we're seeing as far as workforce readiness, they're getting out of high school and going into the workforce with this mindset of, I'm going to complete these tasks and not know how bad of a job I'm doing until the very end, because that's sort of the way they've been treated throughout their school year. And again, that's just direct feedback I'm getting from my children. So, but they're doing fine because they have an amazing mother, so.
And we'll sit down and talk about any issues you have. Success of a child, as you know, if you're raising your own children, is a difficult task at every move. And we're trying to make sure that students have the skills that they can execute their plan. We've got to get better. All right, we're on agreement. We have to all get better. We're working really hard at doing that, and we appreciate your time. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I just remind you that tomorrow our committee is going to be taking some time to be looking at what would be the next steps for us. I challenged our state school board a month or so ago. What is one thing that we could work on together? If you have time and you want to listen in on that or share your ideas with any member here, please do. We'll be doing that tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you, Madam
All
Chair.
right, thank you. All right, thank you for your patience. So we have Mike Gibson. He's from the Contractors Association. Gave him a call this morning. He knew he was supposed to be here at 1:20, and it's only 3:14. So many apologies to you, Mike, and we are excited to hear you speak.
Madam Chair, thank you. Committee, thank you for the opportunity. The untold story that Randy Watson didn't tell you is the reason we were out in the hallway was we were talking about starting our own podcast the Randy and Mike show on the best of both worlds of soft skills and hard skills or technical skills. We may find a couple radio stations that may take us up on that opportunity. But my name is Mike Gibson. I'm the Executive Vice President of Associated General Contractors of Kansas. We are the Chamber of Commerce for the Kansas construction industry. Despite what the Kansas Chamber may say, we are the only organization focused on construction issues, but we represent 300 Kansas construction firms and their 10,000 employees. Most importantly, we bring a lot to the table. We not only bring business people to the table, but we also bring a training curriculum and subject matter experts to the table that has produced some great results. In fact, we're the largest sponsor for the National Center for Construction Education Research. You know it as NCCR, which NCCR programming is construction craft training materials, is the #1 credential training materials to meet the criteria for Senate Bill 155, which you've heard me say before this body and your colleagues, both on the Senate and the House side. It is my opinion Senate Bill 155 was the best piece of legislation to come down the pipe in the 10 years I've been in Kansas. In fact, there's at least 25 other my colleagues in 25 other states trying to emulate what Kansas did in your vision 8 or 9 years ago with Senate Bill 155. But I come to you to talk to you about technical training not only provides value employment opportunities for the youth, which, oh, by the way, we're 48th in the country for outmigration of population, and I'll talk about that a little bit here in a few minutes in terms of engagement, but also provides valuable skill workforce to meet the high demand that exists by business and industry. The 80-20 rule comes to mind when looking at technical or hard skills versus soft skills. My experience with the 80-20 rule is based on what I've worked with in workforce development in Houston, Texas, and over in Louisiana and New Mexico. To put things in perspective, one example of technical hard skills versus hard skills, there's a graph in there that I pulled to not just give a construction perspective, but Indeed had a graphic that I thought gave a pretty good outline of some of the things that they see on a national basis. And we all are aware that technical skills or the technical knowledge or training that you gain through life experience, including your career and education. But I think that in itself, that's the key that opens the lock for employment opportunities for business and industry and what they look for. Soft skills are the personal habits, traits that shape how you work on your own and with others. Another great example of outside of Indeed is our NCCR training curriculum. I go back to the 80-20 rule. This curriculum is in 125 high schools. We have a map of Kansas. In fact, that map is already outdated. We've added another 40 schools to our partnership using NCCR training materials in the high schools and community colleges. In fact, the community colleges are in the blue, and the red are the high schools. And you can see they're scattered all over the state. But the lion's share of those schools are in rural Kansas, which we're really excited about. But our training curriculum in the high school level teaches things like basic safety, introduction to construction math, introduction to hand tool and power tools, introduction to construction blueprint reading, introduction to basic rigging. And here we understand soft skills. That's why the Randy and Mike show is up here today. We teach, as one of the modules in NCCR, basic communication skills, because we have to have those communication skills to be able to have people on our job sites, whether it be construction, whether it be aviation, agriculture, healthcare, or whatever. And basic employment skills are in the mix, and basic material handling, all contained in a curriculum that AGC put together for educators. And that's why the educators are so excited, and over the last 20 plus years have reached out to us to partner with us to have this curriculum in their schools. I heard testimony about engaging parents and engaging the educators. AGC engages the students. Just 2 weeks ago, I was at Chanute High School, and I was speaking before 68 vocational students, about half carpentry, half welders. About a third of those were women. And I asked, all the ladies were sitting in the back of the room, and I called on them first, and they turned red-faced. I said, why did you get into this vocational program? My dad or my grandpa or my grandma were already in the industry, and they were making good money, and they're having fun. But we're engaging these students. I have a speakers bureau of construction folks that go out to these schools to share with these students and the curriculum what they're learning in their soft skills through K through 12, why they're going to be learning basic safety and blueprint reading to where they know that there's an end game. I heard Virginia Crossland make a comment about hope. It gives our rural community children hope that they see a finish line of what they're learning in high school. We're working on, and you've heard me talk over the last couple of 3 years, the need for regional trades programs to where industry works with our high schools, community colleges, to have a cross-training of instructors and training programs to where if one industry downsizes, those employees can go from one industry to another. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. AGC has a great partnership with those schools. The lion's share of business and industry demand for technical skills continue to be essential in meeting the current and future projections for skilled workers. If you don't believe that, then consider this. Each one of you have been lobbied by the aviation industry over the last decade. What have they lobbied for? They need skilled workers. Between 8,000 and 10,000 sheet metal technicians. I don't know what else they asked for, but I do know the headlines were sheet metal technicians. And guess what? If they don't get it, they may not be here for very much longer. But the great thing is that the high schools, the VOTEC centers, and the community colleges have all tailored a lot of their programming around this demand. The same thing holds true for the energy sector, healthcare, manufacturing, agriculture, and construction, and other industries that are prominent in Kansas. Industry seeks candidates with a well-rounded background of technical skills. Candidates that bring technical skills to the table will go to the top of the hiring chain. I can promise you that. Candidates admittedly need soft skills to complement their technical skills, and industry expects those soft skills to be part of the K through 12 system. But industry also reaffirms by giving reasons why they're being taught in school what the end game is in terms of a good paying job and a career. At the end of the day, technical skills are in higher demand than ever before due to the pressures that exist within the baby boom generation who has already started its retirement and the continued growth of our economy. I'd like to leave you with this thought, and I've got a couple other comments that aren't in writing. Over the last 30 or 35 years, policymakers in Washington, D.C. mandated to education to prepare our children to go to college, all children to go to college. This mandate resulted in dismantling valuable technical training programs offered in our community college, VOTEC centers, and high schools. Over the last decade, we all have realized that not all of our children are interested in enrolling in college or can afford the high cost of enrolling in college. As a result, states have been ramping back up their capacity to deliver technical vocational training. In Kansas, and I'll refer to this map again, results speak for themselves. We started this journey, and I describe it as a journey, some 20 years ago when it wasn't in vogue. I have to give my board of directors a lot of credit. It wasn't the chambers of commerce. It was a construction trade association. You've heard me say this. We're not the sexy kid on the block by any means, but I can assure you, Kansas, especially rural Kansas, the parents are looking for hope that their son or daughter will gain some valuable technical skills in their local high school to be able to be employed in a career, not a job, but a career. We continue to see great public-private partnerships. I can't tell you how excited I am to be in front of this group and to have the opportunities to work with Randy Watson, work with our community colleges. Just in August, we were the only business group to be before the presidents of all the community colleges. And my message to them was to offer an opportunity to embed in our Build Up Kansas program, which you all have been gracious to help support, where we're using social media to target the 17 to 22-year-olds. We started last year by giving our construction science programs at Kansas State, Fort Hays State, and Pittsburgh State a 2-minute video, a message from the department head, but primarily messages from the kids enrolled in construction science and engineering, why they chose those programs. Within 60 days, I have letters from all 3 schools. Within 60 days, they had a 45% increase in the number of high school seniors that were going to go to their respective colleges, but now we're interested in enrolling in construction science and engineering. A light bulb went off with AGC of Kansas. We said, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Why don't we offer that to the community colleges? So I had that conversation with the presidents. This week, we launched on Build Up Kansas, and I would encourage you to go to buildupks.com and look at that. But 7 of the community colleges have already developed their 2-minute video showcasing what the community colleges are doing, a message from the president, a message from their students. Because we heard from focus groups engaged with the students, they don't know what's going on in the community colleges and what the value of the community colleges are. And they're telling us, what's our next step out of the high school VOTEC program? Next step is community college VOTEC programs, if you're not going to 4-year institutions. But guess what? We have some community college graduates that are now saying, you know what? I want to take the next step. I want to enroll in construction science at Kansas State, Pittsburgh State, and Fort Hays, or an engineering program at KU or Wichita State. So it's a food chain, all dependent on each other. Let's learn from the past and understand that technical skills will lead the way to growing our workforce and having a blend, I'm going to underscore, blend of soft skill training that will only enhance technical skills being delivered by our Kansas vocational programs and high schools, VOTECs, and community colleges. I go back to the 80-20 rule. This blend will position Kansas in retaining not only its existing businesses and industries, but also position Kansas to attract new business industries from other states that are seeking a new location due to their state's high taxes and regulations and lack of technical skills. If we can, we've got all the pieces of the puzzle. Randy Watson and I were out there talking. I have seen in 10 years, Kansas is so well positioned to solve the skill workforce issues because we've got pieces of the puzzle right in front of us. But unfortunately, we don't seem to want to get out of our way to figure out how to start connecting those pieces of the puzzle to where we know what that picture, that final picture looks like. And I will suggest to you, AGC of Kansas and its construction firms, who aren't the sexy kid on the block, is putting our money where our mouth is and also seeking partners to broaden this. We know how it's worked. I know how it worked. One of the reasons I was hired is because of what I was involved with when the petrochemical contractors along the Houston Ship Channel back about 20 years ago told the contracting community either get your skill levels up and provide opportunities for the younger generation to fill those retiring positions, or we're moving our facilities to China. And guess what? Everybody rallied together. We worked with Houston Community College, and now Houston Community College is the largest training provider in the state of Texas, bar none. And you can't tell me that our community colleges and our high schools and our 4-year institutions, who all rank very high, we can't bring those people together with your leadership to make that happen. So, am I passionate about this subject matter? You bet. Do I have an incentive to do so? You bet. I've got construction firms that depend on the younger generation replacing their age workforce. I've got some contractors say, I've been looking around the room, I've been seeing the sorry faces for the last 20 or 30 years, and I better do something about replacing them. And I said, we've got a deal for you. We've got great programs in these high schools, and it gives structure. These kids want structure in their lives. And that's what we're hearing in the focus groups with the high schools that we're meeting with on a routine basis. The students say, if I can be assured that I've got structure, I'm going to stay with the company I'm with. And we're telling our companies, if you don't have a structured environment, starting with onboarding all the way through, you're already behind the curve. And your competitor is going to get the lion's share of this younger generation of women and men who want to work. And whether it be in construction, manufacturing, healthcare, it doesn't matter. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, you heard me say during the legislative session, my fear, what keeps me up, is in the next 5 to 6, maybe 8 years, we're subject to losing 10% of our population at the rate we're going. Because the younger generation is telling us through our focus groups, they're losing hope. And their solution is to move to Denver, Oklahoma City, Houston, Dallas, and all points in between. And for me, I've been here 10 years. The quality of life in this state is second to none. Second to none. And if you watch the news and what's happening in other states, Kansas is moving to the top of the list in terms of quality of life. But these kids are looking for that structure, and they will take advantage of that if provided. So with that, Madam Chair, committee, I stand ready for questions.
All right, I think we have some. So Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, I always appreciate when you come, you come to the Commerce Committee quite a bit, and it's always great when you come and testify. I am glad that on the second page where I was a bit perplexed why a construction company was needing people and doing how to do Perl and Python and Java. So I was glad to know this was not necessarily the construction hard skills.
But I will tell you this. What was the first thing, and I tell this when we talk to kids, what's the first thing you do when you get up in the morning? You turn a light switch on, or you run water, you make some coffee. Construction did all that. And construction touches every industry in this state and around this country. And I don't want to just bring you a construction perspective, because we touch every industry out there. We're in touch with the aviation industry. They're looking at how they can be part of Build Up Kansas. Evergy's wanting to be part of Build Up Kansas. And we want them to be, because I may only get one shot in front of a young man or woman. So I didn't want to interrupt.
No,
I'm
well,
sorry.
I appreciate that. And I mean, construction is getting probably more and more sophisticated as far as some of this. But you show your map, and I know that one of the things in our little rural communities are these construction technical, your plumbers, your electricians. We just need them. We don't have them. I tell the success story of a young man who graduated from my community, went to a trade school. There he met his roommate. He brought his roommate back, and they started a business together, construction in the area. Now they're both married and have families and valuable part of the community. And I think that too many times in our rural areas, we're looking for the silver bullet of trying to get in this corporation that's going to bring in 100 jobs or 50 jobs. But it's those 1 or 2, 3, 4 jobs that really make a huge difference. And so I guess my question is, do you ever do any sort of a survey of the state? Like we see all the time, surveys, well, this county or this area needs doctors, or do you ever do any sort of a survey of the state, or where you say, well, this area or this county needs, electricians or this, so that you can push kids to those areas?
We are in the process of drilling down a bit. One thing I did include in my testimony, by 2024, and this is Department of Labor stats from Washington, D.C., Kansas needs 58,750 new construction workers. Okay? 58,000. And I'll send you each the map of the Department of Labor. They need 2.8 million construction workers in that same time frame nationwide, but they have it broken out by state. We're taking that number and drilling down through some surveying by county or region. I'd rather us talk about regions versus counties, because we can leverage our tax base and our resources, both human and dollars, by regionalization. Because in a region in our partners with liberal Garden City, Dodge City, out in that part of the area, they already know what their constituents want. That's why they're using our curriculum to plug in to be able to deliver that. And we're doing a detailed survey of what specifically our contractors, we've asked our construction industry folks to give us 3 to 5 year projections of entry-level workers and upgrade training, because that's the other challenge. I will tell you the other thing that hasn't been discussed, and we're going to have to start talking about it, and we will be the group bringing it to your attention. We talk about aging workforce. A lot of our VocTech instructors are in that same boat. And I will suggest to you that at the end of the day, if we don't find industry folks, and there may be some that we're identifying that are getting ready to retire that would love to have some supplemental income to step in to be in that, but they're not going to be able to meet some of the educational criteria, you may have to make some exemptions to allow that to occur. If you don't, if I'm an instructor and I'm just reading out of a book and I don't bring the industry knowledge to the table, I've lost that student. I've lost that student in a heartbeat. So yes, we are doing that, but we already have the state's numbers in terms of what that number looks like and some of the trades that we're talking about. Some of those trades have more sophistication. Welding and electrical have some higher certifications, but a lot of those trades can be transferable, and that's what was the beauty. I was on the first board of directors in 1993 when NCCR was formed, and I told you why, because the industrial plant said, get your act together. And that we came up with a standardized curriculum because we knew it would take too long to develop a construction curriculum through the normal processes. So it was industry who stepped up and got this done. And now it was started, we went with the U.S. Department of Labor, U.S. Department of Corrections. You've heard me talk about this curriculum. I don't even have that on the map. This curriculum is in our correctional facilities. I always brag on the El Dorado Correctional Facility. We have 100 low-risk inmates taking masonry training. And they ran short of funds because y'all didn't have enough to give to them. And that's okay. We went and got one of our suppliers, Monarch Cement, to donate the block and cement for the entire process. For the last 7 years, Monarch Cement's a proud donor of the block and cement. And why are they doing it? If they don't have mason technicians, they don't sell product. And they're out of business. I also tell you too, there's some encouraging signs out there in our focus groups with the high schools and community colleges. Tuesday before Thanksgiving, I was invited out by, and I'm going to brag on them, one of my subcontractors, Glassman Corporation out of Hayes. Huge heating, venting, air conditioning, plumbing contractor. For 5 years, they've been inviting the local high schools, 5 high schools and the local community college, which all use our NCCR, out to their school to invite their suppliers to do demonstrations. They invited me this year to talk big picture of what's going on. We had 225 students. I asked the lion's share of them, why are you in this program? Because I want to learn a basic skill to where I can stay in Hayes, Kansas, and be around my parents. So there are some bright lights at the end of the tunnel. But again, the reason for that is they have structure. They're being reaffirmed what they're learning in the classroom in the normal K through 12, but they're seeing it put in an industry curriculum that says, oh, that's why I'm learning math skills and English skills. I've got to have basic math to be able to be on a construction job site or in a manufacturing setting. We have to reaffirm that, just like you do with your kids. Don't touch that fire, it's going to burn you.
Okay, I'm gonna end with a couple questions, and then we're gonna move on, because I think it's excellent testimony. But my question is, you actually segued into it, and my father was a former, he was an industrial arts teacher, and you were talking to us about the fact that we could have master carpenters that maybe can't even physically do the hard labor anymore, but could segue into jobs in which they are instructing. And so we do have a state board member, I see Dina on the back row. There may be others in the audience, but that would require the teacher licensure to change for something like this. So my question is two-part. Number one, how many school districts are you currently in out of 286? Because I see that you have 125, but that includes community colleges and vocational centers. And number two, if you had instructors, would you be in more districts? Because I know in our community, they hired their industrial arts teacher back after he retired because they could find no one.
Yes.
So.
To answer your question, Madam Chair, is yes. Most of the schools that have inquired about becoming a training unit under our sponsorship for NCCR is finding an instructor. And we're working with some of those school districts to try to identify. But I brought up the criteria. And that's just not in the K through 12. We also have that problem in the universities. And we've brought that issue to the table here a couple, 3 years ago. Kansas State was our example on we need to start replacing some of these instructors with industry folks, and some of the pay needs to be bumped up a little bit because these industry folks aren't going to step into an instructional and take a pay cut. Okay, so there's multiple things. What I would suggest to you is AGC of Kansas stands ready to work with education, just as we've done with what we've produced the last 20 years, to see what are the opportunities and some of the possible impediments to being able to move forward on something of that nature. But the great thing is, just like when we started an HVAC program at Leavenworth facility, they didn't have an instructor. We just so happened to have a subcontractor that had an employee that retired up in that neck of the woods. And we said, hey, would you like to make some extra money on the side? And that person stepped in to be an instructor for the HVAC program at that correctional facility. So we believe if we can have those dialogues, we can solve those issues. But I would suggest to you, if we don't change, and I heard my good friend Randy Watson talk about different changes that need to occur, those one of those areas that if we don't change some of the stringent guidelines, most of those guidelines will apply to 95% of the things that education needs to do. And by God, I'm not an educator, and I don't want to be. I appreciate all educators, and we have a resume to back that up. But if we don't change some of those strict criteria for some of these challenges, we're going to fall short. And if we fall short, just as I said, if we lose 10% of our population, what happens if we lose aviation or a major portion of an agriculture supplier or something of that nature that says, you know what, another state has the resources and that's where I'm going? We have the ability to make those changes, and if we don't, shame on all of us.
And repeat again, how many districts?
I'll get you that,
Okay.
Madam Chair, because I go by schools. I don't buy school districts, but
How
I would
about number of
suggest.
high schools?
Beg pardon?
How about the number of high schools?
We're right at about 100 high schools.
Okay, 100. And then I would highly encourage, I think that would be great licensures for teachers in many areas. Of course, science, math, and construction are huge needs. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Absolutely. Thank y'all again for your leadership. And again, thank you for your vision on Senate Bill 155. And also thank you for your support of Build Up Kansas. We really appreciate it.
And committee, apologies for anybody that had questions that didn't get their questions asked. Again, please send those to us, to Norma. We'll make sure they get to Mike. All right, so committee, we are just going to keep moving on. We have the next item on our agenda, which is the Kansas Department of Education rules and regulations, changes and how those changes impact student achievement. Again, we want to circle everything back to student achievement of Kansas kids. All right, so first we have Norma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So committee, you should have in front of you a document that's kind of got a table to start with. The table says summarizing the current regulations, proposed changes, and new regulations, and the relevant statutes. I will note the state board has approved what were the proposed regulations. So they are now the current regulations, and the current regulations would now be considered the old regulations. So that's the first table. The second table, which begins on page 3, includes the entirety of those different regulations and the relevant Kansas statutes. So the first table is just a brief summary. and the second table is the entirety. So I'll be going just off that first table, just to give you a quick overview of the different changes. So that first column has the summary of the current regulations. The middle column is from the Department of Education's testimony to the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations, which was on July 1st or July 9th of 2021. You can find their testimony online as well. And then the third column is just the summary of the relevant Kansas statutes. So that's just the statute that would be relevant to whatever regulation. So KAR 913131. This change, so the original one defined, the older one defined various terms used in the accreditation regulations. The new one, again, just kind of updates those definition of terms used throughout the accreditation regulations. So I'll note that those are related to school level accreditation from the school system to the school system accreditation. So things like education system rather than school, governing body, those are kind of some of those changes that were made in the regulations. So moving to KAR 913132, this set out the performance and quality criteria that a school must meet to be accredited. Again, it's just changing that accreditation model from the quality performance accreditation system to the Kansas Education Systems accreditation. So that's that shift in that regulation, is just that move. KAR 91-31-33 originally included the outline of data that schools had to provide to the state board, accredited schools. So now this regulation requires any education system participating in the accreditation just submit data as requested by the State Board of Education. 91-31-34, the previous regulation defined the local Board of Education requirements. The current one is just the governing body of each education system. Again, that's kind of that shift in terminology. So it sets out the different requirements for those governing bodies. So that'd be, for example, the locally elected public school board. 91-31-35 outlined the graduation requirements. Again, this sets out, the new one sets out the graduation requirements, including 4 units of English language arts, 3 units of history and government, 3 units of science, 3 units of mathematics, 1 unit of physical education, 1 unit of fine arts, and 6 units of elective courses. So that's at least 21 credits to be required for graduation. Of course, the education system can't set more requirements for their own graduation requirements. Turning to page 2. 91-31-36, so that had provisions for technical assistance teams. As updated, it now requires each education system select an outside visitation team. It outlines trainings and requirements for those outside visitation teams. 91-31-37, it set out the process for the recommendation of accreditation status and the appeals process. As updated, it explains that process again for the education system's governing body to appeal accreditation status. 91-31-38, previously outlined and defined the 4.
Norma, I'm going to pause you for just a moment. Were you planning on going through every single one?
Just the summaries.
Okay, well, I think that might take you a while because there's a lot of pages.
Oh, it's just the first couple, so we're about halfway through. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll stop after the end of table 1. Yeah.
Okay, all right, and good news for you, we will hold off any questions for you. We'll just direct them to the state board member. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, thanks.
So 91-31-38 outlined and defined the 4 accreditation statuses. As updated, it has 3 classifications for the education systems. So that's accredited, conditionally accredited, and not accredited, and outlines various kind of accreditation statuses there. 91-31-39 provided that when a school attained accreditation status, a letter and press release will be issued. The State Board of Education went to revoke this regulation because it deemed it unnecessary and repetitive of other regulations. Because the regulation's not required, they can still issue the letter. They just don't have to have a regulation saying so. 91-31-40 set out sanctions for conditionally accredited or not accredited schools. As updated, this would set that a public education system may be sanctioned by the state board if it fails to maintain an accreditation rating, or at least conditionally accredited. It kind of sets out more about that sanctions. 913141 required that the school notify the community annually of its status and progress. As amended, it would require each education system participating in the accreditation system to provide a link on its homepage to that Kansas report card information. So that's on that KSD website. Turning to page 3, 913142, as the previous one outlined, waiver requirements. And as updated, it just sets out education system waiver allowances as imposed by the State Board of Education. And then 913143, as requested, would set out that each accredited education system shall develop and implement written policies for annual child abuse and neglect mandated reporting training of all employees. So that's kind of the summary there. And then, as I said, Table 2 outlines all of the regulations, the previous and the current, but I won't go into that detail.
All right, great job. Thank you, Norma. So we would like to now invite State Board Member Jim Porter to come up. You're welcome to give an overview of the newly passed rules and regs, and then stand for questions. Thank you for being here.
And thank you for allowing me to be here. I apologize in advance. I am not as articulate as many of the people that have preceded me. And I'm going to get to the point, but I sort of missed some of it. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you what I wanted to start with. First of all, thank you for being here. The State Board is very interested in collaborative relationships with the Legislature, and we believe that working together we can solve many problems. To that end, I was extremely pleased to see the issue that Chairman Williams has already talked about on your agenda for tomorrow, that as the question, if the Legislature and the State Board join together to accomplish a common goal to improve student achievement in Kansas, what would that be? I'm very interested in pursuing that because I believe that there are many ways that we can work together. I believe there are multiple ways that we can work together, and that the school children of Kansas would benefit from a positive working relationship. Achievement is critical to success, but it is not the only measure of success that we need to consider, but I will expand on that later. Although I am pleased to see that this item is on the agenda, I was concerned that the establishment of these common goals between the Kansas Legislature and the Kansas State Board of Education would be accomplished without the State Board of Education being at the table. To that end, the Kansas State Board of Education is ready and willing to partner with the Legislature in looking for ways to ensure that each Kansas student has the best chance for success. As everybody in this room knows, the successful establishment of common goals is not that the Legislature develops goals and the State Board accepts them, or conversely, that the State Board of Education establishes goals and the Legislature adopts them. To be truly collaborative, we need to work together and develop those goals together. Today, I've been asked to present information on recent regulations from the State Board of Education. This is a relatively large assignment, and I'm going to try to stay within my 10 minutes. A relatively large assignment, but I only intend to address 2 right now, but will respond to any question that you have later. As many of you know, I had the opportunity to chair the Legislative Task Force on Dyslexia. The task force made several recommendations to the Kansas State Board of Education and a few funding recommendations to the Kansas Legislature. The task force was made of a diverse group of members, including several advocates, including parents, public school personnel, legislators, and others. Several others with expertise in the field were invited to participate as consultants to that committee. After much discussion and several meetings, the recommendations from the task force were unanimous. I want to recognize 2 people who made major contributions, once in the development and once in the implementation. Kansas has a nationally recognized expert in the field of reading and structured literacy, and that person is Dr. David Herford from Pittsburgh State University. I had not met or even heard of Dr. Harford until we started this process. But I've learned from him, I've learned a great deal from him and used him as a very valuable resource. I also want to thank Senator Baumgartner for her passion and support in implementing these recommendations and the fact that she has gently pushed us on occasion. Her support, her support is very much appreciated. There are several recommendations, and I'm going to go over those recommendations and tell you where we are in the process. Pre-service recommendations. The recommendation was made that each person that receives a license from this point forward has to pass the test on structured literacy. That has been implemented. Kansas, I met with the Board of Regents deans prior to the process to let them know that we were going to address dyslexia and that there were going to be some changes that had to be made. This was before the first meeting of the task force. They told me that what they do is they implement education program standards. And so as a result of that, the State Board of Education changed the educational program standards that required the teaching of structured literacy. This has been implemented and it is part of the program standards for each of their of the programs, both in the Regent schools, for any school that is approved by the State Board of Education that issues licenses to teachers. Professional learning. Training for the current teachers in structured literacy has been implemented. All teachers have been structured learning, and training for teachers of teachers in higher education institution has already been implemented. There has been a dyslexia handbook that has been developed and is widely disseminated. And one of the major recommendations was there be a dyslexia coordinator at the Department of Education. That there's been a recent resignation for that position, so it was for a short time that was vacant. However, it has been filled now and is currently filled. A comprehensive screening program has been implemented to catch students with potential reading issues as early as possible. One of the major concerns was and this was a major concern especially of the parents and the advocacy in the group. In many cases, even across the nation, there's what is called the wait to fail process. You try several implementations, they don't work. You try several more implementations, they don't work. And then around the third grade, you start looking at special education as the option. This is way too late for intervention. And there has been multiple resources that indicate that the earlier the implementation is, the more likely that special education will not be an issue, that it can be addressed prior to that. And so we've started screening processes at the very beginning, and if the screening process catches, it's time for evaluation and very early implementation. Curriculum resources have been identified. However, Dr. Jack Fletcher, who is a nationally recognized expert in structured literacy from the University of Houston, and it's been confirmed by Dr. Herford, who I spoke to just today to make sure that I was going to quote him correctly, is that the importance is that the training and actual teaching of structured literacy that does not necessarily require a great deal of additional material. Also, according to Dr. Herford, whenever he became a member of this committee, he was very surprised that we looked at it comprehensively. He is also a consultant to groups like this in other states, where typically when they start, they only do the screening process, and then later they do the professional development process, and later they do the program standard process. But he informed me before and many times that he was extremely excited about the fact that we looked at it comprehensively and tried to take a responsibility for the whole thing at the same time. We ask, many times when task forces make reports, those things wind up on a shelf someplace and have to be dusted off every few years. So to keep that from happening, one of the things that we recommended is that there be an annual report and that Legislative Task Force and Dyslexia be approved for one meeting a year for 4 years. We've had 3 of those meetings, and the 4th one is scheduled. Quite frankly, I've been out of town for the last 2 weeks. I assume Deborah knows when it is, but it's scheduled sometime in the 2nd week of December. So we will have reports on each one of these areas and what the current implementation is, and that will be a report submitted to the legislature. All recommendations of the State Board of Education have been implemented, and schools have been held accountability through the accreditation process, and institutions of higher education are being held accountable through the approval program process. None of the funding recommendations have been adopted. However, because of the availability of ESSER funds, all of the funding recommendations are being supported through that and are currently being supported. Now for accreditation. What does a successful 24-year-old look like? That is the question the people of Kansas were asked to address. Their answers were consistent with current research and were confirmed by the recent tour of the state. There is the mistaken belief in some areas that academic achievement has been devalued. That is certainly a false narrative. Academic achievement is a critical and necessary component and is a given. The results indicated, of course, that academic achievement is extremely important, but is certainly not the only component of a successful person. Therefore, based on both the information gained for the citizens of Kansas and solid participation of the business community and confirmed by research, the State Board of Education developed accreditation requirements that address success measures in addition, not in place of, academic achievement. Those measures include academic achievement listed first on purpose, cognitive achievement, the ability to use the information that you have, technical knowledge, employability skills has been talked about, soft skills several times today. I'll not go into that any further. And civic engagement. And civic engagement was added at the request of the business community. Academic achievement is easy to measure. Graduation rates are easy to measure, but graduation itself is not a valid measure of success. Is the student prepared for the next stage of his or her life at graduation is a valid measure of success. It is my understanding that at the time of the implementation, Kansas was the only state that considered post-secondary attainment as a part of its accreditation process. However, it is now my understanding that other states are following that lead. Although it is popular to criticize No Child Left Behind for its singular emphasis on academic achievement on only 2 curriculum areas, it did have its benefits. It held schools more accountable than they've ever been held, and that is an appropriate and good thing. Schools got very good, however, at preparing for the test at the expense of other areas. Test scores improved, but other measures did not. As an example, math scores improved significantly over the course of No Child Left Behind, but students were still entering post-secondary institutions without the appropriate math skills, and remedial courses were required. In the past few years, there have been some improvement in this metric. However, there's still much work to be done. There was still at that time emphasis in college preparation over what the last presentation, and I fully agree with the last presenter, the importance of career and technical education. We believe that the current KESA process is an expansion of accountability and takes into consideration multiple measures with the bottom line of doing everything possible to assure that students leave schools of Kansas with both the knowledge and the skills to be successful. In closing, the State Board of Education is not a lobbying group with a single purpose of representing its client or a special interest, but is a body elected by the same people that elect the members of the legislature and other state leaders. We take our responsibilities very seriously and believe that each student in Kansas should be valued and supported. We stand ready to work with any person or group, and especially with the Kansas legislature, to achieve the vision that Kansas leads the world in the success of each student. And now something that I had absolutely no intention of saying until the last presentation, but I believe that the issue of finding skilled workers for the classroom is much easier than anticipated. And I'll follow up on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, that sounds like good news. Well, thank you. We appreciate you being here, and we have we have a series of questions for you. And Senator Erickson, you can go first.
And by the way, most of my answers maybe I don't know, but I'll take a shot at it anyway.
Well, I think most of them will be related to the rules and regulations that you all passed, and so I think you'll probably be pretty familiar.
Okay.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Chair. My first question is, you changed the accreditation process through the rules and regulations, and there's numerous changes in here, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but for the average stakeholder, when they hear that a school is accredited, what should that signify to that stakeholder?
There are several minimum standards that need to be met, that they have a process for improvement, that's not a simple question to answer. So I'll take my best shot at it. There has to be a process. There has to be, first of all, there has to be a track record of success. There has to be an opportunity to have a process that you can show that you have identified and are addressing the issues that have been found in your accreditation process, that you are addressing the needs of each student, that you have done things that have been addressed earlier, that you are using and implementing things like the individual plans of study, that you're doing that in a way that is appropriate and is rigorous. There are dozens of things like that, but basically you have to show that you have an academic success and that you have a process to improve where you have not.
Okay, thank you. I would venture to say that most people, when they hear accreditation, it implies that the school has met some type of rigorous criteria and assures a certain quality of educational outcomes, is what I would guess. So when we look at the new accreditation requirements to measure basically or to align with KESA, the first one is that and you've changed some verbiage. So instead of school district, it is now educational system, right? So the first thing is the educational system has to be in good standing. And what does being in good standing mean?
You have to comply with all the laws and regulations.
Or be trying to comply with those, correct?
I'm going to be very careful how I answer this because I don't want to mislead you, but I believe that when it comes to the laws, you have to be in compliance.
Well, I'm looking at the new rules and regs.
And I don't have those in front of me, so.
Okay, well then I'll just read it here. But to be in good standing, in my copy, it's on page 4. Good standing is defined as, in good standing means in compliance with or working with the state board to achieve compliance with all applicable federal and state statutes and regulations. So as long as they're either complying or working on complying, they're in good standing. Would that be accurate?
Up to a point, but I still believe that federal and state statutes are going to be required. And regulations might be at a lesser responsibility. I'm not sure about that, but that's the way, that is my understanding, that you can't violate the law.
Okay, then, well, or working with the state board on complying. So you could have someone not in a district or education system not in compliance, but if they're working with the state board to be in compliance, they're in good standing.
As
Is
an
that correct?
example, let me use a regulation. As an example, going back to individual plans of study. If you have implemented individual plans of study, and if you're not there, you are working toward it. That is an example of working toward. You have to have X number of days of school, which is a state statute. You have to have that number of days of school, unless the legislature makes a, we can't exempt, we can't exempt you for having fewer than the required number of days of school, or the required number of hours of school. That's an example.
Okay, I'm just reading.
That's a statute.
I'm reading the new reg and rule that the board approved, and that's what it says. But nevertheless, I do want to go to your written testimony. I mean, I have a lot of other questions, but, and I have a lot of questions on like the ARC and that whole process. But I am kind of curious about a statement where you say, the state board retains the discretion in setting performance goals on a district-by-district basis. Could you kind of expand on that, please?
Each district is different. If you look at our academic performance metric, each district has different risk factors. And we take in risk factors as an example when we're looking at post-secondary attainment. There are, on that list, of that report card list that shows graduation rates, post-secondary attainment, it gives a specific range of predicted performance. And that is affected by poverty. That is affected by mobility. And so a school district that is well-resourced, that has more resources, and has stronger, like for instance, parental support, would have fewer risks than perhaps an inner-city school. And so we look at those risk factors as we make those determinations.
So then is it fair to say that the accreditation process going previously was an objective standard, now is a subjective standard based on the determination on a district-by-district basis? What the ARC determines is conclusive evidence of school achievement and improvement?
I would say that the risk factors, the risk factor that I just explained is determined by objective criteria. Now, the ARC has to make some assumptions, just like anybody making any sort of assumptions on evaluation about whether or not they are meeting or are in the process of meeting those standards. So there has to be some subjectivity there. But as far as the determination of the predicted level of performance, that's an objective process.
All right. I know you have more questions, Senator, and we will definitely circle back to you so you can ask more questions. Committee, are there other questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Porter, this academic preparation, what is the plan to improve? I mean, if that's number one on the list, we feel like there's a shortage there. What's the plan?
There are always plans for improvement. Each school district will have to, as part of the accreditation process, have to show us how they're addressing their issues. Each school, we have 286 or so school districts in the state, and each one of those is in a different place. Each one of them, as part of the accreditation process, has to show to us how they are addressing those issues. So there are 286 different answers to those questions. Our position is that we're going to look at your process. We're going to make sure that you have a process for improvement. So if we identify that you have deficiencies, we are going to ask you to prove to us that you have a process to address those deficiencies, and that's how the State Board of Education looks at the accreditation process.
Okay.
By the way, Senator Fagg's my senator.
Oh, awesome. Okay, that's great. Well, I have a few questions. Okay, so as I compare the rules and regs prior to the new, recently passed rules and regs, what I'm seeing is that performance-based accreditation is stripped from the rules and regs. There's less performance that we can identify. I noticed in your written testimony, it said that it's still important that 95% of the students take the assessment, but it's not really in the accreditation piece. So I wanted to ask you about the accreditation piece. It has in 91-31-32, if you need to reference it, it says each education system, and for anybody that didn't catch that, an education system is a school district seeking accreditation shall meet the following requirements. And what I did was I highlighted all the words that were action, like participate, data collection, assess, provide evidence, allow, opportunity to achieve, just things that showed what you were wanting out of them. And only one of your list of 8 included the word assessing. Do you know which one that was?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, it is on 91-31-32. We provided it for you. But it's the social emotional learning. So the academic assessment's not included, and it was a essential part of accreditation prior. It was that they had to show improvement, and you had to show subgroup improvement in basic ELA and math, and now that's completely gone. And in your testimony, you said academic achievement has not been devalued, and you said, in fact, that's a false narrative, but yet it's not included in it. So can you help me understand why the only thing in which requirement for accreditation in terms of assessing is social emotional learning?
All I can say is that we look at academic performance first as we're looking at all of these processes. Now, I can't answer your question.
Okay, so let me dig in a little deeper with you, because if academic achievement is first and foremost, I would think that it would be a key bullet or a key item in accreditation. But what we have is that they will meet the following requirements, and I'll read them. Number 1, participate in the Kansas assessment program. So it doesn't require them to achieve a certain status, it's to participate. In fact, it says it's documenting. The process of accreditation is a documenting process now. It's not an attainment. It's a documenting process. That's what the new definition of accreditation is. Number 2, have in place a method of data collection that's approved by the state board. It doesn't list what that is. It just says have something in place. Number 3, have in place a state board's approved individual plan of study. Again, it's not something that's really quantifiable or measurable for you to look at quickly, or parents, or us. Number 4, have in place a method of assessing all students' social emotional growth. So you do have assessing for social emotional growth, and that is an important, that's one of your bullets for accreditation. They must do that. Number 5, provide evidence that the foundational structures for each accreditation cycle are in place. So that's the process, the steps that they need to have for accreditation, which might be, if it's Gemini or whatever, it's those steps, those structural steps. So again, we're not talking academic, we're talking about structural steps. Number 6, offer curricula that allow students to meet the requirements. So again, the word is allow, not have a certain number meet criteria, or to, there's no, like, when no child was left behind, we didn't want to leave any children behind. That was the goal. Now we're just saying allow. So that's, and then the number 7, offers subject and areas of instruction approved by the state board that provide each student with the opportunity to achieve. It doesn't talk about whether they do achieve, just the opportunity. And then finally, documentation. And not in this list for accreditation that's entirely new, there's nothing about achievement. And yet you're telling me that achievement's number 1 in primary, but I can't see it in accreditation.
I know that in all the reports that we get, achievement is the first.
Why is it not on the list?
I've slept since we've done that. I can't answer that question, but I think I can address the issue of social emotional. All of those other issues that you reported, especially the other early ones, are reported to us. You talked, what was the word that you used for social emotional? Assessing. We require each school district to assess the social emotional needs of their students, but they do not report that to us. And they do not report that to us because we don't want schools to be compared. This school has a stronger social emotional issue, because that's important that each student, that's privacy information. Everything else that's listed there is reported to us, and we take that all in consideration. We're wordsmithing.
Okay, so so let me go back to the assessment part. The accreditation items that are necessary and accreditation is supposed to be important, but you removed performance assessments from the accreditation piece. Now, the ARC team that goes into the 286 districts might go to one school and say, you know what, you need to move 10% of your students from this subgroup up into level 2. They might do that, but there's no uniform requirement. The requirement that was stripped was whether a certain percentage of students performed at or above proficient. We can all see that. We know when students are moving up in achievement. We know when they're accomplishing some level of proficiency. That is struck. That one is completely taken out. Whether 95% or more of your students take the exam, you mentioned in your testimony that that's not part of the accreditation, that's fine. It's something that you do require. My concern.
Something that the federal government requires.
Sure. My concern is that the state board is saying achievement is our number 1 concern, and yet it's not listed within the accreditation. It may be buried within the ARC requirements that they go, which, by the way, it's not specified what they do. There's no list that says acceptable data. They're supposed to provide a list of acceptable data. There's no list of what that acceptable data is. So I don't understand how the legislature, parents, teachers, administrators, students would ever assume that academic achievement is the number 1 priority when it's not even included in accreditation anymore.
I do know that that's the first thing that we looked at, and perhaps we've identified one of those areas where we can work together.
That would be great. Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you agree that the rules and regs are just broad guidelines and you address achievement all the time in other places?
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
Okay. So maybe there is a method to your madness. And so probably something that we'll continue. But I think rules and regs are what we're finding, they're different in every agency. That's one thing we're finding. So thank you.
Senator Erickson, did you have any other questions?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And, I guess my question would be, as you've said that you look at educational outcomes, academic outcomes, and would you say that the state board and the work that's being done is improving student educational academic outcomes?
I think there's a plan to do that. Everything right now is affected by COVID. You know, that had an impact. So it starts, so we have to take that in consideration, but the goal and the process is to improve outcomes, including specifically academic outcomes. We're not pleased with where we are.
Well, and I think everyone understands the impact of COVID, but the process that you have in place that you outlined for the accreditation has actually been in place since about 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, there's been modifications, but it's been in
And
place.
since 2015, since this process of the 5 areas that you look at, social emotional learning, kindergarten readiness, individual plan of study, has student academic achievement increased or decreased since 2015 on any objective measure?
You have that information in front of you, I don't.
Okay, well, it is decreased. And I guess my final question, Madam Chair, for the sake of time, I have a lot more, but how many schools have been not accredited under any previous accreditation system, including this current one that you're proposing? How many have been not accredited?
There have been 0 not accredited. There have only been a relatively small number that have gone through the process because they have a 5-year process. There have been several that have been conditionally accredited, including one last month.
And so finally, Madam Chair, if I may, because we're talking about rules and regs, we do have statutes regarding accreditation. And this is 72-5170 says, in order to accomplish the mission for Kansas education, the state board shall design and adopt a school district accreditation system based upon improvement in performance that equals or exceeds the educational goal set forth in KSA 72-3218C, which are the ROSE capacities, and amendments thereto, and is measurable. And my question would be, based on the statute, the law, does this new accreditation process as outlined in rules and regs rise to the standard that our statute outlines?
I believe it does.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hubert.
May I expand just a second?
Yes.
I spent the first 30-something years of my career in another state, where the State Department of Education in that state was a gotcha process. It waited for you to fail and then tried to address that. In this state, one of the things that I have noticed at the very beginning that I was very surprised is that we try to identify people, school districts, and problems before they fail and give them technical assistance before they fail. And that is one reason. That's not the only reason, but that's one reason there have been few, if any, non-accredited. In that particular state, that was much larger than Kansas and had many more schools than Kansas. Only in their history, only 2 school districts had been unaccredited, even though there are many that have been conditionally or whatever their term was for that.
May I respond very quickly, Madam Chair? When I look at the data objectively, and it shows that school performance, student academic performance is declining, yet schools continue to be accredited, based on your definition, they have to have a process that shows continual improvement. What we're seeing in the data is not just because of COVID, pre-COVID, it declining. So there seems to be a disconnect between continual improvement that's defined in the accreditation process and the results we're getting on objective measures. And so I'm just trying to understand where that disconnect is and how effective our accreditation process is in helping schools improve, because that's our goal. We want to help those students succeed and improve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have Representative Hubert, we have Senator Sykes, and then I'll finish this up with a couple of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the comment on rules and regs, and I have served on rules and regs, and maybe staff might be able to help me clarify, but rules and regs flesh out a statute. If a statute is silent, then a rule and reg has the force of law. but a rule and reg can't supersede or circumvent a statute. And, I just think it's important to recognize that a lot of times when rules and regs are coming through the Rules and Regs Committee, that committee is reviewing, but they're not approving. And so that's why it's so important when we look at rules and regs to make sure that we are making sure that they're saying what we want them to say, because they do become and have the force of law. So I think that's pretty accurate, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on that when we're talking about them.
Thank you, Representative Hubert. Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is probably going to be a request from research or the revisers. It's my understanding that a lot of these rules and regulations were changes when we went away from No Child Left Behind into the Every Student Succeeds Act, and that's those academic progress pieces were a part of that No Child Left Behind for the adequate yearly progress. But I would like clarification.
Norma, would you like to speak to that? I think there's still federal guidelines that the subgroups are reported and that the state assessment and proficiency is reported. So it could still be included right now in their accreditation. But Norma, would you like to add to that?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Okay. So it didn't just disappear. It's still there. They're federal guidelines.
I would like to see if I could get the federal guidelines in addition to this. Thank you.
That would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, just a few more questions for you. Okay, the legislature often asks about accredited schools. We get comments about, well, if somebody uses the tax credit, are they going to an accredited school? But the accreditation prior to these rules and regs had included social emotional learning, individual learning plans, kindergarten readiness, graduation rates, which would be subjective but at least quantifiable, and post-secondary success also. It's quantifiable if you can find the kids and you can locate where they're doing or where they are and how they're doing. So that's the accreditation. I don't think that many people realize that though they have to take state assessments and though they have to report those, it's not included in the accreditation. It was included, but it is not. And so I want to ask you a couple questions. Why have school improvement plans, standard of excellence, state assessments been removed from the accreditation list of criteria?
Go through it one at a time again. I'll try to
Sure.
address them individually.
School improvement plan?
Process for improvement is part of the requirement.
So when those ARCs go to, with accreditation is a process of documenting now.
They have to
It
show.
says documentation that an education system meets requirements established by the state board. And then the conclusive evidence, I'll read the definition, means data that is sufficient to the Accreditation Review Council, that's ARC, to justify its recommendation of accredited to the state board. But there is we don't know what data needs to be collected because according to the new rules and regs, the ARC can have different requirements for 286 districts. We have we would have no idea what really that was. I'd have to go to every single district and find out, okay, what were you measuring? Because there's no standard. Was that do you think that's good?
I'm having trouble understanding.
Okay, so there's no the conclusive evidence is actually included as a requirement from the ARC team that goes to the school district. They must receive conclusive evidence of how that school district is performing. And the conclusive evidence is defined as data that is sufficient to the Accreditation Review Council, which is ARC. Data that is sufficient is not defined. There's no list of required criteria that existed prior in accreditation. So in reality, if I wanted to understand how my school district was accredited, I would need to go into probably mountains of documentation to figure it out. I could not compare one district to another, and I would never know, is that a really valid accreditation? Because there's no performance criteria included. The improvement plan is removed. Standards of excellence is removed. State assessments are removed from the accreditation process. I'm not saying that you don't require them. They're required in state statute, and they're required federally, so you can't remove them. But they are not part of the accreditation. They're not explicitly part of the accreditation. Is this a good thing?
I do know that we look at performance criteria. We look at a school improvement plan in order to approve a process, an accreditation process. If it's not there,
Okay, so I'm going to ask one more question, but then I would like to leave this question with you and the state board. The question, and I'm going to ask a separate question, but the question to tie up what I just said is that you've got 286 different methods of measuring schools. None of us are going to know if that's sufficient or not. None of us in this room, or the parents in the school district, or the teachers, or the educators, are going to have any idea what that criteria means. How are they going to find that? How are they going to understand that? There's no standard. These new rules and regs have no standard. It does not say schools will do this. They will improve. They will move into proficiency. And my last question, because I think that's a huge concern that the state board has not addressed, and this is passed out without that being really vetted. But the last one is subgroups. There's no mention of subgroups anymore.
I do know we look at subgroups.
Why is it excluded from the accreditation process?
If it's part of the federal law, it doesn't need to be there.
Because it's part of the federal law, wouldn't that be something that would make you want to include an accreditation? Would you want a school to be accredited if they did not provide significant attention and help and resources to subgroups?
We have a person here that serves with the ARC. We have 2 board member representatives that are much more familiar with that process than I am. And if she's willing, I'll ask her Ann to come and maybe address that if she's willing.
Okay, I'll just leave it on this, and not today. We do have Ann that will be with us tomorrow on another topic. I think we've used this word before, probably too much, the disconnect. We're hearing the state board say that achievement is important. But when we see things like the rules and regs and the changes that were made, achievement is absent. It's hidden. It's buried. It's not, we can't explicitly find it. There is no standard. And I don't know if that's intentional or unintentional, but it is very confusing to follow.
And I believe that achievement is a given. Absolute
It
given.
can't be a given. It has to be explicitly part of the accreditation. If it's not, then I don't know that the legislature would want to even address accreditation, even making it a requirement for any other entity, because it doesn't mean the same thing to us as it does to you. You have authority over accreditation. You can have that authority. But what does it mean? What does it actually accomplish? What does it actually prove? And I'm wondering if it does prove anything about achievement anymore. So those will be my comments on that. Would you like to have the last comment?
I think that this emphasizes one of the things that I said whenever most of you graciously met with us a month or so ago. We don't understand each other because we don't talk to each other. We need to continue this discussion. All of your concerns are valid. I believe that we can answer them. I believe that we see things through a different lens. And I believe that they can all be addressed if we have a process where the legislature and the State Board of Education, both elected bodies, both with significant responsibility, if we can work together and not that we agree, not that we have to agree, but if we can continue to start that process, which we started a month or so ago, where we can have continual conversations so that if we don't understand, I don't understand some of the things you're saying, don't make sense to me. Some of the things I'm saying don't make sense to you. That's because we never have opportunity. It's like in families that are dysfunctional.
Dysfunctional family.
You need to be able to sit down and solve those problems. And I don't believe you can tell by my look that I'm just very, very young. And so I'm naive to the point that I still believe that there is a solution to every problem. And that solution is only possible when there is dialogue. Every time I've spoken to a committee in the House or the Senate, I've ended by saying, we want to be partners. That's genuine. We want to be partners. The issues, I mean, you've got your concerns. I understand them better now than I did before I walked in the room. They need to be addressed. But we need to do that by having ongoing discussions so that we understand each other and we can make those decisions appropriately.
Well, thank you very much for taking time out of your day and for your patience, for the additional time you've spent here. Committee, if you have more questions regarding rules and regs, or if our questions have piqued more questions from you, please write those questions down. Let's get those questions to Jem and to the board and see if we can take a look at them.
Okay,
All right, thank you very much. Committee, we're going to move on to our next item. And actually, hold on, Norma. What I'm going to do is I am doing a switch here. And that's so that the student achievement post-graduation, we're going to do that next. That's going to afford Justin Stowe and Dr. Blake Flanders to visit with our committee. And then the last two items, since Adam's stuck here with us, and Norma, you are too, then we're moving you to the last. So let's make sure Blake is here. I know, yes, he's here. Awesome. Okay. Well, actually, yeah. Well, we'll let you go first, Blake. Justin. By the way, Justin is only with us for a few more weeks, and then he'll be moving to Washington State. So we are going to really, really miss Justin. The topic here is student achievement post-graduation, the cost of remedial learning. You know what, Blake? I'm going to do this crazy thing. I am going to have Justin go first, and here's why. Justin's is short. Justin's is super short, and I think you might get questions. I think you're hoping yours is short, Blake, but I think we might have more questions for you. So, Justin, we're going to let you go first, and he's going to kind of give us an overview of the upcoming legislative post-audit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I was born in 1981, and I'm not going to take hardly any of your time. Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be one of my last meetings. We actually have a post-audit meeting coming up, so I have one more. But it's been a real pleasure working for the Kansas Legislature and all of you, and I recognize a lot of you from past work. And for those of you I don't know, I will be missing, but I will be leaving you in very capable hands. So that's the good news. I got a really strong team there at post-audit, so I'm very confident they'll continue to provide excellent audit work for you. I'm just going to very briefly cover just a one-page handout that I've distributed to the committee. It's about an audit that we are currently in the process of working on right now. So this is an audit that would have us evaluate the need for developmental education courses in Kansas. This is a limited scope audit, which means it's extremely small and narrow in scope. It means that it's only going to take us a total of about 2.5 weeks of one person's time to complete, which in the world of audit is super, super quick. Consequently, our focus here is very, very tight. What we are actually doing is we're going to conduct some survey work to just simply ask stakeholders their opinions about developmental education courses. So I'm sure this committee is well versed, but just a real high overview. In Kansas, some students are required to take these developmental courses in college. Those students are typically identified through a basic skills test. Although they are admitted to college, their test score shows that they're not prepared in some of these core areas. So in Kansas, that primarily happens at the community college level, and so this audit is intended to ask stakeholders about that. So because the audit is underway, unfortunately, I can't talk about the findings of that audit. That is confidential by state law. It will be ready for you early in the session, so they'll be coming very soon. So as you begin your deliberations next session, will be available to you. I'm just going to actually describe what we're doing so you kind of know what to expect. We're actually conducting 2 surveys. So one of our surveys is focused at the high school level. 284 school districts. If you're wondering why our count is short, it's those that actually offer these courses, and so there's out of the 286, 4 of them don't, or a couple of them don't. So we're sending to 284 districts. Over 300 some recipients will be receiving our survey, and it's very brief and just asking them kind of from the perspective of why are developmental courses necessary? If we're having these folks, if the goal is to have them college ready, then how come we have to have these courses to supplement that? And just trying to understand their viewpoints of that as principals, teachers, guidance counselors, and then also asking in their opinion what they think could be done in that area. So just collecting input is all we're doing. We're conducting a second survey at the collegiate level, so we're asking for those that actually offer these courses, kind of similar, but from their perspective, what factors drive students into these courses? So what are they observing on the other side of that, why students are needing to take these besides just obviously being identified through the test? And also from their perspective, what could be done? So that includes the 6 major universities, the community college system, the technical colleges. That survey is going out to 11,000 individuals, so it's going to be massive. The audit report then is going to package together that information, summarize it, just telling you, reporting back to the legislature what the stakeholders think about those courses. The audit will also include just a very high level about just kind of how many courses are offered, to which students, which are most common, just some of that high level generic information. So we're currently underway. They'll be ready early session. Madam Chair, happy to answer any questions I can about that.
Okay, yes. We have a couple questions. Representative Wynn and then Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this second bullet point, bottom of the page, where it says you're interviewing essentially college, university professors, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
In that interview, are you asking them to make their comments just for the true freshmen that are taking these classes? Or are you asking them to make a general comment, which would then encompass the returning 25-year-old, 30-year-old housewife, laid off factory worker, blah, 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 who's taking the developmental course?
Representative Wynn, that is a good question. I don't know the answer to how that survey is structured. I will follow up with our audit supervisor and try to get you, the committee, an answer. We'll send that out to Norma so
So
she
if
can
you
distribute that.
understand, if I understand the source, that would then skew the results and maybe not achieve what whoever Representative Williams and others are trying to get at. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that, Representative Williams?
Yes, we have definitely factored that in. That is the correct, that would be a bad assumption for us to make if we included people that are returning back into that. So we're looking at just those that have graduated in the last, it should be, and he can double check on that. And I think Blake Flanders will be able to speak to that because he will be able to share some data relating to it.
Well, thank you, but I understand he has data. This is a survey, and
Right.
If it doesn't
He's gonna check on it
specify,
for
then
you.
you're not going to get the data you want, the results you want.
Right, I agree with you. Hold on, Senator Sykes and then Senator Baumgartner.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for being here, Justin. We are going to miss you when you move to Washington. But mine is also a question on that survey. So as I mentioned earlier, students have a choice, parents have a choice on what track students want to take in high school, whether it's a college prep or taking those 4 math courses, or if they choose 3 and what those math courses. So in the survey, are you factoring in students who may have changed their mind about what they wanted to do in the future, whether it's going to college and they didn't prepare in high school appropriately?
Senator, again, I will have to check on the actual survey construction. I have not actually seen the survey. My supervisors designed it, so I'll have to look into that, and I will try to determine the answer to that and get it back to the committee.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And the good news is you serve on LPA, so you'll be able to follow up too.
Actually don't anymore, but I'll make sure my senator who took my place has the questions.
Oh my goodness, of course. All right, Senator Baumgartner and then Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just kind of circling back on the very same issue. But, you know, the State Board of Education tracks attendance of college for those 4 years after graduation from high school. So it really should include any of that time in which the State Board of Ed feels that they are responsible. So they might be a true freshman, but it might be 2 or 3 years after they've graduated from high school. I think that's what we're looking for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Justin for all the work that you've done, and to tell Scott that we're changing the phone number so he can't get a hold of the audit department here anymore. But good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Duly noted.
And I'm just going to add one more thing, Senator Sykes, on that topic. One time, and Heather is in the back, and she can definitely speak to it better than I can, and certainly Blake. So when Blake comes up, if this is anything that you can address. At one time, I did a little research for my local community college on remedial courses, and I found that for just one course, let's say algebra, there were 4 or 5 remedial courses you could take before. So you could take the basic, the intermediate, and then the intermediate with lab, and then the college algebra with review, and then college algebra. And for me, from my county, all those were happening in my friend's county, Sedgwick County. So I was, paying for those remedial classes double at the at the K-12 level, and then I was paying for them for Sedgwick County residents when they weren't paying any property tax. But that was just a side note. Yes, you may.
I think that's important. And also, we have qualified admission for our four-year universities, but also looking, I would like to say, if they graduated from a Kansas school or Johnson County, we're right across from Missouri, so wondering how many of those students that are in remedial did they graduate from a Kansas school? And if so, which school?
Okay, so those are great. So this won't be included in this little 100-hour audit because Justin would never get to leave Kansas if it were. But no, I'm joking. But I actually... Yes, I was going to say, we do collect that, and we have that post-secondary success rate that Randy talked about and the state board talked about. So they've got some data that they have, and we'll let Blake hit on that as well, because I think that is interesting information. Any other final questions? Yes, we really appreciate. Let's just give them an applause for.
Oh, thank you.
You're going to do great. We're glad we get to see you one more time.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
All right. Go enjoy the rest of your night. Now we're going to have fun. Blake, it's your turn. Blake's like, right, exactly. All right, well, Blake, Dr. Blake Flanders, thank you for joining our committee. It feels like appropriations here with you here. And so welcome, and the floor is yours.
All right, well, thank you, Chair Williams and members of the committee, and thank you for this opportunity to appear to discuss developmental education in our public institutions of higher education. I'd also like to talk just a little bit about different ways to engage students as well, such as concurrent enrollment, and perhaps just look at the overall college going as well, because I think that's a factor in some things that you want to look at. So developmental ed, just to define, they're often called remedial courses. We now say developmental ed courses. And traditionally, they some are non-credit, some are for credit, but they're not credit towards the degree, most likely. So that question about math, there are many multiple levels of math that a student might have to go through depending on where they test into. Now, we used to generally use just a test to place a student. A number of years ago, we said it's a situation where if you take this test and we'll advise you to be in this class, and then it got to be, well, we're not going to allow you to go into the higher credit class because we had low results there. We've kind of moved back to where it's more multiple measures, so we might look at high school GPA and an assessment in order to place a student. And so that's why you see the numbers. You actually qualify more students when you use multiple measures. But I do think it's a little better mechanism, because you can see if a student maybe hasn't done well on a standardized test, but works really hard in a class and has kept their grades up. So I do think it's a better way to do it, and our institutions have went that way. So that's really a little bit about developmental. So some student might say, well, I got credit for the class, and they did get a credit hour. They didn't get credit towards their degree, and so it's very important. We've also looked at sequences for developmental ed, and what we've found out through quite a bit of research, not done in this state, but nationally, is that once students get into a developmental pathway, they very rarely get out.
the success rates of completing the degree are very low. And so there's really pretty powerful research around that if you come in and you're developmental, that maybe you need to enroll in the credit-bearing course and get tutoring along with that, alongside that, and that your success is better, or the college algebra with review. So that would be a class where instead of 3 credit hours, it might be 5 credit hours. Instead of going Monday, Wednesday, Friday for an hour, you're going to go every day of the week. That's why I'm a big supporter of, I like 4 credits of math in high school. If you don't take math your senior year in high school, there is an incredibly high correlation that you're going to test into developmental ed. And what you really might need, we're getting better and nuanced, you might need just a lesson or 2 in certain areas, as opposed to the entire developmental ed sequence. So our institutions are getting better. I would say that this isn't maybe in the testimony, but we had a Future of Higher Education Council. And there were a couple members here that were on that council, along with some of our board members and some institutional representatives as well, some from community colleges, some from technical colleges. They did that work and turned out a report in November 2020, and I'd encourage the legislature to look at this. One thing the council recommended is that we have the implement and incentivize system-wide co-requisite remediation. And what that is, in both math and English, what that is you would deliver that course at the same time as the credit course, or that tutoring at the same time as the credit course. The success rates are much better with that. Now, we cannot require the coordinated institutions to do that. We can encourage the coordinated institutions. That's our community and technical colleges. And by the way, the community colleges do far and away the most developmental education, far and away. But you can require that. And so I'd encourage that we work together, because I think it's a great way to really help students. Now, having said that, we have leaders in the community college right now that are moving that way. And most of them, I believe, have moved that way. And recently, a large community college contacted me and said, hey, we're moving that way. And I was glad to see that. So I'm encouraged by that, because that is best practice. And I think we can get more students, particularly those that may not have had math their senior year, but aren't that far away from qualifying. We can get them across the finish line in terms of getting them on a degree path. Now, we've seen, my testimony reflects that we've seen declining college readiness. And in a couple of measures, if you look at page 2, now we've got more students taking the ACT than ever before, because the legislature has funded that. So, but here's one issue where I see where it's problematic, and probably not just due to more people taking the ACT. So, you know, we went from about 30% college ready to now we're about 23% college ready. But the troubling thing that we've seen just from our narrow lens at post-secondary is we look at the public college going rate. Now, if you add all college going rate, it's about 10 points higher. But this is steadily declining. So since 2010, we were about at 55.6%. That was the peak in terms of college going rate. In 2018, we were at 48.6%. So we've seen a 7% drop in college going rate, which is really huge. Now, when I talk college, I want to be clear that I'm not talking about just everyone going to get a baccalaureate degree. College, to me, is a broad definition. It might be a welding certificate. It might be nursing. It might be any short-term certificate. But all of those add to wage gains for students and give them, it puts them in a more secure job. They're less likely to get laid off during a downturn. We know that individuals with technical degrees typically stay here and work in communities. And candidly, they just earn more. If you really look, I've added some of that employment data for you. And you've asked me to talk about the cost of developmental education, and I'm going to do that. But I would tell you that the costs are really inexpensive on the front end. The cost is on the back end. So if you'll just bear with me, Kansas without a post-secondary credential, if you look at someone with a baccalaureate degree versus someone with just a high school only. Now, these are just averages. Everybody has a relative that graduated from high school or didn't that's a millionaire. So it's not everybody. This is just on average. It gives you your best chance, okay? So generally, it's about $1 million difference over your lifetime, over your career, is what the difference is going to be. So now what we know is also with that higher wage comes better health outcomes. We know that. With that higher wage, those people's kids are more likely to continue to attend college and also make higher wages. And with that higher wage comes much less chance of incarceration. So there is not only the benefit, if you said, well, it's $1 million and let's say 6% of that and it's $60,000 that they paid more in tax to the state. It's not only that piece, it's that all of those social determinants and all that other cost that comes along with less educational attainment is something that a state has to bear. So I've provided you with some of those tables. In attachment 1, you see I just broke out the institutions there, what people earn with certificates, degrees. You can see technical colleges, you can see community colleges. A high school diploma, the average is about $30,000. And it's really not just about the average wage. It's also about the employment security as well. So I believe working with the state board, with Commissioner Watson, we really need to rethink about how do we deliver the junior senior year with the freshman sophomore year, and how do we commingle that a little more to get more students on a pathway. Once a student becomes engaged with their education and interested in their education, you have a much higher chance of that student also performing well academically. So those are the wages. Then I also, in attachment 2, I show you that how many students are qualifying into developmental education courses. Now, what I would tell you is there's a couple of ways to make these numbers, I guess, better, fewer students. One is multiple measures. We talked about that, so we're going to have fewer students there. If someone's doing co-requisite remediation, they may not get counted because you might just be tutoring. Or you might just, and so it really, they may not be in an actual course at the time. So those numbers have shifted a little bit reflecting that. We generally have about, by ACT standards, about half the students that are requiring some developmental math, but not that many test into developmental math. You can see that on attachment 2 as well. At our community colleges, I think the number's about 23%. But here's one issue with that. If I just, to make the picture a little broader, again, we've had a 7% drop in our college going rate. So they're not going into developmental because they're not going. And so that's something that I think that we're trying to use some federal funds to really address this. How do we get more students interested in post-secondary? Not just the education piece, the career that it might provide, and then how do we get more students to fill out the FAFSA and some of those tools that I think can really help. So you have those numbers there. And then I have also given you, and all, I left you with a link too, or you can just call us. You can go to our website. We have all these data that you can look at in terms of report. I did an average cost of developmental, and we did this the best we could. So we have a cost model that predicts and calculates what it would be for, we call them a non-tiered course, which is more of a general ed type course, one of the lower cost courses. So we have that rate. And what we did is, as you know, the state universities can't spend any state general fund on developmental education. But what we did is there's still, they can spend other funds on that. So there's still a little bit of that goes on. We just applied that rate over those credits that are currently being delivered. I want to tell you more limitations. So the rate's an average, right? We've never really done a study on exactly what it costs for developmental, because we know actually this is probably underestimated because the costs are higher. There's more tutoring, there's more services that go with that. But there you can see it's almost 10 million is what we're saying in terms of what the cost would be. And candidly, if you look at that, it's almost all to community colleges. Our community colleges are generally the kind of the workhorses behind the developmental education. Now, I did want to speak just very briefly about concurrent enrollment. I think that's another strategy, and I'm really encouraged and want to thank you for passing House Bill 2134, which allows school districts now to pay the tuition for students that are going to be enrolling in concurrent classes. And what is a concurrent class? It's just defined as dual credit. So they might be a junior or senior in high school, and generally they can take those courses, and the cost is a little bit lower to them. They could take them through with a high school instructor that's qualified. That's a concurrent enrollment partnership. Might be through Senate Bill 155, which would be more technical, or they could go to the campus of the college and take those courses as well. I think we really need to expand that opportunity. Again, the community colleges deliver more of that. If we look at it by head count, we were at 12,000. Kind of pre-pandemic, we're down to 11,700 at the community colleges now, and about 18,000 total. So system-wide, so most of the courses are taught at our community and technical colleges. The universities do some of that work, but not near as much. So with that, I would stand for any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. We have Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to, let's see, page 2, so the 30% to 23% that you have there, is that all kids or just those that are going to college?
Okay, so that's a great question. That is all of the students that took the ACT. Okay. So now that's more. Right. So what's it mean? I don't want you to think that college ready means that you're a straight A student. By ACT standards, it means that at least 50%, you have a 50% chance of earning a B or higher and a 75% chance of getting a C. So that's kind of where they test you to be college ready. So that would be in these 4 subjects, English, reading, math, and science, how many students are college ready of those that took the test. Okay, now we know more are. So, and it's about 23%.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify, the 7% of less.
It's declined.
Declined isn't on top of this.
No,
Yeah,
no.
That's what I was trying to make sure I understood, so.
Now, the 7%, I also talked about college going rate. This doesn't mean they go to college. This is just whether you're college ready. The college going rate has declined 7%.
Right, but I was making sure that it hadn't declined and also the readiness hadn't declined that much. I mean, it probably has a little bit, but not that much.
Interestingly, they've declined about the same, but
okay.
But
right,
it's 2 different data
it's
sets.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure, yeah.
All right, Representative Hubert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you expanded how you work with ACT to sort through the testing data to make it help you make the decisions that you're talking about making? I mean, as far as, you know, I think ACT is getting more and more into giving data that we want to use to make good decisions on. So I'm just curious how you've expanded that relationship and if there's opportunities to do more of that.
You know, personally, I can't speak a lot to that. I'd have an academic officer that could more, and it's done more at the institutional level. But I would say that ACT is doing more work around subgroups. And I think that's actually where we really need to dig into is how are those subgroups performing? The board has goals. You know, we're seeing significant lag in rural students and minority students in our system just in terms of access. And so if we don't improve there, you're probably not going to improve the overall picture. But ACT, no one has more data than ACT, so they have a lot of that nuance now in their data.
Thank you.
Any other questions, committee? All right, I'll end with one final question here. So I'm sure all parents love the dual credits, but my question is this just a scholastic efficiency, time efficiency? Because it doesn't seem like it's an economic efficiency because it feels like the taxpayer's paying the full FTE for the student in high school. They're paying for the teachers in high school. That's the same, that doesn't change. And now we're paying for a dual credit to come in the same time slot. So I guess my question is, are we double paying?
Well, it's all matter of perspective. So if a student did it the traditional time, okay, let's say there wasn't the dual credit or the concurrent enrollment, you would pay in the high school, you'd wait, and then you'd pay 2 years later or a year later. Are you paying all at once now? Yes. So
Just wish there was a way for an economic efficiency so we could all win. It'd be like a win-win situation. Taxpayers win, parents win, kids win. But right now it's
yeah, you're right.
It's not really there, is it?
No.
Okay. I like your honesty.
But if you didn't do it, you would pay anyway.
I know. I hear you. I'm just wondering why we can't ever figure out how to turn efficiency into an economic efficiency. So, but anyway. Thank you so much. Yes, Senator Baumgartner.
Just to piggyback on that,
Yeah.
though, Madam Chair, there is an efficiency that you're not going to see necessarily in the FTE, but there is data that a student is more likely when they graduate from high school, if they have concurrent credit, to go on to work toward a career technical degree, certificate, or a college degree. If they have not had that opportunity, particularly when it is a first-generation student. So if they're a high school student and they don't have parents or anyone else in their family that's gone to college, the likelihood that they will then make that jump and make it successfully is increased significantly if they have had a concurrent opportunity. Many of them do not believe, they don't really understand college, the process. We have different words for everything. But also there is not that support mechanism to help them, but there is that support in the high school from the instructor in the classroom. So
Senator, well said. I concur, and I see Heather Morgan back there. She's probably saying, yes, that's exactly right. So we can't always quantify everything. So thank you very much, Blake. I know we'll see you soon. So, all right. Okay, committee, we are going to wrap up very shortly. So I have an idea. The idea is that on Norma's testimony, if everybody turned to Norma, because she did a great job. Norma, I'm going to ask you to pick the best thing out of your testimony that you want to take a couple minutes and say, committee members, don't miss this, because I know we're going to read every word that you typed and all the work you did, but I want you to just look at this and say, hey, this was the neatest thing that I came across. Can you do that? And then after that, Representative Thomas, you can have, 5 minutes or so. No, you're good.
I could do it in 5 minutes. You give me 5 minutes, I can go through.
5 minutes, it's all yours. There you go.
All All right, 5 minutes. So first, real quick, learning loss, sometimes it's called summer slide. It is kind of a misnomer. So it may just be instead, rather than the student having lost academic skills, they just aren't where they expected to be. So a lot of that is measured in months, time behind classroom instruction. So there's just a few studies on COVID learning loss. So these are directed at the most recent couple of years. ACT, so they noted a decrease in scores in nearly every subject. They say these, on average, translate to approximately 1 to 3 months of instruction loss. Math scores dropped more significantly than reading scores, which tracks other assessment data published. Students in lower grades seemed more affected than students in higher grades. And the opportunity gap between certain minority students and white students did not appear to grow, but did not close. So it didn't expand significantly, but it was still there. At the bottom of page 2, McKinsey also studied the Curriculum Associates iReady in-school assessment to determine the extent of what they call unfinished learning, so again, learning loss. I will note their assessment was skewed by, they only used schools that were open at the time of the assessment, so that's going to be overweighted. And then it was 1.6 million elementary students, but they did note that some states were again, overweighted as compared to other states, so it's more of a national study. They had several findings, including that on average, students were 5 months behind in math and 4 months behind in reading, which was actually at the lower end of what they originally predicted at the beginning of the school year. Turning to page 3, you'll note that they note that unfinished learning did not vary as much across grade level as originally predicted. They had some specific findings for both math and reading. So in math, students fell behind quickly and began the 2020-2021 school year 3 months behind, ultimately finishing on average 5 months behind. Whereas the reading data indicates that students began the school year on track, but with a slower learning pace, fell behind and ended the school year at that 4 month behind. And then they just noted that cumulative unfinished learning did vary across grade level, the school's predominant race, income, and location, which is indicated by that chart. So that is from the McKinsey company. They also did include some information both on mental health, so parents reported higher percentages of anxiety and depression. And turning to page 4, you'll note that they also saw increased absenteeism, so by roughly 12.0% percentage points for students in grades 8 through 12. They noted that those increases were actually sharper in student populations with historically low absenteeism rates, so it didn't necessarily increase in expected student populations. The NWEA Center for School and Student Progress also published a brief. This used that MAP growth data for approximately 5.5 million students in grades 3 through 8. Some of their results noted that students made gains, but not at the same level as pre-pandemic, with fewer gains, again, in math, so that seems to be a common theme. Students began the year behind in math by 5 to 10% points and ended it 8 to 12 points behind. And again, that students began the year at the expected level for reading, with gains on track, but by the end of the spring were 3 to 6% points behind pre-pandemic year students. And again, those achievement declines varied greatly by age, race, and socioeconomic status. The bottom of page 4, I'll note that, again, using that State Department of Education report card, Kansas Public Schools saw a drop of approximately 4.75% in math and 1.42% in ELA for all students and all grades. And that's the drop from levels 3 and 4, so what would be, again, considered college ready or proficient. And that's from 2019 to 2021. About mid-page 5, you'll note I do have some information on Kansas chronic absenteeism. So chronic absenteeism did increase from 13.9% in 2020 to 17.5% in 2021. And you can see a breakdown on that final page by different student subgroups. Real quickly, I will also note that, as I'm sure Representative Thomas will get into more detail, there was COVID funding for both learning loss, summer, and after-school programs. So there were 3 federal COVID-19 pieces of legislation that provided elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund, or ESSER fund, dollars. Under the third one of those, ARPA, 20% of school district funding had to be set aside for learning loss, and 20% of the state set aside had to be set aside for learning loss. The state also had to set aside 1% for summer enrichment and 1% for after-school programs. So that would be about $42 million for the state funding for learning loss, about 8.3 for summer school and 8.3 for after school. And of the school district funding, it would be about $150 million. And as to a question earlier, I will note that about 150 school districts did include summer school funding in their submitted plans that they went to the task force. So that was a predominant line item in those plans. And I think I got that in under 5 minutes.
That is awesome, and you even answered a question that was asked earlier. So excellent. If you have specific questions or as you're reading this, just please email Norma or myself.
Yes, and I will note, if you want more detail on the COVID funding, a lot of that information, including fiscal year 2022 expenditures that have been obligated, are in a COVID-19 federal funds memo on the KLRD education page. So that's a very long and thorough memo, so feel free to check that out as well.
And we're going to touch base on some of those ideas tomorrow as well. So Representative Nguyen, did you have a question?
Were the last figures that you gave, are they in this report?
No, so they're not on that report. This was just on the learning loss. That was just a real quick touch on the COVID funding, and then I believe Representative Thomas is going to get into some more detail. It was just to kind of set the stage.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so Adam Thomas, you are up. You are the last show in town. And by the way, committee, he can sing.
I will not be singing tonight. I apologize. First of all, thank you all for having me. I appreciate your indulgence. I get to go last, and I have had quite a bit of coffee today, so this will go very quickly, but also be very animated. So first of all, with regards to the ESSER task force, any questions you have, any material you have questions about other than the 5 minutes that we're going to go through here, there are thousands of pages we go through. One pre-read was actually over 900 pages before our meeting. So there's a lot of information on the ks.gov website, so I would encourage you all to go to that website, check out the task force, what we do, and the things we do. If you want to read through my testimony, actually, between Norma and the two relatives that have the same but different last name, they kind of already did most of my presentation for me. But you'll note sort of the duties and the job of the task force. Also at the bottom of page 1, it's the start of the 15 different items that are authorized for the ESSER funds. Now, these are federal regulations. This is not the state. We can't change those. Whether we like them or not, there's no change in them. Representative Williams mentioned summer school. That was part of the 15 items that were approved. And then updated numbers, $32.62 million has been spent on summer school. Now, I give you that number, but also think about this. The spending of this money goes through 2024, I believe. So money is still being requested, money is still being spent. At the same time, a word of caution, there are districts who are getting less of this funds and are still accruing costs. Olathe, for example, which is one of the districts I represent, they're still incurring costs, but the COVID funding is sort of behind that. So it's important to note that this is not a stimulus bill. This is relief for reimbursement money, this ESSER money. And also it is predominantly focused on more impoverished and minority communities. So a couple things I did want to note as far as summer school. There were some folks that spent quite a bit of money on the summer school and the supplemental learning. Sublette, USD 374, I'll mention them. 48% of their funds was used on summer school activities and learning. Another one, USD 400, 8%. So moving forward, I think that's certainly something that needs to be addressed. We need to focus some of that money on summer school, on the materials, supplemental learning for our children. Other districts focused more on the remote learning and use their money for that. Certain items that got approved for those things: laptops, iPads, headphones, microphones, internet hotspots, PPE, air purifications. There had to be very specific things mentioned in their request for funds. There had to have been a COVID rationale, so you can't just come in and say one district got deemed ineligible because they said we need to update our technology because it's old. Okay, well, that isn't really COVID related. We had others who came to us from more rural districts and said, we need to have better technology specifically with regards to being able to hold Zoom meetings, teach our kids from home, things like that. And those were obviously very acceptable. Teacher compensation was also a very hot topic because we had districts that requested money for bonuses for teachers going above and beyond. The issue we had was there was no mention of the COVID rationale. They simply said, we appreciate these folks and want to give them more money. And we unfortunately had to make the difficult decision to say that unfortunately does not follow the rules of COVID. This had to be money that was either already committed or was planned to being used for specific COVID purposes, meaning, say, hardships, extra hours worked due to the pandemic. So these were all things that came up, and some of the decisions were easy and some of them were not. At the end of the day, what we don't want is the federal government to come in and audit us because that money will be paid back. So certainly something to keep in mind. I rushed through a lot of that, and I'm happy certainly to answer questions. But again, friendly reminder, there will be more money spent. Our ESSER task force is going to pretty much go all the way through this thing, so we'll be meeting for the next couple of years. So looking forward to that. In the meantime, any questions you have, shoot.
All right, we do have some questions. Representative Wynn and then Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And here's a short, to-the-point question. After all is said and done, and after you've done your 900-page reading, would you say the applications and your review have been transparent and are published so that everybody can check every dime?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. See?
I would say so. And some of them with the rules, so for example, you had to have a building number associated with your school, and if you didn't, you had to basically go apply and get one. So there were little details that came out, but anything regarding that information is on the KSDE website. If you feel like reading 909 pages, you're more than welcome to. If not, I can periodically update everyone throughout this process.
And this was every Friday, right? For a while?
It was. Now we're meeting once a month, sometimes every other Friday. So unfortunately for Jim Porter, he has to see me quite often and hear my voice. So
All we can say is God bless you for being the representative. All right.
I appreciate it.
Representative
Thank you,
Hoy.
Madam Chair. That's really what I wanted to say is thank you. I appreciate the information. I appreciate you mentioning the website and that the public can continue to follow this along since the ESSER funds are here for the next couple years. So appreciate it.
I am going to ask a question that maybe you can just bring it back to us sometime, or you might know it. But I'm just curious about how many teachers are getting additional funds for tutoring, and because there's so much learning loss, how much money is going to tutoring kids before school, after school? I think we've mentioned some of the like Boys and Girls Clubs. Are they getting some funding through the districts?
The district is getting funds. I know they specifically hired certain teachers specifically targeting at K through 8 development for those specific reasons for learning loss. As far as the specifics, I don't have anything right now. I could certainly dig into that, most definitely.
Norma knows.
Certainly. So this was as of September, so I have not read through all of the October and November meeting information, but about 44 districts had included after-school expenses. So that is primarily salaries, but it might also be purchasing of materials, transportation costs, anything like that. So it's about 44 districts had after-school expenses.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Representative, because he did such a great job? No more questions.
Wanted to rush through it. I knew it was the end of the day. I said, we got to get through this.
Okay, committee, we have a great agenda planned for you tomorrow and some time for hopefully that we'll be able to work together and have some takeaways. So thank you so much for your patience, and my vice chair would like to moment.
Just a reminder, we start at 9 tomorrow.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. We do start at 9, come early, and yes, same room, and there will be lunch provided, and we'll try our best to stay on track, but I can't promise, so yes.
Madam Chair, any chance we have one of these for tomorrow available yet, or that we could take home for the night? Or appreciate whoever put these together.
Norma did that. I think because of the holiday week, all the information did not come in, so I don't think we have it ahead of time, do we? I'm so sorry.
No worries.
It does make it hard, but at least you'll be able to take it with you and then, do it backwards. All right, we are, yes, Norma.
Please try to bring your binders back, though, if you do take them home. You'll have the information, but I did not make a separate binder for tomorrow.
We
so
can leave them, correct?
You can absolutely
leave them, and then you'll collect them or lock the room or something like that. Okay, all right, thank you very much. And tomorrow, we want to make sure we recognize all of the staff members that I failed to do today. We are adjourned.